Buenas a todos, gente. Bienvenidos a algo, porque nos estamos jugando por una vez en mucho tiempo. Bueno, por mucho tiempo no sé la verdad cuándo ha sido la última vez. Oh, mira qué guapo se me ve. En cualquier caso, pues a ver, ha pasado un buen tiempo desde que he hecho un directo así reaccionando, pero no vamos a jugar. Hoy no vamos a jugar. ¿Por qué? Pues primero de todo, buenos días. Y hoy ha salido el Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. Ahora, ¿qué pasa? Pues, para los que no están al tanto, pues al final no voy a jugar. Yo al 3 Hopes no voy a jugarlo porque es un Warriors y como que yo y el género Warriors no me llevo bien. No me hace mi cerebro feliz cuando juego ese tipo de juegos. Así que he dicho, pues no voy a comprar, no voy a jugarlo, porque sé que al final me voy a acabar frustrándome con el juego, de que se va a volver repetitivo, que si lo que sea y tal. Pero eso no quiere decir que no me interesa la historia. Eso no quiere decir que no me interese la historia. Y por eso estamos aquí. Porque, a ver, yo sinceramente pensaba que a lo mejor tendría que esperar, no sé, un par de días, a lo mejor una semana, antes de que empezara ya a salir las típicas compilaciones de todas las escenas de este juego y tal. Pero no, me despierto y me pongo a mirar en YouTube y ya me empezó a salirme ese tipo de vídeos. Así que como que, pues bueno, vale, las compilaciones ya están saliendo. Parece que la historia de 3 Hopes ya está a la luz. Así que vale, pues vamos, por empezar ya de una vez con esto, vamos a reaccionar ya a la historia de Warriors 3 Hopes. Y bueno, y a ver qué tal, a ver qué ofrece la historia, si me va a decepcionarme, si me va a hacerme explotar el cerebro de la genialidad. No lo sé, la verdad, no sé qué esperar más allá de los trailers que sacaron. Y vale, dicho todo esto, también hice una encuesta. Hice una encuestita para vosotros, para que me dijerais cuál ruta querríais verme reaccionar. Que sabemos todos que está la ruta del Guardian Dimitri Cloud, porque de eso trata 3 Hopes y todo eso y tal. Y a ver, esto es lo que yo veo. Según ustedes, ¿queréis que reaccione a la ruta de Dimitri? Y bueno, ya veo que Edelgar sigue sin ser muy popular. Ya veo que hay cosas que aún no han cambiado todavía. No me quejo, pero a ver, yo un poco me habría gustado. Un poco habría tenido esperanza de que hubiera sido Cloud. Pero hombre, lo de que Cloud estuviera tan cerca con Dimitri me sorprendió un poco. Pero bueno, por nada, haciendo caso vuestro deseo profundo, vamos a reaccionar primero a la historia de Dimitri. Lo voy a poner un momento aquí en la cámara así a un lado y tal, porque ya sabemos todos que YouTube se vuelve una mina de spoilers tan pronto como salga un juego nuevo que que interesa a cualquiera. Así que no os preocupéis, yo me comeré todas las balas. Y que ya sé que debería haber uno por aquí. Por la historia de todas las escenas de la ruta de Dimitri. A ver, déjame ver esto. Todas las escenas. A ver, no creo que haya en español. Lo más probable, es lo que me esperaba. La mala noticia que tendré que avisar desde ya es que lo que vamos a ver no va a haber con subtítulos en español, porque no hay suficientes hispanohablantes con la misma pasión que los gringos a la hora de sacar un nuevo juego, lo que sea y tal. Así que me temo lo más profundo de mi ser que esto tendrá que ser con los subtítulos en inglés. Yo no tengo ningún problema con el inglés, pero aviso desde ya que no me voy a molestarme mucho en ponerme a traducir cada mísera línea, cada mísera frase. Yo solo quiero reaccionar y ver lo que tiene que ofrecer y poco más. Yo no lo veré porque prefiero jugarlo. Gracias, Castalia. Y bueno, espero que lo disfrutes. A ver, ¿dónde estaba? Que sé que había visto uno por aquí. 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 Voy a este y a este. Vale, ya está, ya lo tenemos. Ya lo tengo, gente. Vamos acá, la pantallita. Y a ver, esto es... Uy, espera, vale, aquí está todo. ¿Esto qué pasa? A ver, para acá y para acá. Todo en orden, ¿verdad? Todo en orden. Pues a ver, como iba diciendo... ¿Pero qué pasa aquí? ¿Está todo en orden? ¿Todo funciona bien? Todo funciona bien, creo yo, ¿no? Creo que todo bien. Espera, ¿por qué el chat está como el culo? Ahora es mi pregunta. ¡Ay! ¿Por qué? Siempre me pasa este tipo de cosas. A ver. ¡Ay! ¿Cómo no? ¿Cómo no? ¿Cómo no? Un momento. Uy, casi perfecto además. Casi perfecto. Lo hago más... ¿Sí? Que es un directo de Layam sin problemas técnicos. Oh, vale, sí, esto debería verse bien. Sí, eso debería verse bien. Oh, vale. Esto es la compilación de la ruta de Dimitri. Y creo que menos mal que... Un poco estoy agradecido, creo yo, que la mayoría de votos fuera a favor de Dimitri. Porque algo que me he percatado es que yo pensaba que de aquí hasta el directo iba a haber más. Pero no, resulta que solo está la compilación de Dimitri. Así que creo que por defecto habríamos ido a ver la ruta de Dimitri porque no quedaba otra. Pero bueno, no se intimide las 7 horas. Porque yo también me quedé un poco de piedra de qué cojones como que 7 horas. Pero esto es 7 horas entre historia y gameplay. O sea que no os preocupéis. Podemos simplemente... ver la historia y los momentos en los que hay como gameplay y tal, simplemente los saltamos, lo hago skip así, ya está, que tampoco nos interesa mucho eso. A mí por lo menos no me interesa mucho eso. Así que vamos a empezar desde el principio, porque no sé cuántos habrá jugado la demo o habréis visto lo que sea de la demo. E igualmente tengo que ver la demo desde la ruta de Dimitri, porque yo cuando probé la demo lo hice de la ruta de Cloud. Así que vamos a empezar por el principio para refrescar la memoria, ver cómo comienza la historia con el nuevo prota y todas esas cosas. Y que no se intimide las 7 horas, porque realmente es gameplay más esto. Simplemente haremos skip a las partes gameplay. Y esto debería ser la ruta entera de la ruta de Dimitri. Y... estas poquitas horas, no, que no te preocupes, Andrés. Yo lo que he dicho, lo repito. ¿Pone 7 horas y media? Sí. Pero que ya me puse a ver un poquito el clip y tal. Esto es gameplay. Y esto es gameplay y historia. O sea que no es 7 horas de pura escena e historia, porque eso en verdad me habría sorprendido mucho. Pero no vamos a ver las 7 horas. Simplemente nos enfocamos en la historia. ¿Hay momento de mucho gameplay? Pues hacemos clic aquí, hacemos clic para acá y todo eso. Así que no vamos a ver todo. No vamos a ver esas 7 horas. Si algo, probablemente vayamos a ver... No creo que... Ni 3/4. No creo que va a ser ni 3/4 de esto. Si vamos a enfocarnos puramente en cutscene. Pero es que otra cosa no encontraba por ninguna parte. ¿Solo vas a reaccionar a la ruta de Dimitri? Pues... a ver, mi plan es reaccionar todo. Mi plan va a ser ver todas las rutas. Pero ahora, claro, vamos a ver, depende de cuánto tiempo. A ver cuánto tiempo tardamos en ver toda la historia de Dimitri. Y depende de cómo vamos de tiempo y tal, pues a lo mejor me da tiempo para reaccionar a una ruta más. O sea, mi plan es verlo todo. Mi plan es que voy a querer reaccionar a todas las 3 rutas. O no sé si a lo mejor tendrá alguna ruta secreta o algo por el estilo. Yo creo que sí, pero yo qué sé. Pero eso, o sea, mi plan a largo plazo es verlo todo. En plan, ver todas las rutas y toda la historia. Pero ahora, que nos dé tiempo hoy mismo a ver la ruta de Dimitri y yo qué sé, la ruta de Cloud... Que dé tiempo a ver todo eso, eso ya veremos. Eso ya es algo que ya veremos. Y bueno, también lo que avisé, esto va a estar en inglés porque por desgracia no hay nadie a este momento que ha hecho compilación en español. Así que nada, vamos a verlo todo desde el principio. Vamos a empezar desde el principio. Aquí el audio debería estar bien. Ah, sí, esto es Shambhala. Esto a mí no me engaña el juego. Esto es Shambhala. Esto es tranquilamente Shambhala. Ah, claro, obviamente, el cutscene del principio. Ah, sí. En verdad, algo que ya lo dije en el momento cuando probé la demo. Pero sí que se han currado mucho con los cutscenes. ¿Cómo oís el audio? A lo mejor los bajo un poco más. ¿Cómo oís el audio del juego? ¿Lo oís todo bien? ¿Eso es un dragón gigante? Y esos son muchos muertos. Ay, ¿no que morir quemado era una de las peores formas de morir ahora que lo pienso? Eso sí que es un horror. Hola, Flame.
All this bloodshed. Will it never come to an end?
Buena pregunta, buena pregunta. Excelente pregunta, Flame. Excelente pregunta. Eso es una excelente e increíble pregunta. Muy buenas, gamer. Muy buenas. Eso... Uy, cosas están pasando. Ah, sí, es verdad. Sí, la pelea. Uy, el papi Sedeth. Uy, el papi Sedeth. Ese es el hombre por la que merece la... Ese hombre. De los más basados de Three Houses. Basadísimo ese hombre. Bye bye a todos. Bye bye. Y creo que ahí terminaba el cutscene. Sí, ahora ya deberíamos empezar con el prota de turno. ¡Hola! ¡Buenos días! ¡Buenos días!
I know you're napping around here somewhere. On your feet and back to work already, yeah?
Y supongo que esto ya es del nombre, que lo va a... Me imagino que le va a dejarle de nombre aquí, aquí. Sí, que así luego será más sencillo hacer los skips, que sea necesario. Esto va a ser para la introducción. A ver, ¿con qué set va a jugar? Vale, va a jugar con el set femenino. Ok, comprensible. Lo opuesto al de... al de los trailers, supongo.
Sorry, what's going on?
What's going on? Did your head spring a leak while you were napping? Better see if you can even remember your name.
A ver, ¿y cómo? Bueno, me imagino que va a ir con el nombre de Seth. ¿No? Ah, vale, se va a cambiar de nombre. Ah, vale, supongo que el nombre del youtuber este al que le estoy cogiéndole la compilación. Pues nada, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias por su contribución.
Apologies, friend. I'm all right. Is the battle at hand?
El sonido está bien. Perfecto, perfecto. Perfecto, entonces.
You heard who we're up against, yeah? Gerald's mercenaries.
Los mercenarios de Gerald. Un hombre conocido. Un hombre conocido también. El Ashen Demon. En verdad, ¿cómo es posible que en español acabara con el nombre de azote sombrío? No tiene ni la palabra demonio puesto encima. Esto es algo que siempre me va a molestarme. ¿Cómo le han cagado la traducción española llamándolo azote sombrío? No es para nada igual. A ver, ¿este con quién va a ir? Ah, vale, puro avatar femenino, porque necesitamos el buen fanservice, supongo. Ni modo, si eso es lo que quiere. Yo sinceramente habría ido con doble masculino, pero ni modo. Ni modo.
Yeah, that's it.
Demon or no demon, our job is to fight and win.
Ajá.
You sound just like the captain. I know they paid up front, but come on.
Well, at least one of you has some courage. You've certainly come a long way since I plucked you from that mountain village.
Señora, usted no tiene una cara muy distinguida. Usted va a morir, ¿verdad? Bueno, no sé, pone capitana. Digo yo que será algo. Ni modo. Las cosas son como tal. Cuando yo no sé el que está... Mira, cuando yo no sé el que está gastando los 60 euros para esto, no se puede... No puedo quejarme. No me puedo quejarme. Cuando no soy yo el que está metiendo los 60 euros para este juego, no puedo quejarme mucho. Las cosas son como tal. Simplemente las cosas son como tal.
Wasn't expecting a fight so soon, but I guess there's nothing for it. You ready?
¡Claro que sí, joder! ¡Claro que sí!
When this is over, we'll all greet the new dawn together.
Uy, esas banderas. No, eso. No, ¿qué haces? Eso es levantar banderas de la muerte, Seth. Eso es levantar banderas de la muerte. ¿Qué haces, Seth? ¿Qué haces, Seth? Ah, coño. Ha hecho bastante skip también. Ah, pues mira. Espera, no me jodas que esto de verdad va. No me jodas que esto de verdad va a ser 7 horas entonces. Me esperaba que iba. Ok. Vale, esto ya va a ser. ¿Seguro sobre eso, Seth? ¿Estás seguro sobre eso? Ya, adiós a la capitana. ¡Uy! ¡Uy! Ladley se ha muerto. A ver, es Bayless. Es Bayless. Captain está a punto de morir la capitana. Pues nada, ni modo. Bye bye, capitana. Mercenarios de Gerald, refuerzos. Sí, se ha muerto la capitana. Pues nada, todos mis amigos se han muerto. Esa es la historia de Seth, gente. All my friends are dead. Todos mis amigos están muertos. Buena pregunta, Geth. Excelente pregunta. Vamos a ver a Bayless qué tanto miedo da. No puedo tomarme esto en serio. Si voy a jugar Xenoblade 3 o pasar de... No, el Xenoblade 3, eso sí que lo voy a jugar. Eso sí que lo voy a jugar en su momento. Vale, quiero que me seáis sinceros. Un poco os decepcionó la cara... un poco os decepcionó esto. En el sentido de que esto se supone que iba a ser la presentación de... se viene el Bayless, el que te va a patearte el culo en dos. Y te viene con esta cara. Yo no sé, pero... Lo mismo pasa con el avatar masculino, que consta que también... Que consta que también pasa lo mismo con el Bayless masculino. Pero con la cara que vienen, introducen, simplemente no... Me cuesta tomarlo en serio. ¿Te gusta el gameplay de este juego? ¿Por qué crees que estamos viendo un vídeo en YouTube, Andrés? ¿O hablas de Xenoblade 3? ¿O hablas por la pregunta del Xenoblade 3? A ver, en temas de Xenoblade, nunca he jugado un Xenoblade. Ni he jugado realmente a un juego de ese estilo. Pero yo pensé que... Me interesa probarlo. Me estás preguntando por lo del Xenoblade. Eso ya ni idea. No he jugado ni al 1 ni al 2. Me sé la historia. Porque vi vídeos en YouTube. Pero del gameplay, jugarlo, eso para mí es nuevo. Pero le tengo interés. Pero bueno, eso ya para el mes que viene. Vale, que sí, que esto es la pelea. El cutscene inútil. ¡Ay! ¡Vamos, Seth! ¡Haz una pirueta! ¡Hostia! Eso no se ve muy frecuentemente. Como uno le da un puñetazo. Eso no se ve muy frecuente. Vale, ahora es cuando mueres. Y estas 7 horas simplemente era un prank. Son 7 horas en negro. Ese es el prank, ¿verdad? ¿A que sí? Nope.
The cycle of this world, I will not allow to perish with you.
¡Uy! Ni 10 minutos de juego, de cutscene, y ya he empezado con el modo Super Saiyan. De puta... Oye, tremendo zoom, ¿no? Menudo enfoque ese zoom. Madre mía, ¿dónde enfoca el juego? ¿Cómo sabe dónde enfocar las cosas? Pero bueno, no llevamos ni 10 minutos y ya empezó el modo Super Saiyan. ¡Mua! De puta madre. Empezamos muy bien. Y no me interesa esto. Que esto básicamente pierde el tiempo haciéndose el guay. No sé por qué ya me jugué la demo. Pues sí. Lo siento, Seth, perdiste. Eso es lo que está pasando, Seth. Ha perdido. Usted perdió, Seth.
Sorry, but this fight is over.
Ajá.
Hey, wait. Why? We've achieved our goal. Your job was to stop us, and you failed.
Aunque ahora me pregunto, ¿me van a explicarme algún día de qué trataba este duelo de mercenarios? ¿Quién te contrató? ¿Quién os contrató a tu compañía, Bailey? Y la tuya, Seth. ¿Quién os contrató? Esto es algo que de verdad me iba comiendo la cabeza. Y madre mía, ese buen enfoque de cámara. Mira cómo sabe enfocar el juego. Madre mía, cómo sabe enfocar con el avatar femenino. Madre mía. Bueno, no sé si llamarlo avatar, pero con el Seth femenino sí que sabe dónde hacer el enfoque de cámara. Bien hecho, Koei Tecmo. Sabéis perfectamente dónde enfocar la cámara.
Where am I?
¿Esto no es Kansas, chat? Creo que no estamos en Kansas. Y usted... eres un pesado.
Who are you?
Ha! Now that is a tricky question. For the moment, why don't you call me Arval?
Ok. Te llamas Arval. Comprendo. Usted, Arval. Usted va a ser el diosito que va a cuidar de Seth. O sea, tú vas a ser el Sodis de Bailey. Así tal cual, ¿no? ¿Cómo?
Thank you?
Oh, my. That's the first time anyone has ever shown me gratitude. And I must say, I like it very much.
Arval, que eso ha sido sarcástico. Un poquito sarcástico fue eso, ¿no lo notaste? En fin. Vale, ahí tengo que dar crédito. Tratando de sonar como típico omnipotente, como que tengo que decirte algo importante, pero no es como que... No lo sé, ni puta idea. No sé lo que estoy tratando de decirte. Mira, escúchame, amigo mío. Escúchame, te necesito. Ay, Dios mío.
I remember collapsing, but then...
You're half right, which also means you're half wrong. But full marks for effort.
Buenísima, Arval, buenísima.
Still, the important thing is what you do after you wake.
Pues... ¿vas a decirnos algo?
Recall, please, how the Ashen Demon bested you. Came within an inch of snuffing out your life. If you attempt the fight again the same way, you will reach the same conclusion.
A lo mejor estaba destinado a morir, Arval, no sé, yo solo te pregunto. Pero claro, eso es malo para ti que se muera, supongo. Me imagino.
Then I'll get stronger. The woman I am now will seem like a little kid in comparison. And one day, I will surpass the Ashen Demon. I swear it.
Indeed.
Ajá. ¿Algo más que decir, Arval?
The company is finished. So there's only one thing I can do. Start over.
Huh. I thought you to be more sentimental. Did they not take you in? Care for you?
Gold's the only thing that ever held us together. And death is something we're all too used to.
Eso suena... Ajá, ¿vale?
And I lost the mother who raised me. Partings just come easy to me, I guess. The best way to honor my fallen comrades is by training hard and growing even stronger.
Pues eso sí que ha sonado, eso sí que ha acabado, ha tomado un giro un tanto deprimente.
And the Ashen Demon with them. That's what I'm going to live for now.
Sí, esto es la historia de Seth, gente. La historia de este nuevo protagonista es que este hombre me lo arrebató todo. Me humilló, me mató a todos mis compañeros, a toda mi compañía. Y ahora solo vivo por venganza. Y yo solo te voy a decirte una cosa, Seth. Para ti esta noche ha sido la noche más importante de tu vida. Para Bailey, esto solo ha sido un jueves. No, yo solo lo dejo esto claro. Para ti esto ahora ha sido el día más importante de tu vida. Para Bailey esto ha sido un jueves. Yo solo te digo esto. Yo solo te digo esto, Seth. Para Bailey esto no ha sido más que un simple jueves. Muy bien. Ahora toca el gran encuentro. Espera, aquí. Vamos, colabora conmigo. Sí, contando un poquito el lore del continente.
To the south is a region held for more than 1,000 years by the Adrestian Empire.
Donde está el protagonista más popular de todos, obviamente.
And to the east, a league of nobles that bends no knee rules the Leicester Alliance.
Donde ahí está el verdadero, el mejor prota. Donde ahí sí que está el verdadero buen prota.
Nestled between them is Garreg-Mach Monastery, seat of the Church of Saros, the land's widely practiced faith, and a power that helps to maintain peace across the continent. Not far from the monastery, at the northern edge of the empire, is a small village called Ramire, and west of this place stretches a forest where a lone mercenary awaits.
Donde ahí estaba Shed practicando y entrenando en solitario ¿por cuánto tiempo? Por 6 meses. 6 meses más tarde. Oka.
How many times must we do this? Get up already.
Buenos días, Arval. Buenos días. Espera, si es de noche, ¿qué haces despertándome a estas horas? ¿Qué haces, Arval? Si aún es de noche, déjale dormir a la pobre. Ajá.
Come on, I told you not to sneak up on me like that.
As if I have a choice. Do you know how many times you would have died by now if not for me? I'll tell you. 22.
¿Esos son demasiadas veces? ¿Elabora?
Times you leapt off a cliff to quote unquote get tougher. Saved you. Those 5 mad attempts to dispatch a horde of monsters by yourself. Saved you. And tonight, despite my repeated warnings, you took the wrong path and ended up having to sleep on a bed of leaves in the middle of the woods.
Ya. Este prota es tonto, básicamente. Básicamente es muy tonto, Shed. 22 veces que casi la palma. En 6 meses. ¿Cómo? ¿Cómo uno casi muere en 6 meses 22 veces? ¡Ay, Shed! ¡Ay, ay, ay! Con este Shed. Y no pongas esa cara. No pongas esa cara de triste. No, no voy a sentir empatía por ti. Joder, Arval. Qué puto. Me cae bien.
Actually, it's probably easier to show rather than tell at this point. Look over there, if you would.
¿Qué pasa?
Stop plowing ahead, Claude. You're going to get us lost.
Lost schmost. We've got it on Imperial authority that this is the way to the village.
True, I said there was a village, but how could anyone know where it is in the thick of these mountains? I can't even say for certain where we are in all this gloom.
Okay, new plan. I'll rely on my keen senses to navigate. Lucky for you, they're sharp as an arrow.
Hold, both of you. Someone's here. Another bandit, perhaps?
They're mistaking you for some common backwater thief. What cheek.
Excepto que así es como empieza la intro, básicamente. Para los que habrán jugado Three Houses o lo sepan, pues sí, básicamente Seth es el que va a reemplazar a Baeleth en temas de... ¡Ah, no! Yo soy el que me encontré a estos 3 lords por aquí en mitad de la nada.
You clearly need every blade you can find, and my pockets have been feeling awfully light lately. What do you say?
¿Te pagaron? ¿Te pagaron, Chef? Sí, pero ahora se viene cutscene y esto no me interesa. Vale, esto puedo hacer perfectamente skip. Que básicamente darle la paliza al pobre Costas, porque es el mismo bandido que les asaltó a los 3. Recordad que esto es lo mismo que pasó en Three Houses. Así que sí, se enfrentaron a Costas, que se lo encontraron por ahí, y le dieron la paliza de su vida. Ya. F por Costas. F por Costas. Misión cumplida.
Is it over?
¡Ah! Y también a Lois. Ah, claro, obviamente. Obviamente, también tiene que encontrarse por aquí a los caballeros de Seiros.
The Crown Prince and the heir to the Alliance?
Yes. And as the three of us are now in your debt, I think formal introductions are in order. My name is Edelgard von Hresvelg, Princess of the Adrestian Empire.
I am Dimitri Alexandra Blathid, Crown Prince of the Holy Kingdom of Fargus.
And I'm Claude von Regan.
El basado. Ese es el basado de los tres. Ese es el basado de los tres. Pero bueno, aquí estamos ahora por Dimitri. Ahora estamos aquí por Dimitri. Para eso estamos aquí. Ahora mismo estamos aquí por el buen Dimitri. Estamos aquí por Dimitri.
Hey, I only fought well because I had such fine companions by my side.
Lamiéndole las botas a estos. Madre mía, Seth. ¡No! ¡No! ¿Qué acaba de decir Edgar? ¿Esto desde esta línea de aquí? Esta línea es calidad fanfic. Esta línea tiene tremenda calidad fanfic. ¿Qué dices? No puedo evitar tener el presentimiento de que ha sido destino que nos encontráramos. ¡Claro! Por algo es destino, porque esta vez os hayáis encontrado con Seth y no con Baeleth. ¡Madre! ¿Cómo se me escapó esto cuando me probé la demo? A lo mejor porque estaba tan ocupado con el juego y tal que estaba más cansado y ahora no me fijé en estos detallitos. ¿Qué es esta línea? Es esta línea, por favor. Esto tiene una calidad de fanfic. Esto es calidad fanfic. ¡Qué calidad! ¡Qué calidad de fanfic! Madre mía, madre mía. Ay, 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 ay. ¡Oye, Arval! Ya, Arval, sobre eso.
Say, while I have you here, do you know where I can find Ramire Village? I took a wrong turn somewhere along the way. I'm looking for
Fire Emblem 3 fanfics. Yo es que literalmente esto es lo que... Esto lo dije desde cuando probé la demo. Que básicamente Three Hopes, por cómo comienza básicamente, por cómo de forzado ha sido la introducción de Seth, eso es calidad fanfic. Esto es literalmente un fanfic. Vale, sé que tiene un protagonista, pero ahora voy a hacer que ese protagonista sea malo por X razones y meto a mi personaje original Do Not Steal. Y que yo soy el que me encontré con los lords en vez de ese otro protagonista. Y mi motivo y mi historia es que todos están muertos y quiero vengarme de ese. Por favor, ahora que lo digo en voz alta, no me vais a decirme que eso nos suena muy fanfic eso, por Dios. Pero a ver, yo tengo un poco de fe. O sea, no incluyendo la intro, que es lo vi en la demo, y cómo de forzado fue la introducción de Seth en la historia y todo eso. Tengo al menos un poco de fe en temas de la calidad de la historia. Por todo lo demás, sin incluir a las partes con Seth por lo menos. Aunque claro, esto me iba a preguntarme, ¿cómo de importante va a ser Seth en esta historia? Porque Baeleth era importante por tener a Sodis, que es básicamente la diosa y todo eso. Sí, pero Seth va a tener a Arval, que creo que nos dio todas las señales del mundo entero que... Bueno, era solo ver los primeros, la primerísima cinemática, que básicamente era Shambhala. Así que está claro que va a tener que ver con las serpientes de las tinieblas. Pero no sé qué más, no sé qué van a jugar con Seth, es mi pregunta. Con Seth y Arval, eso sería mi pregunta. Así que tienen que echarla y todo eso. No sé, no fue forzado, Layam. ¿No escuchaste lo que dijo Edgar? Es por el destino. Es verdad, culpa mía. Absolutamente equivocado. Tienes toda la razón. No estaba forzado. Aquí ha sido cosa del destino. Lo dejaron bien alto y claro. Tienes razón, redactado. Culpa mía, sumimasen. Mi culpa. ¿Ken? ¿Puede ser Aloy?
I'll just have to meet this Gerald myself. After I've seen my
Muy buenas, Yori. Muy, pero que muy buenas.
After all, if I don't finish my assigned tasks, I'm mission the point.
¿Veis a este hombre? Es una buena persona, pero por desgracia esta persona es Polemarco. Por desgracia esta persona es Polemarco, chat. Esto es algo que hay que aceptar. O sea, Alois es un encanto, es una buena persona, pero luego entra en modo Polemarco y ahí pierde toda la basadez que tiene el hombre. Es una persona muy basada. Pero luego esto pasa. Entra en modo Polemarco y ahí pierde toda la basadez. Ahí pierde automáticamente toda la basadez. Lo pierde todo, Alois. Ay, Alois.
Missing mission. Come now, this is good stuff.
No, Polemarco, ¿qué haces? ¿Qué haces en Three Houses, Polemarco? ¡Fuera de aquí! ¡Fuera de aquí, Polemarco! ¿Qué haces en Three Houses? Bueno, Three Hopes. Bueno, en ambos. Que Alois está en ambos juegos. Vale, esto sería la parte de introducir y conocer a los alumnos, que eso no creo que haga falta verlo. Lo que importa ahora sería la conversación con Alois de cómo acabó. Basado y además Polemarco, ya está, en mi favorito. Vale, esto... Vale, esto ya es después de que he hablado con los alumnos, de conocerlos y tal. Y ahora toca hablar con Alois porque... Sé que tienes tus planes, pero tenemos que hablar de algo importante. Tenemos que hablar de algo importante.
I know you're heading for Ramire Village in order to find Gerald's mercenaries, but...
But?
Well, perhaps you might consider changing your mind and accompanying us to Garrigmach Monastery instead.
And why would I do that exactly?
¿Por qué siempre se ve muy deprimida Seth? Porque Seth siempre tiene esa cara tan deprimida. O sea, en serio. ¿Por qué siempre tiene esa cara tan deprimida? Con el Seth masculino que lo probé en la demo, tendría más una cara neutra. Pero esta Seth, la versión mujer siempre anda deprimida. La pobre mujer. ¿Por qué anda tan deprimida? ¿Por qué anda tan deprimida esta Seth?
This evening's turn of events was quite the embarrassment for the church.
Ah, por eso no puede irse tan tranquilamente, ¿no?
Out of our sight, and house leaders of great political consequence at that.
Ajá,
And
ajá.
then they cross swords with bandits. If word got out, well, let's just say it would sit poorly with everyone.
Porque Seth femenina sabe que es parte de un mero fanfic, pobrecita. Ah, vale. Ahora entiendo entonces a dónde está yendo esto. El Seth masculino es el que representaría al escritor fanfic. Pero claro, para no levantar sospechas, tenía que crear una versión femenina. Pero la versión femenina sabe perfectamente lo que está pasando por aquí. En la versión masculina está ahí viviendo la fantasía de oh, soy el prota. Y el femenino es como que, sí, soy el prota, pero yo ya sé lo que está pasando por aquí. Pues ¿sabes qué? Puedo simpatizar. ¿Sabes qué? Ahora que lo pones de esa forma, Yori, puedo simpatizar con esta Seth. Puedo simpatizar con ella. Sabe muy bien que esto es un fanfic. ¿Sabe qué? Puedo empatizar con esta Seth. Ahí sí que puedo empatizar. Todos estamos contigo, Seth femenina. Usted puede sobrevivir en este fanfic. Todos creemos en ti. ¿Todos creemos en ella, chat? Eso es. Píllate el dinero y hay que huir de ahí. Y huyes de ahí por patas. Huyes de ahí por patas. Escapa de este fanfic. Escapa del fanfic, Seth. Tú puedes.
That would be utterly hammy.
Alois, no. Alois.
Alois, has anyone ever told you that you're...
Don't. Some truths are simply too painful to bear.
Ay, Arval. Ay,
I'm
Arval.
no expert. I fear the poor man's heart couldn't handle the shock.
Y tienes razón. Y probablemente tiene mucha razón, Arval. Tiene mucha razón. No, no, Seth. Por favor, no. Hay cosas que simplemente no hay que decirlas. No se dice. Hay cosas que simplemente no se dice. Ay, Dios mío. Joder, cuando está básicamente una especie de mini diosito, lo sabe mejor que una persona normal. Joder, madre mía, cuando está alguien como Arval lo sabe, que dice, no, no lo digas, no lo digas, déjale al pobre Alois.
I know this wasn't in your plans, but if it lets us get to know each other better, perhaps it will prove worth it in the end.
A ver, el único worth que le interesaría sería el Money Money, que es una mercenaria, ¿no?
So let's try to keep the mood light.
I hesitate to ask this considering you're only here because of us. But... well, are you sure about this decision? The last thing we want is to delay you from your own business.
A ver, el problema es que no tiene opciones.
But it's not as if you have no say in the matter.
A ver, el problema es que no tiene opciones. No tiene opciones, ese es el problema.
I see this as just another chance to better myself.
You are more gracious than I. But as I see you've made peace with it, I will leave the matter be.
Dimitri, cabrón, ayuda, colabora. Mentir está mal, pero romperle el corazón a un buen tío como a Luis es peor. Correcto, Yori. Simplemente correcto. Por eso en el caso de Alois es como que con sus chistes hay que dejarlo, hay que dejarlo, hay que dejarlo. Hay que dejarlo porque se trata de alguien como Alois.
Thanks, Claude. I know you will.
Hey, hurry up back there or we'll leave you behind.
You know you've had a busy day when you rub shoulders with the heirs to the Empire, the Kingdom, and the Alliance.
Ya sabes, Arval, típico jueves por la viernes por la tarde, nada más ni nada menos.
But what do you make of them?
Ah, sí, decir opiniones de cada lord.
Dimitri's always checking in on me every chance he gets. He'll definitely make a good king. The kind who looks after his people. Seems like Edelgard thinks high enough of me. She's got this elegant air about her, but somehow doesn't hold any disdain for mercenaries.
Nice, eso está bien. Eso está bien, eso está bien.
That kind of guy who doesn't really strike me as noble, and I mean that in a good way. Something tells me he's gonna be easy to work with.
Of course, you only pick up on their rosy qualities. You really are a delight. Have I told you that lately? Still, you'd better pick up the pace before you vex these people any further.
Ahora, a mover el culo, Seth. Vale, un poquito de... ahí, a ver, acá, un poco de skip. Three Houses. ¡Oh! Three Houses. El nombre del título. Lo hemos encontrado, chat. Ha dicho el nombre del juego.
Each a student at Garreg Mach's Officers Academy and a leader of one of the school's 3 houses.
Sí, tenemos a la que todo el mundo odia, el que creo que nadie le odia realmente, salvo los haters de los fans de Edelgard, y luego el basado, Esos son los 3 protas. Y ahora estamos aquí por el que todos los fans de Edelgard odia. Estamos por él en esta noche. Bueno, esta noche para mí, no sé en qué... Estamos en este día. En este día estamos hoy todos con él. Ay. Ah, qué lugar tan precioso. Ahora viene... Sí, es hora de básicamente el chantaje. Bueno, el chantaje de... la amenaza, vamos a decirlo. Buena Rea, tan linda como siempre. Lo ha dicho, pero aún falta que digan el Fire Emblem. Espera. Ah, vale, ya me acuerdo cuál era el Fire Emblem en este juego. Joder, estaba a punto de preguntar sobre qué. Espera, ¿cuál era el emblema de fuego en este juego? Porque ya sabemos todos el chiste que en cada Fire Emblem el emblema de fuego es una cosa distinta. Pero aquí ya me acordé, Ahora que lo pienso, en tal caso... A ver, dependiendo del rol de Bailiff, el emblema de... Bueno, a ver, tampoco es que... Bueno, a ver, no sé, dependiendo del rol de Bailiff que tenga en esta historia... El emblema de fuego podría ser importante o absolutamente obsoleto en esta historia, dependiendo del rol que vaya a tener Bailiff aquí. Ah, sí, aquí diciéndole que, oye, ¿qué tal si te quedas aquí a estudiar? Y así asegurarnos de que no te vayas a ninguna parte y vayas a soltar cositas que no deberías decir. ¿Qué tal si te quedas, ¿Qué se le va a hacer a Arbal?
I need to get stronger if I'm gonna do what I need to. If your fancy school can really make that happen, consider me interested.
The Knights of Seros, as well as many other powerful warriors, pass daily through the gates of this hallowed monastery. If strength is what you are after, we can certainly provide it in spades.
Ah, el basado, mírale qué guapo además Seteth. Basado y guapísimo. Que joder, Seteth de los mejores personajes que han podido crear para este juego. De los mejores personajes este Seteth.
Alright, I'm in.
Wise decision.
Una sabia decisión sabia. Si no, pues tendríamos que haber tomado medidas más extremas, Seth, para asegurarnos de que no te vayas y sueltes cosas que no deberías decir.
If I may, permit me to tell you a bit more about the school itself.
Muy buenas, Hahnemann. Ahora que lo pienso, ¿Cyril está vivo? ¿Cyril existe? Porque todo lo que me percate está siendo matriculado, por favor, no se literalmente eso es lo que está pasando. Está siendo matriculado, no se resista. Ay, literalmente sí, tal cual random, tal cual. Ey, ¿qué iba a decir antes? Iba a decir algo, pero me pilló eso que ha sido gracioso. Ay, ¿qué iba a decir? Iba a decir... No me acuerdo. Iba a decir algo. Pero no me acuerdo. Se me ha olvidado por completo. ¡Ah, sí, Cyril! Ya me acuerdo. Joder, me olvidé del niño. Pero eso que es lo que iba a decir. Porque la demo, el niño no apareció en ninguna parte hasta donde yo llego. ¡Cyril está vivo! Literalmente Intelligent Systems ha dicho... Nadie le echará de menos. Algo sobre si tal persona estaba viva. Ya me acuerdo, sí, ya me acordé. Pero eso, o sea... Cyril no hizo ni una sola aparición en la demo. No hizo nada de aparición el Cyril. Lo cual me hace preguntar que qué le habrá pasado a Cyril. Vale, aquí fijo que va... Sí, exactamente, aquí estamos para la ruta de Dimitri. Pero eso, ¿qué le habrá pasado con Cyril? Porque literalmente se esfumó. No sé, a lo mejor lo veremos más tarde, pero... Se me hizo simplemente raro. Porque en la demo aquí te muestra a todos. Entre los alumnos, los miembros que trabajan en el monasterio. Pero Cyril no. El Cyril directamente no aparece. Es más, hasta te mostraban personajes que no estaban en el juego original. Que a lo mucho eran nombrados. ¿Me creerías si te digo que no sé quién poronga es Cyril? A ver... No me costaría mucho creer. Está entre los más olvidables, pero... Cyril es... Pero yo ya me he visto todo esto, así que tampoco me importa no leer verlo esto muy por encima. Fire Emblem.
Or is that curiosity I hear in your voice, Professor Yuritsa? I thought all the houses were the same to you. Perhaps you should be in charge of
es Cyril. Este niño es Cyril. Este niño es Cyril. Este niño es el Cyril. Ese niño es el Cyril. Ese niño es el Cyril. Y a ver, no... Ok, esto me preocupa aún más ahora que lo pienso. Porque acabo de mirar en Google y solo había imágenes de Cyril, pero en Three Houses. En la versión antes del time skip y la versión después del time skip. Pero no ha salido ni una imagen nueva. ¿Acaso se han olvidado de Cyril? me haría gracia. Me haría genuinamente mucha gracia. Me haría gracia como si por lo que sea, directamente... En las oficinas de Koei Tecmo han dicho: ok, el Cyril ese creo que nadie le echará de menos. Bórralo. Me sería, ante todo sería muy gracioso para mí. Un poco gracioso me haría. Ah, sí, la primera misión. La primera misión se viene. Ni me acordaba del niño. No te preocupo. No te culpo. Porque realmente sí que está entre los personajes más olvidables, diría yo. Joder, ahora mismo está... Literalmente... Está hablando de Cyril. Me distraigo con el chat Y me olvidé de Cyril. Así de olvidable puede ser. Vale, sí, aquí diciéndote que mira, enhorabuena, este es tu equipo favor. Este es tu equipo. Y ahora vendría la introducción con los leones azules.
Professor Yuritsa told me the good news. Welcome to the Blue Lion House.
Absolutamente maravilloso.
I'm excited for us to learn and grow together. But for now, please, make yourself at home.
Ya, está claro que para mí nada va a superar a los ciervos dorados. Para mí nada va a superar a los ciervos dorados. En temas de los personajes de la casa y la dinámica entre ellos. Aquí, pues me imagino que básicamente... Me pregunto qué línea diría si fuera Shed masculino. Me pregunto.
Enough chatter. You're a mercenary.
¿Cómo no? Felix sigue con lo suyo. Opinión que igual será poco popular teniendo en cuenta la encuesta, pero de verdad soy de los pocos que vean en general a los leones azules como no muy interesantes. Yo digo opinión poco popular porque literalmente la encuesta de cuál ruta queréis verme reaccionar primero, la mayoría votaron por Dimitri. Así que yo asumo que lo que acabo de decir es una opinión un poco popular. Es lo que asumo. Pero no sé, a mí por lo menos tengo mi preferencia con los ciervos dorados. No te tropieces, Annette.
I'm speaking from experience. One wrong turn and you're up in the library staring down the tallest stack of books you've ever seen.
Yes, this is the largest monastery in Fodlan, so it's easy to get lost if you let your mind wander.
If you struggle to settle in.
My boy el Sylvain. No sé por qué los personajes tipo espantaviejas como Gatry, Zane y Sylvain me gustan tanto. Bueno, puede ser más en el territorio de gracioso, por así decirlo. Esa sería mi teoría, o sea, sí. Veo a Gatry, Zane y Sylvain y es como que, jaja, sí, mira qué espantaviejas. Aunque bueno, ya luego te vendrá el que te va a decirte que actually Sylvain es más profundo que sí, ya lo sabemos todos, pero no nos interesa eso ahora mismo. A mí por lo menos, ya lo sabemos. Pero es por seguir el meme. Tenemos que justificar tirar a Sylvain con el resto de espantaviejas que hay en Fire Emblem.
I'm certain you'll get used to him. He may be a touch curt, but he's not a bad person at heart.
Me pregunto por qué lo dirás, Mercedes. Aunque a ver, realmente no creo que lo sepa ahora. Aunque a ver, me sorprendería que no lo reconociera. O sea, solo tiene una máscara, pero tampoco es la mejor máscara del mundo, Mercedes. ¿Sabes quién es Yuritsa, verdad? ¿Verdad?
We have a trustworthy new ally coming with us.
¿Es de confianza? ¿Es de confianza, Shed? No lo sé, Dimitri. Me parece falso esto. No lo sé, Dimitri. Parece falso. Parece falso, Dimitri. Yo solo digo eso. ¡Ey, buenas, Cami! Bienvenido. Aquí estamos todos. Aquí estamos. Ajá. Y ahora se viene... Bueno, ahora no, un poquito más adelante, el primer gran plot twist. Perdón por no haber estado en los directos anteriores. Yo ya lo he dicho 1000 veces y tendré que repetir otras 1000 veces al parecer. Nunca hay que pedir disculpas por no estar en el directo de cualquier streamer en general. Cada uno tiene sus circunstancias y ya está, que si no se puede, no se puede. Nunca hay que pedir disculpas. Nunca hay que pedir disculpas, que al final... No sé qué más decir. No hace falta, simplemente nunca hace falta pedir disculpas por ese tipo de cosas.
I needn't remind you, this is the first real battle for some of our charges. I trust you will keep them safe. Though I likely do not need to worry with an old hand like you at their side.
No, you don't.
Gracias por inspirar confianza, Yuritsa. Gracias por inspirar confianza. Si Superman puede ocultar su identidad poniéndose solo unos lentes, pues tampoco me es raro que Neo reconozca a alguien por una máscara chafa. ¿Sabes qué? Touché, Yori. Ahí, touché. Ahora, si lo pones de esa forma, touché. Tienes razón, tienes razón. Tienes razón.
Ashamed to admit it, but yes. It's possible someone magicked the bandits away.
Magic, ¿eso de verdad es un término real? Magic.
A handful of highwaymen scum.
So be it. We'll follow the blood scent.
Right, of course. We'll follow... Wait, what?
No, de verdad, esto de verdad sí que esto de verdad me hizo más gracia de lo que debería cuando lo vi la primera vez. Muy bien, seguiremos el olor de sangre. ¡Ah! Por supuesto, seguiremos el... Espera, ¿qué? Esto de verdad me hizo más gracia de lo normal. Esto me hizo más gracia de lo normal, la verdad. La primera vez que lo vi. Le seguiremos el olor de sangre. ¡Ah, por supuesto, seguiremos el... ¿Qué? Ay, me identifico. Creo que mucha gente se identifica con ese soldado cuando Yeritza dijo eso. Estoy convencido. ¿Qué dices? Estás haciendo streams. Ahora pues... A ver, yo mantengo el horario constante de los jueves y sábados, pero ahora que vino esto de repente, el Three Hop, pues lo quiero hacer ahora todos los días hasta que haya terminado de verlo todo y luego volver al horario de siempre. Más que nada por temas de que este es el tipo de cosas que quiero como hacerlo lo antes posible y quitarlo de en medio, por así decirlo. Además aprovechando ahora que es relevante, nuevo y todo eso. No quiero atrasarlo ni a por el estilo. Sobre todo que cuanto más tiempo dejo esto esperar, más probabilidad de que me coma tremendo spoiler. Así que también eso, porque espero más tiempo y al final me acabo comiéndome un spoiler por haber esperado.
Whoa there. Doesn't this whole fortress thing raise red flags for anyone else?
Seguiremos el olor de sangre. Los alumnos, entendible. Solo el soldado es el único que lo vio esto cuestionable. No, en verdad eso, los alumnos no dijeron nada de... ¿Qué cojones, Yeritza? Solo el soldado reaccionó como es debido.
We'll be heroes if we manage to take out an entire bandit outpost. This is the kind of stuff I live for.
No, no, Seth. Tú vives por dinero, Seth. Seth, no mientas. Tú vives por dinero. Recuerda tu oficio, por favor.
That's right. We're still on a mission after all. It's up to Professor Yeritza.
¿Yeritza?
And I say, enter the fortress. Dispatch any bandits you find.
But isn't it dangerous for us to go by ourselves?
There can't be more than a handful. You should have no
¿Cómo haces la barra muertos de tus Iron Mans es para algo? Pues lo hago manualmente. Literalmente hago manualmente... Colocar un cuadradito rojo aquí. Bueno, cuadradito no, una línea roja. Más o menos como... Ahora mismo con la pantalla. Y simplemente pongo un texto y unas imágenes cargaditas ya. Y simplemente es darle a clic a invisible y ver y no ver. O sea, en plan... Porque no ves es, le das un botoncito y... ¿No estáis? ¿Ahora estáis? Pues lo mismo hago con las imágenes y tal. O sea, simplemente no ves colocar las cosas, colocar de la forma más bonita que se vea y luego invisible, visible y tal con las caras de los personajes. Eso sí, aquí un poquito de adelantar para ver el primer... Ah, bueno, espera, creo que ya lo van a mostrar solo ¿o cómo? Vale, sí. Y ahora se va a venir la primera sorpresa. Para aquellos que hayan jugado Three Houses, se viene la primera sorpresa. Se viene la primera sorpresa. Es maestra ahora, Layam. No puede decir que hace las cosas por dinero, porque le bajan el sueldo por ser mala influencia. Buen punto, Iori. Eso también es un buen punto. Y... ¡Hola, Mónica! ¿Espera, Mónica? Sí, Mónica. ¡Hola, Mónica! ¡Pero es la de verdad! A lo mejor eres Cronia. A lo mejor eres Cronia.
Thank you for saving me.
¿Eres Mónica? Es la pregunta. Vale, eso responde la pregunta. ¿Esa es la Mónica de verdad? No es una impostora. Ya se terminó el juego de Among Us. El juego de Among Us se terminó porque ya llegó. Porque esa es la Mónica de verdad, al parecer. Y ahora viene... ¡Ahí! ¡Ahí vino el payaso del circo! ¡Ahí vino el payaso que se escapó del circo! ¡Cronia! ¡Te escapaste del circo!
Hi there. I'm Cronia. But you can just call me the lady that's about to murder you. Or, you know, don't.
No, Cronia, tú eres el payaso que se escapó del circo. Eso es lo que eres. Eso es lo que eres, Cronia. Tú eres el payaso que se escapó del circo. Con esas pintas, por Dios. Con esas pintas, por Dios. La waifu pelirrojas son mi debilidad. Pero un momento, Yori, ¿tú estás familiarizado con el Three Houses? ¿Tú estás familiarizado con el Three Houses? Aunque eso sí, lo de Mónica... yo tendría un poco de cuidado. Porque digamos que ya me vi un poquito de la demo cómo es la personalidad de Mónica. Y a ver, a mí por lo menos, cuanto menos es decepcionante. A mí cuanto menos eso es decepcionante. Vale, skip. Ahora debería salir el monstruo. Ahí está el monstruo. Cosa que lo destruyen y perfectamente. Eso no hay que verlo. Que sí, Cronia, vuelva al circo. Vuelva al circo, Cronia. Uy. ¿Se nota que estuvo secuestrada o algo así? Pues sí. Vosotros habéis jugado Three Houses, ¿verdad? Porque no sé, a mí se me haría un poco raro que estuvierais viendo Three Hopes sin saber nada de Three Houses. Bueno, yo lo pregunto por curiosidad ahora mismo. Pero aún así me sería un poco raro, cuanto menos. O bueno, no sé, a lo mejor simplemente no os acordabais mucho porque ha pasado ya bastante tiempo desde que salió Three Houses, que también sería comprensible en tal caso.
What are you doing in a place like this? Well, I was just on the verge of graduation last year when I was kidnapped by the strangest people. In truth, I thought I'd never breathe fresh air again. Thank you for
Solo Golden Deer. Bueno, a ver, igualmente deberíais saber de toda la fumada de Mónica y Cronia para cualquiera que haya jugado Three Houses. Porque eso es algo que ocurre en todas las rutas. No es nada diferente. Sobre el tema de esta fumada.
I think I understand. This all began when the knights lost sight of the bandits and you gave chase.
Correcto, Alois.
Afterward, you entered a suspicious fortress and rescued a missing student. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. I'll be sure to smooth things over for you once we're back.
Sounds good. But, why are you even here, Alois?
Because the knights sent for help after you left them behind. Did you expect anything different? Not that I'm trying to lay blame at your feet. I know you were following Professor Yuritsa's lead, so I think everyone involved can head home knowing they did just swell. For as you know, all's swell that ends swell.
Ay, Alois, no, para. Duele, que duele, duele.
I find this a rather grave turn of events. To think the same bandits who attacked our charges were behind another student's abduction.
I never said I was kidnapped by bandits.
Oh, ¿y quién te secuestró entonces, Mónica?
We saw others in the fortress, people who were clearly not bandits. This is just a thought, but what if they were the ones truly in charge, and the bandits mere pawns?
Yeah, there was one real piece of work. Cronia, I think, who managed to escape.
El payaso del circo.
I've seen all kinds of people as a mercenary. And she was definitely
Yeritza, agárrenme que lo mato. Agárrenme que lo mato ahora. Que ahorita mato al chistosito. Está haciendo mucho esfuerzo para contenerse, Yeritza. Ha hecho un enorme esfuerzo en ese momento para contenerse. Un enorme esfuerzo. La mera verdad no lo he jugado, pero sí me vi gameplays para conocer la historia. Ah, bueno, eso también me sirve. O sea, mi punto era más de contexto. Que tengan el contexto. Además no tengo dinero para... Bueno, a ver, yo me decía más del tema del contexto. que lo hayáis jugado o hayáis visto gameplays. Pues yo con Xenoblade 1 y 2, que no los he jugado, pero sí me he visto gameplays para verme la historia y tal. Yo decía eso, yo decía más de temas de... Vosotros sabéis Three Houses, ¿no? En plan, por lo que sea, que os sabéis un poquito la historia y el contexto y las cosas que ocurren y tal. Porque, a ver, a lo mejor acabo diciendo alguna otra cosa que es spoiler de Three Houses, pero yo... Que al menos tener en cuenta que en teoría... La idea es que si uno está aquí con Three Houses es porque ya debería saber cosas de Three Houses. Lo digo de eso desde ya, por lo menos. Lo digo desde ya. Lo digo desde ya. Y ya cada uno lo que quiera hacer. Actúen a vuestra discreción. Ah, esto es lo que dijeron de que fue Tomás el que secuestró a Mónica. Sí, era eso, ¿no? Sí, era eso. Era eso. Uy, perdón, botón equivocado. Acá.
You seemed preoccupied with her during the battle. She a friend of yours?
Sadly, I wouldn't know. My memory is but a shadow at this point.
Curioso. Amnésico también, ¿ah? Joder, qué dramático eres, Arval. Qué dramático. Gone. Vanished. Lost. Qué dramático, por Dios.
I was struck with the most inexplicable feeling. I couldn't tell you if it was revulsion or affection. It was simply pure emotion.
Ah, no, Arvalsus, ¿quién lo diría? Bueno, a ver, realmente lo van a hacer más obvio. A ver, ya era un poco obvio los primeros segundos del juego, pero ahora lo van a hacerlo más obvio todavía, redactado. Tú espérate, que ahora van a hacer las cosas aún más obvio. No te preocupes, redactado, que por si alguien no estaba captando las señales, ahora nos van a mostrar algo para hacerlo más obvio todavía. Vosotros esperad.
Hard to believe someone within the monastery was working against us.
It's shocking, yes, but we have testimony from the very person he abducted, not to mention all the other evidence they found. No surprise they want to bring the guy in.
This could be our only chance to find out about his co-conspirators.
So who is this Tomas guy anyway? You say he works in the library?
He used to help me track down all manner of obscure books. I always thought he was just a kind old man.
Sad.
Tomas is the last person I'd picture as a murderous kidnapper.
No subestimes mi capacidad de no reconocer pistas muy obvias. Espérate, tú espérate. Que esto lo que se va a venir ahora lo va a dejar las cosas claro o no. Lo siguiente es que vamos, que hasta literalmente el juego te lo va a decir en la cara. O sea, vale, lo de antes ahora con Arval diciendo como que no sé, qué raro. Es como que vale, era su intento de como que tratar de ser ambiguo, pero levantar alguna que otra banderita por aquí por acá. Pero vosotros esperad, que no tardamos mucho en que ahora el juego te diga en la cara. Pues sí, coño, que aquí hay algo. Que aquí hay algo demasiado sospechoso.
Your Highness, did this man hire the bandits that attacked you in the mountains?
That's what I'm told, but I've yet to confirm it. There is evidence that seems to link them.
I don't know about you, but I'm going to feel a lot less safe after this.
Bueno, normal. Es un poco normal.
Rumors are flying around the monastery about who else might be a traitor.
You'd think the church would do a better job vetting the people they employ.
Maybe it's not so easy to... Hey, do you hear that? Something's happening outside.
Ahí viene la escena. Ahí viene la escena, chat. Ahí viene la escena que lo va a hacer las cosas más que obvio. Vosotros esperad, vosotros esperad.
I don't know why I know this, but you need to get out there and quickly.
I think he's here. I'll be back.
Shouldn't we take a moment to... Very well. We'll be right behind you.
Ok. Y ahora, gran escenita.
There he is.
Hola, muy buenas, Tomás.
That man down there.
Lady Rhea wants to speak with you. I suggest you accept.
This doddering persona of mine will benefit me no further.
What is this?
Hola, Solon.
Familiar, right?
Such hubris from me.
Familiar.
You will pay for this.
Como que no... Vale. Pero a lo mejor... A lo mejor... Vale. A lo mejor alguien dirá, pues no, no lo veo. No lo veo tan claro. A lo mejor uno dirá, pues no, no lo veo todavía las señales de sospechoso. O sea, a ver, esto ya era demasiado obvio. Por si lo de antes no fue claro. Por si lo de antes no fue claro. Nos muestra esto. Que literalmente te dice, qué familiar. Mira, 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 mira lo que pasó con Seth ahí. Uy, qué familiar ahora con Toma. ¡Qué familiar! ¡Qué familiar!, ¿no? Es que exactamente casi parecido, ¿no? ¿No? Ah, espera. Ah, claro, ahora se enfoca con Dimitri. A ver, ¿qué está pasando?
Well, that was certainly an unexpected conclusion to the whole Tomas saga.
Pues eso sí, una saga muy corta, Arval, amigo mío.
Thanks to his shape-shifting ability, he slipped free of the knights and escaped.
Shape-shifting.
Yes, that's what I said. Also, I know what you want to say next. His powers are just like the ones you gave me.
Vale, ya. Básicamente, el juego ha hecho absolutamente todo lo posible, hasta incluso a esto, o sea, por si no te lo de, por si incluso lo de Sol, si incluso lo de Tomás, Solon, no me acuerdo ahora el nombre del cabezón, por si lo del cabezón, esa escena con el cabezón, no era suficiente, no era suficientemente obvio, aquí lo tenéis, que te lo dice en la cara. Te lo dice directamente en la cara el juego. Aquí. O sea, el juego de verdad quería fuertemente que diga que sí. Que mira, que aquí hay algo raro con Arval y con los serpientes de las tinieblas. Que aquí hay algo. Solo le llamaré cabezón a ese y ya está. Porque es lo que es. Literalmente, menudo cabeza enorme tiene así. Joder, que parece que va a explotar.
All I have is you, my dear partner in destiny.
No me gusta cómo dice eso. Mi gran compañero del destino. Madre mía, es que... Joder, qué gris. Ay.
And now that everyone knows about Tomas, some of them must have connected the dots back to me.
Uy, resulta que ese era el villano.
It's because they trust you.
Qué curioso, ¿no?
Someone's coming.
Qué curioso, ¿no? Todo el mundo ya le hizo la conexión, pero es en plan... Uy, qué sospechoso. Pero yo me fío de él todavía. Por eso no he dicho, no digo nada. Hola, Dimitri. Dimitri mamadísimo.
I simply wanted to check in after the unsettling events of the other day.
Ajá.
Well, it's not like I'm a quivering wreck or anything, but... it's gonna make my life a lot harder if my powers end up being evil.
Ajá.
Perhaps. And yet... how do I put this? Power is neutral. The good or evil of it comes from the one who wields it. For example, I possess extreme strength, and have always believed this gift was bestowed upon me so that I might protect others. And you used your power to save us, which means it cannot possibly be evil.
Didn't mean to fish for sympathy there, but, well, thanks.
Uh-huh.
My apologies if I overstepped.
I've been looking all over for you, Prince Dimitri. Her Grace the Archbishop is asking for you.
She requests that you come to the audience chamber immediately. Duke Fraldarius has arrived for a visit.
Rodrigue is here? I'm on my way. Let us continue this discussion later.
A ver, ¿cuál es la movida con Dimitri? Porque con lo de Cloud, ya vi lo que pasó en la ruta de Cloud, que aquí es donde empieza la separación de rutas. Cloud tuvo sus problemas, Edelgard también los suyos. A ver qué pasa con Dimitri. A ver cuál es el problema de Dimitri.
I've only just heard the news, so I'm a bit hazy on the finer points. But it seems my uncle has seized control of the capital and declared war on House Fraldarius.
Ajá.
All signs point to him wanting to stamp the line out entirely.
That's Felix's family, right? They're one of the kingdom's leading houses. What does the royal family gain from eliminating them?
I'd wager it has to do with House Fraldarius supporting my claim to the throne.
The bigger question is why the Grand Duke chose to launch an offensive now of all times.
Whatever the reason, he must have decided to act before His Highness's coronation could take place.
My uncle claims House Fraldarius is attempting to install me as their puppet. As such, he issued a written appeal to the Western Lords to help him rescue me from the Duke's foul clutches, as he puts it.
Uh-huh.
In what cruel world would our noble house take the reins of a boor like you?
Don't ask me, it's his pretext.
So what exactly is going on in the capital? You said it's been seized.
Oh dear. I do hope nobody there has been met with foul play.
Muy buena Royal Dragon, muy buenas.
I say the regent should be dealt with. I haven't heard one good thing about his leadership.
Habla de su tío. Oye, que estás hablando de su tío. Bueno, a ver, si el tío es un hijo de puta, pues...
Sorry, it's just that Lenato used to be in the Grand Duke's service, so...
He is a man of compassion. It's not out of the question he'll be swayed to my uncle's side. Truth be told, we're not sure where anyone's allegiances lie at this point. So let's not hasten to conclusions, any of us. We must all keep level heads.
Y nos vamos ahora a la capital, a Fargus.
Ah,
bueno, espera, que ahora hay que hablar de negocios con Rea. Hay que hablar todavía de negocios.
The Church of Seros cannot overlook this grievance.
Regrettably, many of our knights were dispatched elsewhere several days ago on another matter.
¿De pronto dónde fueron?
We may lack numbers. We have put together a unit of considerable skill. It will be captained by someone near and dear to you, in fact. Someone well suited to a mission within the kingdom.
Someone near to... Ah, of course. That is encouraging.
Since its very inception, we have watched over the kingdom of Fargus as one would their own child.
Ajá. Y para nada vais a tratar de aprovecharos de eso en el futuro, ¿verdad? Para nada vais a tratar luego de aprovecharos de eso en el futuro, ¿verdad, Rea? ¿Verdad que no tratarás de aprovechar eso en el futuro? Ah, ya veo lo que va a suceder. Bueno, a ver. Sí, ya me puedo ver a dónde va a ir luego esto. O al menos cuando ocurra el timeskip. O al menos cuando ocurra el timeskip de aquí.
Interesting. So she wants all of us to go with you?
Yes. This time, the Knights of Seros will be accompanying us, in addition to Professor Yuritsa.
Ah, Yuritsa también les acompaña.
Well,
Okay.
I certainly don't mind. But Annie and Ash, what about you?
You know I'm always behind you. But considering what it means for my uncle, I don't know. House Dominic's lands are surrounded by other houses that are likely to support Rufus's claim.
Que no vas a ayudar, Annette. Que lo entiendo, que lo entiendo, que lo entiendo. Que lo entiendo, que no vas a ayudar. No te preocupes.
Of course I don't want to get Lenato into any trouble. But I also know he'd want me to do what I think is right.
I'm sorry to place such a difficult decision on your shoulders, Ash. And what of you?
¿Me vais a pagar? ¿Me vais a pagar, Dimitri? Que es un mercenario. Bueno, a ver, no está el mercenario ahora mismo, supongo. Es un estudiante también.
Besides, I want to use my powers to help. After all, the good or evil of a thing comes from the person wielding it. Am I right?
Indeed it does. You have my thanks.
Podemos ver ya la cara del tío. Espera, ahora que lo pienso, ¿el tío de Dimitri fue mencionado en Three Houses? Porque sinceramente no recordaba que tuviera un tío en primer lugar. Pero a ver, supongo que alguien tenía que estar vigilando el reinado mientras Dimitri estaba estudiando, ¿no? Eso yo no lo sé, la verdad. No me suena ni me acuerdo si el tío de Dimitri fue alguna vez mencionado en Three Houses. Yo voy a asumir que sí, pero simplemente no lo recuerdo. Es lo que yo voy a asumir ahora mismo. Es lo que yo voy a asumir. Vale, esto no hace falta ver. Que esto es... Cornelia. Vale, ¿qué tenemos acá? Cornelia y el tío de Dimitri, a lo mejor. Fue mencionada por Sylvain en Three Houses. Pues simplemente no lo recordaba en tal caso. Simplemente no lo recordaba.
As you are the only blood kin I have, my lord, I pray we might find a way to resolve this conflict peacefully. Bah, what rubbish. He sings of conciliation, but I know a threat when I read it.
No lo sabes. Rufus, al parecer, se llama. ¡Hola, Cornelia!
He's not expecting a reply. The creature means to slay me.
No, Rufus, no sé por qué andas paranoico. Y ¡ay, mi madre Cornelia! ¡Ay, mi madre Cornelia! ¡Ay! ¡Ay, Cornelia! Bueno, a ver, no Cornelia, pero... Bueno, eso ya lo van a contar en nada, creo yo.
I've learned my lesson. A lion's cub is still a lion, and one cannot slay a lion with a clumsy scheme. It's those monstrous eyes, Cornelia. They terrify me.
Pero sí es adorable, Dimitri. Sí era una bueno, adorable no, pero... ¡Qué buenos píxeles! ¿A que sí? Tremendos píxeles le dieron a Cornelia. Tremendos píxeles. Rufus, chill. Que chill, por favor.
Every night since I killed my brother, I dream a lion is ripping out my throat.
Ah, espera, que él fue el que mató al padre de... ¡Oh! O sea, él fue el que mató al padre de Dimitri durante la tragedia de Duscard. Ah, mira tú por dónde.
Your royal army is the finest in the realm, and if I may be so bold, you also have me. Put your worries to rest, my king. Sleep deeply and without fear.
¿Le han cambiado la voz a Cornelia? La recordaba su voz un poquito diferente en Three Houses.
Tired of being afraid. Tired of what I've become. All of it.
Sí, creo que estás cansado. Mira esa cara de... Llevo 3 noches sin dormir. A tomar por culo.
How much longer until Tullus gives the word?
I know only that something is amiss in the Imperial capital.
Curse it all! I am not waiting 1,000 years for that doddering old fool to act. Rally the Western Lords and their troops, and be quick about it. Have them make ready to intercept that whelp.
As you command, Cleobulus.
Eso sí que sé que no existía en Three Houses. Ajá, o sea, aquí ya... Bueno, a ver, era bastante... A ver, ya era... En Three Houses, por si alguien no se entera, pues a ver, ¿recordáis lo de Thomas y Solon? ¿Recordáis lo de Mónica y Crony en Three Houses? Pues esos dos no eran los únicos que acabaron... Bueno, pues esos dos no son los únicos que acabaron siendo suplantados. También está el tema de Cornelia. Y bueno, ya veo que por primera vez nos cuenta el nombre de la persona que suplanta a Cornelia. Cleobulus, ¿ah? Ese nombre sí que no estaba en Three Houses. Estaba en los archivos del juego, pero no es usado. Ah, bueno. en los archivos del juego, pero como que nunca fue usado al final. Ah, pues interesante. O sea, sí que están los archivos, pero nunca fue usado. Curioso, interesante. Interesante. Eso sí que no lo sabía. Pero aquí ya veo que sí que decidieron sacar el nombre de... Sí, este es el nombre de la persona que está suplantando a Cornelia. No es la Cornelia... la de verdad.
We'll need to move our forces swiftly, but with caution. Dedu, has there been a reply from my uncle?
No, porque asume que no quieres negociar.
I thought not.
Your Highness, will you truly be able to strike Rufus down when the time comes?
Ah, que lo adivino, va a decir que... Yap, me lo esperaba. Que hará lo que se vea necesario, hará lo que tiene que hacer.
The people are waiting for you, Dimitri. Let's not keep them any longer.
Mercedes, vas con mucha prisa de entrar a empezar una pelea, ¿no? Dimitri es un emo vengador como Sasuke. Aquí no. En Three Hopes, ¿no? En Three Hopes, ¿no? Ahí sí que no. Ahí sí que no. Digamos que Dimitri... Bueno, Dimitri no, pero... Digamos que teniendo en cuenta los eventos que han ocurrido, que hace las cosas distintas a como fue en Three Houses, Dimitri va a acabar siendo muy diferente a como algunos lo recordarán en Three Houses. ¿Quién diría que lo único que se necesitaba para malograr los planes de las serpientes de las tinieblas era un mercenario con cabello de colores saturado? ¿Tal cual? La verdad es que sí, o sea, todo este efecto dominó comienza porque el chef, es el que acabó conociendo a los lords en vez de Bailey. Y tremendo efecto dominó ha tenido. Bueno, dominó no, el efecto mariposa. Tremendo efecto mariposa. Ah.
They said only a true king could undo Rufus's misrule.
So why didn't you?
Because it would have divided the kingdom, just as it's doing now. Yet had I supported my uncle's claim, it would have been open rebellion. And the only way to prevent such a rebellion is to invade the capital and kill the regent. In other words, I cannot restore my grandfather's peace without first breaking it.
In that case, there's no reason to hesitate. You know fighting is the only answer here. You just have to accept it.
My apologies. I have a bad habit of agonizing over such things. And as all of you have come this far to help me, the least I can do is make an attempt at optimism.
As we feared, the soldiers are using the townsfolk as shields.
Y tremendo skip, porque no necesito... Bueno, a ver, supongo que podemos ver cómo es la peleita contra... Bueno, a ver, la peleita no, alguna que otra línea con el... Ah, hola, Cornelia. Cornelia... ¿Ar qué? ¿Arnim? Arnim. Por un momento pensaba Armin.
This is your lucky day. I've decided that you deserve my personal attention.
¡No! ¡No! ¡Aléjese de mí! Y... Ah, ahí está Rufus. Rufus Thierry... Joder, tremendos apellidos.
Will today mark my death or his? Either way, this farce will finally come to a close.
Rufus, más alto, que nadie te oye. ¡Hable más alto, señor! Vale, ahora tremendo aquí, que no necesitamos ver la pelea. Fuera. Aquí. Madre mía. Que no tiene... Vale, aquí. Muy bien. Rufus, te has portado mal. Es hora de interrogarle. Bueno, interrogarle, hacerle preguntas, supongo. ¡Qué buena pelea! Tremenda pelea hicieron. Tremenda pelea. Impresionante. ¿Recordáis cuando Dimitri hizo eso? ¿Qué está pasando?
Something you feel like saying?
No.
All traitors get put to the sword.
¡Ah, espera! ¿Le van a ejecutar? ¡Oh, wait, what!
It's his duty as king.
¡Lo van a ejecutar!
Final words?
None for you. But tell me something, boy. Does it trouble you to slay your own kin? What a surprise. I did not think you capable of sympathy, craven monster that you are.
Yes. But either way, I do what I must.
Well, to perish by your hand, it is a fate that I much deserve.
¿Esto es la primera vez que presenciamos una ejecución en Fire Emblem, no? Porque, a ver, ejecuciones en Fire Emblem no me suena que sea algo nunca mencionado. Pero, ¿así visto? ¿Así visto? Eso sí que es la primera vez en todo Fire Emblem, ¿no? ¿Ver una ejecución así? ¿Así cortándole la cabeza? Ok, no me lo esperaba. ¡Hostia puta! No me esperaba una puta ejecución así. O sea, a ver, yo me esperaba que lo matarían porque traidor o lo que sea y tal. No me esperaba que nos mostraría un puto cutscene de Dimitri cortándole la cabeza. Eso sí que no lo esperaba verlo, joder. Hostia, y la de Emirin, a ver, no ha sido una ejecución de forma... ¡Hala! La cabeza pa' suelo. Además, lo de Emirin... A ver, más que una ejecución fue un salto de fe. Pero vamos, tampoco tan... No ha sido tan ejecución de la misma forma como lo ha sido ahora con el tío de Dimitri. Lo de Emirin fue un salto de fe. ¿Y quién es usted? ¿Y por qué tiene la silueta así? ¿Ese pelo es de Sylvain?
Thinking this to be recompense for the assassination in Dusker, we investigated the link further. In 1171, the mage Cornelia arranged for a certain powerful imperial family to come to the kingdom.
That's the year when my step-uncle, Lord Arundel, brought Edelgard here in exile.
Correct. We think Lord Arundel and his followers were behind the matter. They have deep ties to the imperial household.
As I suspected. You're a clever man, Margrave Gautier.
¡Gautier! ¡Ah!
Thank you, Your Highness.
A ver, solo puedo decir una cosa. Está claro que Sylvain heredó los genes de su madre. Al menos por la cara. Porque, ¡joder! El mismo que le jodió la vida a Miclain. ¿Sí? Pero yo solo puedo decir esto. La mayor ironía, ahora que estás mencionando eso... Sylvain y son parecidos. A ver, ¿qué iba a decir? Redactado, la ironía de eso es que Miclain está claro que sí que heredó mucho más los genes de su padre. Porque pones a Sylvain luego y es en plan, no, Sylvain está claro que heredó la cara de su madre. Bueno, no sabemos cómo es su madre, pero esa cara no la tiene Sylvain. Si algo es Miclain el que tiene la cara de su padre. ¿Qué? Está claro que Sylvain heredó los buenos genes. Heredó los buenos genes de su madre. ¡Madre mía! Ay, 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 ay. Tuvo suerte. Parece que Sylvain ganó la lotería genética. Ganó la lotería genética, Sylvain. ¡Madre mía!
But now that things have come this far, we can't expect the Western Lords to stay silent. We need a way to...
Oh, there are always ways, provided you're willing to keep all your options open.
Yes, I suppose so. Let us speak more of this later. For now, spread word of what you have found to every palace and pub in the land. That should help keep the lords in check.
En más de una manera. Ay, es verdad, la cresta. Ay, Dios mío. Vale. Está claro que dije algo que tenía muchas más capas de ironía de lo que había pensado originalmente. Ay, Dios mío.
I will not feed my people half-truths. They deserve to know.
I've always admired that candor, Your Highness. Yet such news is sure to create a degree of unrest in the kingdom.
So you suggest we bury the truth? Should it somehow come to light, the people's faith in me will be forever shaken. If the kingdom is ever to part ways with our bloody past, this is the path we must walk.
Fine words, though I doubt they'll appease the people of Duscur. Nor the rest of Fargus, many of whom will not be so quick to forgive.
Ha! We thought you might say as much, which is why His Highness and I have devised a solution. I will resign the title of Duke and pass it to my heir.
Oh?
Spare me, Rodrigue. One person with wild ideas is already one too many.
It's not wild at all, Matthias. Someone must bear responsibility for what happened in Duscur.
¿Y él piensa cargar con la culpa a pesar de que no tiene nada que ver?
And we need him unsullied if he is to lead. Someone has to get down in the mud and bear the slings and arrows for him. Who better for such a task than me?
¡Qué absoluto campeón, Rodrigue! ¡Qué absoluto campeón! ¡Qué absoluto campeón, Rodrigue! ¿Qué dices? Él no tiene nada... O sea... Espera, déjame aclarar un par de cosas. O sea, por lo que veo, ya después de haber interrogado un poquito al tío de Dimitri antes de ejecutarlo, pues parece que ya descubrieron mucho antes que en Three Houses lo del tema de la verdad del incidente de Duscur, que básicamente tiene más que ver con Arundel. Y que, bueno, que fue el tío de Dimitri el que básicamente lo mató y tal. O sea, que básicamente ya obtuvieron respuestas. Ya obtuvieron la verdad aquí de que no, efectivamente la gente de Duscur, la gente de Dedue, no eran los culpables de esta tragedia. O sea, ya obtuvieron esa respuesta y tal. Y básicamente están preparados para... O bueno, esto sí que es impresionante, pero también un poco positivo, porque... No, básicamente se ha hecho con la idea de que esto es culpa de Edelgard. Así que no va a entrar en modo no entra con venganza, parece ser. O sea, no va a entrar con venganza porque ahora sabe que... Bueno, más bien en esta ruta nunca se le vino la idea equivocada de que Edelgard es la culpable y tal. Si algo aquí ya tuvieron la pista de que, hostia, fue mi tío, el Arundel... Y todos estos y tal, los que estaban conspirando para básicamente cargarse el padre de Dimitri y crear toda esta tragedia y tal. Así que interesante eso. Aunque joder con Rodrigue. O sea, Rodrigue básicamente está dispuesto a cargar con toda la culpa, aunque no tenga nada que ver. Aunque un momento, de eso también implica que... Espera, ¿Félix va a ser ahora el mismo duque? ¿Félix va a ser duque? Eso sí que suena... ¿Qué dices? ¿Qué dices?
In that case, we've only to deal with the issue of the throne. I believe we should move forward with your coronation straight away.
Sí, eso de decir adiós a la academia, ¿verdad?
My time at the Officers Academy was a valuable experience, but I belong here now. Obviously, Felix won't be able to return either. Have him come to me later, so I can deliver the news and...
I've already had a word and told him it must be done. You've no need to apologize.
O sea que Felix está de acuerdo. O sea, bueno, a lo mejor no tan de acuerdo, pero como que va a aceptar su nuevo cargo. Interesante.
You'll also be staying here in the kingdom.
But I abandoned my homeland. There can be no place for me in Fargus.
Gilbert, cállate.
I will make a place for you. I need your help. Lady Rhea will understand.
It would be my great honor, Your Highness.
Send word to the church and the lords. Count Galatea will be in charge of contacting the south. Now, there's another topic I'd like to discuss. I wish to reorganize my army. Since I have you all assembled, I'd like to hear your suggestions.
Ok, va a rehacer el ejército, también dice Dimitri.
Have you even slept since the battle?
Never mind that. There's a favor I've been meaning to ask of you. It won't happen right away, but I'm considering the formation of a new private army. I need someone to captain them, and I was hoping it might be you.
Ajá. ¿Y
And what
por
does the leader of
qué?
the kingdom need with a private army?
I fear my uncle may have rubbed off on too many of my knights.
Ah, ya.
I'm not saying they're all bad, but it's clear as day that bribery ran rampant. To rectify the matter, I'm looking into a complete reorganization of the army.
O sea, quiere rehacer el ejército porque algunas sabe que habrá gente del ejército que igual están influenciados por su tío. Así que quiere hacer un ejército privado pero compuesto de soldados leales. ¿Comprendo? Un momento, chat.
Not knights and nobles. A mercenary like you is far more likely to earn their trust than some stuffy noble who's never known a day of hardship. Please, allow me to be clear. This is not an order. If you'd rather return to the academy, you're free to do so.
Pero se va a quedar y aceptar, ¿verdad?
Thank you, Dimitri.
Y aquí viene el timeskip.
Revolt and ended his uncle's life. Dimitri draws closer to the truth regarding the tragedy of Duscur, and also begins the process of ascending the throne. All the while, the Adrestian Empire deals with a fierce power struggle in its capital, Enbar, while the Leicester Alliance finds themselves pitted against an invading Olmyran horde.
O sea que aquí, sí, ocurren cosas. Y ahora empieza el timeskip.
Realizing the troubles of Fodlan will fall squarely on her young students' shoulders, Archbishop Rhea closes the Officers' Academy and permits her charges to return home.
Aquí termina el prólogo y ahora empieza... Muy bien. Ahora empieza la guerra. Ahora empieza la guerra. A ver qué ocurre aquí.
It is the end of 1181. 2 years have passed since the Officers' Academy closed its doors. After ascending the throne,
¡Guapo, Dimitri! ¡Guapo!
to the Holy Kingdom of Fargus. With Edelgard ruling as the Emperor of Adrestia and Claude leading the Leicester Alliance, the three erstwhile schoolmates strike out as the next generation of leaders. A new era is dawning in Fodlan, and much teeters at the brink of great change. The first tremors of a major upheaval rock the land as Edelgard declares war on the Central Church.
Pues sí, los planes de Edelgard siguen exactamente igual en pie. De querer deshacerse de la iglesia de... Bueno, la iglesia no, pero de deshacerse de Rea más bien. Comprensible.
Pardon my lateness, Your Majesty.
Eso es ilegal. Felix, estás siendo demasiado correcto con Dimitri. Eso es ilegal. Eso es muy ilegal. Supongo que se lo está tomando muy en serio sus deberes de duque. Aún así, eso está muy curseado. ¿Qué hace Felix siendo tan respetuoso hacia Dimitri? Eso se ve muy mal. Eso se ve muy mal. Ay, Dios mío. Eso se ve muy mal. Eso no se ve correcto. Eso no se ve correcto.
This is about the Empire's declaration of war against the Central Church, yes?
Indeed. As you're aware, we have already begun accepting refugees from Garrett Mach. But a few days ago, I received a confidential request from Seteth, asking us to protect the higher-ranking members of the church. Including Lady Rhea herself. Of course, we'd only meet this eventuality were Garrett Mach to fall.
Okay.
As it stands, we find ourselves quite literally stuck between the Empire and the Church. I'm not sure how much longer we can remain neutral.
O sea, se mantienen neutrales en un principio, pero ahora que han recibido la noticia de la cartita esa de... de Arval... No, de Arval no, ¿qué estoy diciendo? De Seteth, pues parece que pronto van a llegar a ese punto de tenemos que elegir un bando, no puedo mantenerse neutral en esta guerra, ajá.
As it may be, I believe it prudent for us to reject this proposal from the church outright.
Ajá.
Offering them shelter will only serve to provoke an invasion from the Empire. This matter of the Southern
Félix,
Church
no padre,
concerns me
esto no es una etapa, es mi verdadero yo. Ay, Dios mío, o sea... Ay, Dios mío. No. El Félix correcto y tal es una etapa. El Félix correcto y respetuoso, eso es una fase, eso es una etapa.
Are we to renounce the very heart of this kingdom simply because we shudder at the thought of invasion?
O sea, el argumento acaba siendo de que... vale, sí, esto es un caso de que básicamente el Papa es el que corona el... Un momento, ¿esto no ocurrió también en...? No, espera, ¿esto de qué me suena también? Me suena de algo de las clases de historia con Europa. Me suena mucho de eso. El Papa es el que corona al rey, básicamente. Ay, me suena un montón eso. No me acuerdo de qué exactamente. Pero algo de historia con Europa.
And some degree of suffering is purely inevitable. You know this as well as I, Viscount.
You dare speak of suffering, do you? When the blaze of war will not scorch your lands in the north as it does ours?
I would normally agree that those of us from the Northern Territory should hold less sway in this discussion. But if Garrick Mach were to fall, the war fronts would not halt in the west. Your Majesty, what of House Rowe or Galatea, or the others in the south?
Not a word from Count Rowe as it stands, but I did receive a missive from Count Galatea. It read, "My people are not fools enough to rejoice in the surrender of their territories to invaders. There is no morality in turning our backs on the institution at the very foundation of our lives. We must support the Church as they have supported us."
Your Majesty, we owe a great debt to the Central Church for their role in quelling the uprising 2 years ago.
¿Eso también es cierto?
To not repay such generosity in kind would risk weakening the trust of your vassals.
And if that happens, we might find ourselves right back in the same mess as before.
Vale, con problemas
We lack
internos.
the crest of Blythid, but there's no small number of nobles who might crawl out of the woodwork claiming royal blood. The kingdom's already seen the turmoil and division such claimants can bring after the death of King Klaus.
But Duke Fraldarius, surely we are better served attempting to head off the very real and imminent war at hand, instead of debating hypothetical unrest.
I don't want my people to suffer the pain of conflict. But does anyone here really think the Empire will simply stop if we appease their every demand? Suppose we do let the Empire take the Archbishop. And suppose we accept this new Southern Church. Then what?
I imagine the Empire plans to install the Bishop of the Southern Church, Count Varley, in Lady Rhea's place. I fear I've heard nothing good concerning either the man himself or his teachings. They purport to be an arm of the Church of Seros, but the Southern Church is nothing more than a mouthpiece for the Empire at large.
In other words, rejecting the Central Church in favor of this new Southern one would be no different from flat-out accepting imperial rule. It's hard to say just how they would treat our kingdom were such events to unfold. Though I imagine it would involve heavy taxation for the express purpose of bleeding Fargus dry and filling the imperial coffers.
Ok, eso sí que no es correcto, pero simplemente están especulando porque no tienen fe, no se fían del imperio básicamente, ¿eh?
Do you have something to add, Duke Fraldarius?
Not really, no. I was just wondering how long we were planning to continue this tedious charade. The question's simple. Do we hand over our kingdom and subject ourselves to imperial rule or not?
I believe the Margrave has been quite clear as to what will happen if we give in to the Empire's demands. We've all been informed of the rapid reformation their region has undergone, many aspects of which I admire, I'm not ashamed to say. But an old, stubborn land like ours isn't suited for such tempestuous change. Radical new freedoms are not what the people of Fargus need right now. They need stability, steady improvement in their daily lives, and real, lasting change can only come from a solid foundation.
Sounds like your Majesty has made up his mind then. Just say the word and we'll leap into action.
The Holy Kingdom of Fargus will hereby offer asylum to the Church of Seros. Everyone, sharpen your blades and prepare for the battles ahead.
Esto sí que es algo que me ha gustado mucho ahora mismo, lo que acabo de ver. Porque, para los que estén familiarizados con Three Houses, todos sabemos que Dimitri es el hombre que básicamente cada acción que ha tomado después del timeskip y tal ha sido puramente por venganza. Aquí, como que... Dado que Dimitri no tiene mucha razón de esa ceguera de venganza, sobre todo después de ese pequeño descubrimiento con lo de la verdad del incidente de Duscar y tal, pues como que sí que estamos viendo básicamente un Dimitri más político, que está tomando las decisiones que está tomando por lo que viene a ser su creencia política, de lo que él piensa que es lo mejor para su reino y lo que necesita. No que básicamente está en plan, no, es el Imperio y es Edelgar, así que vamos a ponernos fieramente a ellos. Es más, que hasta Dimitri dijo en un momento lo de que, además que hicieron unas cuantas reformas y cosas en el Imperio, cosas que en verdad admiro, no me avergüenza decirlo. O sea, Dimitri, estamos viendo un Dimitri más de mente fría, más político, por así decirlo. Las decisiones que está tomando las toma como el rey Dimitri, el rey que se preocupa por su reino, no simplemente el Dimitri sediento de sangre y venganza. Esto es algo que me está gustándome un montón, ver este Dimitri. Este Dimitri me encanta ver este Dimitri. Ya tuvimos nuestra diversión con el Dimitri edgy, fiero, masacrando y todo eso y tal, pero ver un Dimitri así... Me gusta la verdad ver un Dimitri así.
Make to ride at once. Our intentions must be made clear.
Me gusta ver este Dimitri, la verdad. Me gusta mucho ver este Dimitri. Me gusta mucho.
And all the other lords who failed to answer my summons.
Understood, Your Majesty.
Muy interesante y me gusta ver este Dimitri. Me gusta ver este Dimitri.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Ever since His Majesty ascended the throne, we've been fighting battle after battle through every corner of Fargus. But I never thought we'd be going toe-to-toe with the actual Empire. I'd be nervous if it even felt real.
Yeah. It's not like I'm opposed to the war, but I have a weird feeling about this too.
You uneasy? I didn't even think that was possible. But I suppose you learn something new every day.
¿Llevas molestando a Shed durante 2 años seguidos, Arval?
What happens to Fargus now? I feel like things have been steadily improving lately, but not everyone favors His Majesty as I do.
Yeah, I hear the grumbles too. But there's not a ruler in the world who doesn't have their fair share of critics, right? All I know is, we wouldn't be where we are now if not for him. I mean, look at me. Saddled with some mysterious power we don't know anything about, and he still chose to put his faith in me. It's only right I return the favor in kind. Oh, and speak of the devil.
Am I interrupting something?
¿Cómo lo has...? La puerta está detrás de ti. ¿Tú cómo has visto que era Dimitri? Eso... no sé, no voy a darle tantas vueltas a eso.
You heard all that, huh?
More or less. I apologize for the interruption, but there's an urgent matter at hand.
Anything I can do to help?
There is. As you know, we've offered asylum to the Central Church in their efforts to flee the Empire.
Uh-huh.
As such, we are to escort the Archbishop herself to the royal capital at once. I expect heavy pursuit from the Imperial forces, so I am assembling a team of those I trust most to assist in the mission. Of course, I'll be leading my own regiment into battle, but I was wondering if you'd be willing to accompany me.
Is that it? I'd be glad to. How are things looking at Garreg Mach while we're on the subject?
Grim. Neither the Knights of Seros nor the monastery ramparts are capable of holding off the Empire's massive military might. I dare say we have precious little time to waste. Prepare to deploy at once.
Ok, esto sí que no hay que... Uy, vale. Un pequeño skip. Y... ¿qué tenemos aquí? Skip. No necesito ver todo esto. No necesito ver esto. Aquí. Uy, ok. A ver qué pasa. Una pequeña visita primero al Imperio.
Then she's fleeing north to Fargus.
There is also, of course, a passage to Daphnal territory within the Alliance. But I surmise you are correct. She surely makes for the kingdom.
If Fargus has chosen to side with the Central Church, it stands to reason they'll mobilize their forces to escort the Archbishop. If they do rendezvous with her and manage to retreat to the kingdom, our one chance will be lost.
¿Usted quién es?
We cannot let her slip through our grasp. I will see to it myself that we don't. Your Majesty, I will need a squadron well equipped for pursuit if I am to accomplish this task. One such as the Brigid Hunters. Given our considerable losses during the suppression of Garreg Mach, a smaller unit would be preferable for this undertaking.
Petra's unit. Very well. Take anyone you think could prove useful to your efforts. If we can capture the Archbishop, the tides of this war will turn drastically in our favor.
Agreed, Your Majesty.
As for you, gather the others.
Ok, y a partir de aquí es donde más o menos terminaba la demo, si mal no recuerdo. Así que a partir de aquí debería ser territorio completamente nuevo. A partir de aquí va a ser territorio nuevo. Así que vamos a ver qué ocurre.
Excellent. We'll ride to them at once. For now, everything is going according to plan.
Todo de acuerdo. ¿Qué, Kaku?
We're ready to ride when you are, Dimitri. Just give the word and we'll move out. Gotta say, it's gonna feel great to fight alongside all these familiar faces again.
You're right. I always feel much stronger when my friends are around.
No mencionamos ahora el poder de la amistad, por favor. No me hagáis esto. Pero bueno, así lo tienen que decirlo, ¿no? Supongo.
I could hardly believe His Majesty reached out to me of all people. But I'm really glad he did.
I'm pleased to see you all here.
Felix.
I always knew this day might come. I prepared myself as best I can, but I am still a bundle of nerves.
This will be a lot different from the fighting that's been going on the past 2 years. We'll need to really have each other's backs out there.
Silva, en serio.
Silva, en serio. Upon us, Your Majesty. I trust you've made your peace.
I have. The blood spilled today will be a worthy sacrifice if it means keeping the people of Fargus, the people of our homes, safe. If that is our cause, we have no reason to hesitate. Now move out.
Muy bien, el punto sin retorno. Van a liarse con la iglesia. Ok. Sí, aquí está el punto sin retorno. A ver, ¿dónde sería el skip más o menos? Como acá. Acá, un poco más de skip. Pues vale, Huber vale, sí, le dio una paliza a Huber, que era el boss de aquí. Y vale, misión cumplida.
It appears we arrived just in time.
You have our utmost thanks for aiding in our retreat, Your Majesty. I can only apologize for the trouble we may have caused your outfit.
¿En serio?
King Dimitri, I cannot express just how grateful I am to you and all the fine people of Fargus.
The honor is mine. Your order provided me with immeasurable aid during my ascension to the throne. My citizens would have branded me a heathen had I not returned the favor.
And now it seems we are the ones who owe a debt. The Church shall provide whatever assistance it can to your efforts.
If you see it prudent, I have no objection to placing the Knights of our Order under Kingdom command.
Thank you both. While it pains me to qualify our hospitality, this kingdom is not a wealthy one, neither in goods nor provisions. I fear we may struggle to compensate your soldiers, or even to feed them.
You needn't trouble yourself with such concerns. Your generous offer of shelter will be more than enough.
Very well. We've lingered here long enough. Let us make for Ferdiad. There's much to discuss. The Church, the Kingdom, and the battles to come.
Se acaban de enemistar con el Imperio, ¿huh?
2 years ago, I never would have imagined we'd be fighting a war like this.
I'm with you there, but now that we are, you found yourself in a rather favorable situation, no?
¿Lo es?
How do you mean?
When a war breaks out, every mercenary in the land starts crawling out of the woodwork. And those associates you happen to be working with should be tough enough to take on you-know-who.
Gerald's mercenaries. Yeah, good point.
And then you can give them their just desserts or die trying.
Mejor evitar la muerte, Arval.
That last part, thanks.
Mejor evitar la parte de morir.
Relax, relax. You know I'm on your side. Our destinies are forever intertwined.
¡Qué pesado con lo del destino, Arval! Eres muy pesado con esto del destino. ¿Alguien te lo ha dicho alguna vez? ¡Qué pesado eres con el tema del destino!
Let's assume Cornelia has hidden herself somewhere in the Western Territories.
Ah, espera, que Cornelia se escapó. ¡Maravilloso!
Viscount Mateus or Viscount Gideon have taken her in.
Ni puta idea de quién es uno y otro.
All the same, we can't exactly go around unseating every vassal we suspect of being disloyal.
Right. This is no simple matter, but at least we have a firmer grasp on the situation now than we did 2 years ago. Dedu, send word to House Perderi. We'll need soldiers on their land if we hope to keep the enemy at bay.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Viscount Mateus' son is here with us, while Viscount Gideon's daughter is off serving as a knight in Galatia. Under the present circumstances, we only have so many soldiers to spare on domestic matters. It seems we'll have to resort to any means necessary.
¿Y eso qué incluye, Dimitri?
I will bear the weight of the kingdom's sins. If slaughtering 100 foes means bringing salvation to 1,000 of our own, I will do it.
Ay, vale, ya veo que el Dimitri sangriento no se ha ido del todo. Ya veo que el Dimitri sangriento no se ha ido del todo de...
As you wish, Your Majesty. And if I may, try not to torment yourself so much.
Ah, how far our proud king has fallen. You sounded utterly vicious just now.
Cállate, Felix.
What do you want, Felix?
Oh, not much. I just thought catching a glimpse of your haggard face might put a smile on mine. I knew that playing the part of a cool-headed leader would be too much for you. But all this scheming, this calculation, doesn't suit you. Why don't you just give it a rest already?
You think too highly of me. This is who I am, Felix. I've never been anything more than a bloody demon on the path of revenge. I stand here today to lift the burdens of all who perished before me. To see that those who bear guilt for their deaths are held accountable. I will expose whoever I must. Slay whoever I must to see my task through to the end. There is no place for mercy within these walls.
Ay,
If it affects
Dimitri.
the safety of my people, then that's all the more reason to strike now.
Ay, Dimitri.
And here I thought you were finally starting to pull yourself together.
I snuffed out my uncle's life with my own two hands. As king and as general, I've killed countless more. I looked on as nearly everyone I held dear perished. I am the one who must take responsibility for their deaths. So rest easy, Felix. The weight of my atonement will not fall on your shoulders.
No point in trying to reason with a boar. Enough of that, though. The city seems especially spirited today. Is something going on?
Ah, yes. Lady Rhea and
¿Three
the
Hopes
others
es
from the
canon o
church
es algo
are making an
alternativo a
excursion
Three
to the
Houses?
chapel.
Ni puta idea, Cami.
I suggest you join in
En
on
un
the festivities before you
principio
go.
parece que es un alternativo, pero como bien dije antes, todo depende del rol de Beireth, lo que va a determinar qué rayos es esto exactamente. O sea, así de primeras lo que parece es un alternativo, como un Three Houses una Three Houses alternativo. Pero eso, que todo depende de de cuál es el rol de Beireth, porque todos ya sabemos lo que es capaz Beireth. ¿Quién se murió ahorita? Nadie se ha muerto. Nadie se ha muerto. Bueno, a ver, el tío de Dimitri, supongo, pero ya lo ejecutamos porque era un puto antes del time skip. Pero ahora nadie se murió.
Everyone here? Well, let's get right into it. We have to figure out exactly where we stand in this
Oh, a
war.
ver, es verdad, a ver qué harían, qué
As you
hará
all
Cloud en
know,
esta
The
guerra.
Empire has taken the Great Bridge of Murden. The Imperial Army now occupies what was formerly House Phlegethon territory. House Gloucester has surrendered to them as well.
Doubtless an agonizing decision on my father's part.
House Ordelia, to the east of the bridge, has also vowed not to take up arms against the Empire.
We had precious little in the way of arms in the first place. You have my deepest apologies.
You don't have to apologize, Lysithea. Count Ordelia did what anyone would have done.
And now Lawrence and Lysithea can't even go back home! That's not all. After the battle, the Imperial Army crossed Gloucester territory and attacked Garreg Mach. Rhea and the rest of the Central Church have apparently fled to the Kingdom for sanctuary.
Then I suppose none of us will be able to visit our old school anytime soon.
I hope no one from the church was hurt.
Now that the monastery has fallen, the front lines are rapidly expanding north. It won't be long before Deirdre is within their reach. And if our capital falls, the Alliance goes with it. We have to stop them there, no matter the cost.
That all sounds well and good, but how large of an army will you even be able to raise at this point?
I don't think House Edmund will be able to send more troops. I'm sorry.
Which means House Goneril is the last of the 5 great lords upon whom we can rely.
I'm not so sure the combined forces of Houses Regan and Goneril will be enough to hold off the whole Empire.
We'll just have to work with what we've got. And let's not forget the hero of Daphne.
Judy?
But we can't expect much from her in terms of sheer numbers. Any chance the Kingdom could send troops?
¿Qué pasó a la ruta de Cloud? Es que no he estado en los otros directos. Pues a ver. Apenas estamos con los ciervos dorados.
And besides, I'm not sure how much we can really trust them. I still have no idea what's going on in Dimitri's head. I might just have a plan, though. For now, all I can ask is that you fight, and fight with every last thing you've got.
You can always count on me. And my muscles.
Por supuesto, Rafael.
Thanks,
Por
Raphael.
supuesto.
That unfounded confidence of yours is like music to my ears.
We received a
Vale.
message from Hubert, Your Majesty.
Y aquí
They
está
failed to capture
Mónica.
Archbishop Rhea. It seems she and her followers have been taken in by the Kingdom Army. They likely make for Ferdiad as we speak.
So it goes. If Hubert himself couldn't succeed in the task, there's little chance anyone else could.
There is more as well. Petra was taken by the enemy. She is apparently still alive. for better
Ah,
or for
tenemos a
worse.
Petra capturada. Ah.
I fear the kingdom may try to use her to make an ally of Bridget.
Ah.
Yes, it's likely she won't be coming back. And our stance towards Bridget will require some reconsideration.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Now then, we mustn't dwell on what's done. Our only choice is to look to the future. It seems an all-out war with the kingdom is nigh unavoidable at this point. Thankfully, I expect Count Rowe to join our cause.
Ay, cómo
Having a
no.
hold on Aryan Road will surely prove advantageous as the war creeps on. So we stick to the plan. Through Count Rowe, we should be able to ingratiate ourselves to the other lords of the Western Kingdom.
Urgent report, Your Majesty. An army has been mustered at Castle Gaspar in Rowe territory. Lenato, the local lord, has vowed to find and eliminate Archbishop Rhea. He's mobilizing the army northward.
¿Por qué?
Count Rowe's tacit approval of these actions has surely brought his allegiance to the Empire to light.
I can only assume this wasn't part of the plan.
No, no creo que lo sea.
It's just one thing after another. Dispatch any nearby units to the area at once. Any lords willing to sever ties with the kingdom are too valuable for us to risk losing.
Pues nada, ya hay miembros del reino que básicamente ya se han hartado y ha dicho: pues nada, tomar por culo, Dimitri. Yo juro mi lealtad al imperio. Joder. La lealtad, y eso que se supone que sea el punto fuerte del reino de Fargus. Ya veo.
As they flee Garrigmach Monastery, in turn, provoking the Adrestian Empire to declare war on Fargus.
Yeah.
While Dimitri and his advisors strategize how to repel the Empire's assault, they are met with devastating news. Lenato of Castle Gaspar has raised an army against him.
Ay, Lonato, ¿qué haces? ¿Qué haces, Lonato? O sea, sí o sí, tu destino es morir al parecer. Si no es en Three Houses, va a ser en Three Hopes.
House Rowe in the south has declared its fealty to the Empire. What's more, Lord Lenato of Castle Gaspar has set out with the express intention of tracking down and murdering the Archbishop.
I had hoped we could reconcile the matter by using neighboring lords as intermediaries.
Pero no creo que sea posible, Rodri.
Lenato couldn't look past our willingness to shelter the church and has taken the matter into his own hands.
I can't believe this.
Ash.
¡Oh, claro! ¡Lo olvidé! Es verdad, lo había olvidado. Que Lonato odia a Rhea. ¡Hostia! Yo estaba preguntándome ahora mismo que por qué. Pero ¡hostia! Que lo había olvidado, es verdad. Que literalmente Rhea mató al hijo de Lonato bajo un pretexto falso o algo por el estilo. ¡Claro, lo había olvidado! Que Lonato tiene un profundo odio hacia Rhea. Lo había olvidado por completo. Vale, tiene sentido. Es verdad, ahora me acuerdo. Ahora me acuerdo. No fue por nada, no fue por nada.
So, what are House Rowe and Lord Lenato's soldiers up to? Or the Imperial Army, for that matter?
There's been no movement from House Rowe as of yet. He likely lacks the nerve. Lord Lenato, on the other hand, has set off from Castle Gaspar and launched an attack on Geraint land. Meanwhile, a vanguard from the Imperial Army has breached Kingdom territory. It seems they're aiming to rendezvous with Lenato and join the assault.
Wait, but if they're just a vanguard, doesn't that mean a larger force is going to come after them? We'll never stand a chance if they manage to meet up and form one massive army.
House Galatea is sending reinforcements to fend them off, but our enemy deployed alarmingly fast. I only hope the House Geraint soldiers can repel Lord Lenato and his men long enough.
In any case, we can't just sit here on our hands. They need help, and fast. Let's ride.
You're right, and I'll be coming with you.
The risk is too great, Your Majesty. You should stay here in the capital.
No, Dedu. El rey pelea. El rey va a pelear.
My leadership is needed on the front lines.
El rey pelea.
We'll march west from Karen territory to intercept and crush Lonato and the Empire's forces. From there, we'll mount an attack on Aryan Road. The Ro army will be cut off from the Imperial reinforcements and fall by our hand. Finally, we'll seize control of Aryan Road and the entire Western Front along with it.
I've asked a distant relative of the royal family, Duke Ivan, to keep watch over the capital in case of an emergency. Gustav will be staying behind as well. So as long as nothing too extreme happens, we shouldn't have anything to worry about.
¿Por qué me da la sensación que algo va a ocurrir que va a ser malo?
No matter what, we need to hurry. We'll be done for if we don't drive them off soon.
Agreed. And my apologies. We always seem to deploy with such haste lately.
Porque tenéis que contar la historia al jugador para que se entere. Por eso estáis tardando siempre en tirar las tropas.
But we're your friends before that. We'll do whatever you need of us.
I suppose you're right. Thank you. Oh, and one more thing before we go. I received word from the church the other day.
¿Y qué ha dicho la iglesia?
Setheth and his sister Flame will be joining us from here on out.
Ah,
leading a
ok.
company comprised of knights of
Interesante.
Setheth, huh? I'm not the kind of girl to turn down a helping hand, but I can't help but wonder why.
I haven't had the chance to discuss it with him yet. Perhaps you can ask him yourself if the opportunity arises.
Like to the utmost degree. Had he only been more patient, we could have all joined with the Imperial Army's main corps and mobilized as one cohesive unit.
Sí, tenían planeado
It
traicionarlos.
seems the kingdom's offer of shelter to the Central Church incensed him to act. You know how deeply Lord Lonato's hatred for the Church and their kind has festered. Ever since the day they brought a blade down on his son's neck.
Yup, sí, era de eso, la razón
What
por
of
la que
his
Lonato
adopted
hizo eso.
son? Wasn't he made a knight of the royal family? For a time he served the Grand Duke of Etha as well. I can't possibly fathom what the man is thinking.
Really? The matter seems rather open and shut to me. He possesses a burning hatred for both the Church and the Archbishop at its head. Just as they deserve the ultimate punishment in Lonato's mind, so too does the king, who has chosen to take them in.
If only he'd slowed down for a moment to consider how his ridiculous actions would affect me. I carried out my betrayal of the kingdom with the promise of imperial protection of our territory firmly in sight. That will, of course, all be for naught if this ends with our lands razed to the ground and my head skewered on the lance of the enraged King of Fargus.
I imagine he will be quite angry. Yes. We should prepare ourselves for what's to come.
If Lord Lonato and his men fall, Aryan Road is sure to be met with a siege. In which case, we head it back to the kingdom. A peace offering, if you will. But if Lonato emerges victorious, we defect to the Empire as planned. Both sides covet the fortress. Whichever way the winds of war blow, we only need match them to stay afloat.
Are you sure, Your Excellency? Normally you'd balk at such cagey behavior.
Don't play dumb with me, Gwendol. You've said it yourself. There will be no shame in surrender as long as you fight tooth and nail to the end.
Ok, que son unas ratas básicamente. Son tremendas ratas estos. Pero bueno, ahora vendrá la batallita en la que derrotarán a Lonato.
The Magdrid Way, huh? This one's new.
A little foggy, don't you think? I might even hazard to call it a lot foggy. You've never fought in conditions like these, so you do well to keep what wits you have about you.
O sea que va a haber niebla. Oh, vale, mapas de niebla. Hasta aquí tienen que haber.
Mom, I can handle myself.
You're not my mom. No eres mi madre.
Wow. Look who woke up on the confidence side of the bed. If that's how you feel, maybe you don't even need my help anymore.
Cállate, Arbal.
You know what? Yeah. Why don't you sit this one out? I've got a thing or two I can show you.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. And, just in case you forgot, if you die, I go with you. Our fates are intertwined, so don't do anything too reckless. You understand? Now come on, let's go.
There's no telling where our enemies might be lurking in this fog.
Que sí, que hay mucha niebla. La pelea contra Lonato. Y muerto. Ah, espera, se ha muerto.
Forgive your fool of a father, Kristoff, for he is soon to join you.
RIP. RIP Lonato.
This is the brightest future I can give my people.
Ay, pues nada. Adiós a Lonato. Oh, Ash está aquí. Ah.
The battle is over. A fine effort, everyone. Especially considering the conditions.
Ay, esto le va a dolerle un montón a Ash, por desgracia.
Well, well, doesn't someone sound disappointed? And what's with that look?
I don't know. We completed our mission and all, but it still feels like we lost somehow. Sure, we stopped Lonato, and we put Geralt and his mercenaries to rout.
Wait, what? Oh, ¿cómo que Geralt? ¿Cómo que Geralt? ¿Cómo que Geralt? Wait, Baeleth. Wait, ¿cómo? Wow, ¿qué ha sido eso? Wait, what? ¿Cómo que Geralt?
Might be lurking in. You lack the luxury of waiting for its clear.
¿Cómo que ver Geralt y Baeleth?
Put to the sword as soon as possible. And we'll begin by.
¿Cómo que Geralt y Baeleth?
No backing down.
I can barely see my hand.
All is proceeding apace. And keep an eye out for.
¿Cómo que Geralt y Baeleth? ¡Baeleth ha aparecido! ¡Baeleth ha aparecido! ¿What? ¡Hola, Baeleth!
This must be reinforcements from the Empire. Everyone, gird yourselves.
Ah.
Didn't think I'd get another shot at the Ashen Demon this soon.
Ahí está Baeleth, ok. ¡Miklan! Espera, ¿Miklan?
Looks like I'm late. Guess I'll get working on my orders.
¡Ah! ¡Y no es una unidad roja!
From House Gautier? What is he doing here? So, my brother's joining us. Looks like His Majesty really pulled out all the stops.
I'll stop the enemy dead in their tracks. You lot use your brains and figure out how to win this thing.
Someone must be giving these mercenaries their orders.
¡Ah! ¡Ah!
Didn't expect they'd have reinforcements, but it doesn't change much. We know what we have to do. All that's left is to do it.
Are you seriously going to sit back and let someone else handle the Ashen Demon for you?
Ok, demasiadas cosas han ocurrido aquí. ¿Miklan no es un enemigo? Ah, claro, como se adelantó bastante las cosas y lo que ocurrió, nunca le habrá dado tiempo a robar la lanza y que pasara lo que pasara con Miklan. Y vale, no me esperaba que aquí de la nada iba a aparecer Baeleth con Geralt. ¿Pero lo derrota aquí o qué hace con Baeleth? Baeleth se retira. ¿Más refuerzos?
My only hope is that I don't. I may be new to Gerald's band, but my only hope is that I don't get you all killed. That funeral would truly be a grave affair.
¡Ay, Dios mío! ¡Alois! ¡Alois! ¿Qué ¿What the fuck? ¡Joder, demasiadas cosas están ocurriendo en esta pelea! ¿Qué dices? ¡Ay, ay, 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 ay! ¿Cuántas cosas están ocurriendo en esta pelea? ¡Alois está con ellos! ¡Alois! Bueno, a ver, tiene sentido, pero... ¿ha abandonado la iglesia? ¿Qué coño, Alois? ¿Cómo abandona la iglesia? ¿What? ¿Alois?
I can stand this no longer. I'm falling back.
Eso no me lo esperaba, lo de Alois. Gerald Einser. Entonces aquí Bailey se volvió profesor. No, Rekami, recuerda que Seth es el que encontró a los 3 alumnos cuando los atacó Costas, no Bailey. Así que por eso Bailey nunca se volvió profesor. Lo cual desencadenó tremendo efecto mariposa. Pero, ¡ay, Dios mío! No me esperaba tantas cosas en esta batalla. Aparece Bale, aparece Mikla en Comunidad Verde. Se enfrentan a Gerald y a Bailey. Y también Alois se une al ejército de Gerald. Me cago en la puta. Eso no me lo esperaba. Ay, eso no me lo esperaba. No me lo esperaba. Vale, ahora es lo de... vale, ahora... Ahora, ¿dónde era? Aquí es donde nos habíamos quedado. Joder, cuántas cosas ocurrieron en una batalla. Joder, vale. Interesante. Pues yo lo siento. A ver, anteriores directos, Cami, esto es literalmente hoy hemos empezado con esto. Hemos empezado desde el principio. O sea, siempre puedes retroceder el directo. Es opción, se puede. Cami, esto no es cosa de directo anterior. Esto es literalmente lo hemos empezado a ver desde el principio. No es algo de un directo anterior ni nada. Hemos empezado a ver así desde el principio.
I failed to take down the Ashen Demon. If that's not a loss, I don't know what is.
Wrong. You were hired to do a job, and you did it. And in the process, you've received a valuable reminder about the unique danger the Ashen Demon poses.
Interesante forma de ver las cosas, Arval.
You're right. I can't believe one fighter could turn the tide of an entire battle like that.
Precisely. They're surely going to continue standing in our way, so do try to dig a little deeper the next time you square off.
Yeah, you're probably right. Thanks for the chat.
By the by, have you seen our valiant leader? I wonder where he's scampered off to.
A ver, Dimitri, ¿qué estás haciendo?
No Felix or the others in sight either. Maybe they're having a meeting or something.
Dimitri.
Sounds like you should try to track them down then. Though, on second thought, it may not be any of your business.
I probably shouldn't be sticking my nose into their private matters. But I am pretty curious. Let's go.
A ver, toca hacer de cotilla, supongo.
I will remember the deeds you've performed here today.
Madre mía, mi clan.
You know as well as I that I only did it for the money. Your money.
Ah, es un mercenario, supongo. No trabaja para la... Vale, claro, fue desheredado de la familia, así que sois un mercenario. Ah, entiendo.
That's the man from before.
I don't mean to question you, but why exactly are you eavesdropping on them?
Cállate, Arval. Necesitamos el lore.
They're having an argument. Butting in now would just make things worse.
What are you playing at, Boar? This washed-up bandit doesn't deserve to look at our army, let alone be a commander in it.
Ah?
It's a decision I made in collaboration with the Margrave. 2 years ago, after I ascended the throne, I ordered Gustav to capture him. made him swear his allegiance to the royal family, and gave him a unit of soldiers to command.
Interesante, o sea, no fue por las buenas precisamente lo de... Vale, eso tiene sentido, eso sí que tiene sentido.
Spare me the details of how you did it. What I want to know is why.
My army was lacking leaders. We needed capable fighters to fill in the gaps. As for Miklon here, the Margrave himself has instructed him in all manner of military tactics. I've seen his prowess with my own 2 eyes. In the centuries since the time of King Lug, crests and relics have kept Fargus safe. We've come to depend on that power to protect us from outside attacks, and grown all too complacent in its wake.
Ooh.
Naturally, we will take full advantage of our heroes' relics in the battles ahead with Adrestia. But we cannot protect our home with relics alone. If all who could wield them fell, so too would we. The blood of the heroes is thinner now than ever before. We need men like him among our ranks.
I don't doubt the truth of your words, but that's not the issue here.
¿Y cuál es el problema, Felix? Ilumínanos.
Do you really think it appropriate to trust a man barely removed from his life as a brigand with the responsibility of command?
Everyone's heard the stories of the elder Gautier brother, how he resorted to banditry and plunder. Do you not think our soldiers would object to being led by a man with such history?
Ok, vale, si lo pones de esa forma lo entiendo.
Command, huh? It's got a nice ring to it. But you should know, I'm just a prisoner. My attendants, my aides, my best men, all stooges for the royal family. Breathing down my neck every waking moment. All the sleeping moments, too.
No wise remarks, Sylvain? You're standing there mute, as if this has nothing to do with you.
I was one of the first His Majesty consulted with. There's nothing I could say that I haven't already. I'm sure you can't stand the sight of me, Miklon. But let's see if we can't get along, okay?
Anyway, now that we're all caught up, I'll await your next orders, Your Majesty, sir.
Let me guess. Any means necessary?
I won't defend it, though I do see use in such a man. What he did in his time as a bandit was monstrous, I admit that. And I deserve no small amount of judgment for giving him command in spite of it. But I can't help but wonder. Perhaps his life could have been dramatically different had he only possessed a crest. Same as the uncle I murdered.
¿Es un tema
understand
delicado?
your reasoning, Your Majesty. Yet he's hurt so many people.
What's done is done. Stolen goods may be returned, but stolen lives cannot. If the man is unwilling to atone for his wrongdoings, then he will pay for it with his head. If he does wish to repent, however, then what better way to do so than by risking his life on behalf of our people? If any among us still can't forgive him, by all means, take up your arms and enact vengeance.
I get what you're trying to do, but you still should have talked to us first. This isn't about who shoulders what blame. It's a matter of letting us know what you're thinking.
You're right, Felix. My apologies.
Pues menos mal que cotilleó la conversación. Pero joder, lo de
We
Miklon.
march on Aryan Road as planned. With House Rowe's military might crippled, seizing the fortress should be a somewhat simpler matter.
The Silver Maiden. Can we really take it?
You saw how many troops they've already lost. Just plain math will tell you there can't be that many of them left back at the fortress. At least I sure hope not.
And I am sure Houses Karen and Geraint would be willing to lend us a few squadrons in return for the aid we provided them.
Agreed. And and their militaries are both formidable indeed. I'll have to factor their support into our strategies moving forward. And what of you, Ash? Will you be joining the fight at Aryan Road?
Yes, I will. Though I do appreciate the concern, Your Majesty.
As long as you're sure you can handle it. Do not hesitate to retreat if it becomes too much for you. House Rose forces aside, we now have the added threat of Geralt and his mercenary band to contend with. The very same mercenary band you had been looking for, is it not?
Correcto.
Yeah. One of them in particular, a warrior known as the Ashen Demon, felled my entire company back before I met you. Not sure I'm looking for revenge exactly, but I do want to surpass them, no matter what it takes.
I see. This is the first I'm hearing of it.
Sorry, I wasn't really trying to hide it or anything. Just never came up, I guess.
I believe I understand. Overcoming Geralt and his mercenaries is what drives you in life.
Yeah, you could say that. It's the closest thing to a goal I have, for sure.
In any case, those people cannot be taken lightly. I'd like to avoid crossing blades with them as much as we can. Though we'll likely encounter them sooner rather than later. Imperial forces are still encamped in the former Arendelle territory, after all.
Right. We'd better be ready for anything.
Ok. Más conspiraciones. ¿Por qué no? ¿Por qué no? Más conspiraciones. Tiene que haber suficientes conspiraciones. A ver qué ocurre ahora.
Having laid Lonato low, the kingdom's army proceeds south. Count Rowe, who had prior declared fealty to the Empire, surrenders.
Bien hecho.
Falls back into kingdom hands. With its foothold in the west lost, the Empire amasses troops in the former Arendelle territory to the south, prompting the army of Fargus to strike before Adrestia can regain its footing.
Ok, ahora viene peleita contra el
It's nice
Imperio.
Aryan Road fell with little more than a hand wave, but it's hardly comfortable knowing the enemy is still on our doorstep.
Comfortable or no, we must take what few chances we do have to rest. Battle will be upon us again before we know it.
Not to mention the fortress is still a target. I mean, who wouldn't want their very own impregnable stronghold?
Our spies report that the enemy plans to mount such an attack from Arendelle land.
Arendelle, huh? It's been 2 years since the territory came under the Emperor's control. The wind carries rumors that Edelgard has been keeping Lord Arendelle imprisoned in his home since then. If it's true, I'll... No. Were the enemy to strike, and the fortress city to somehow fall, our path forward in this war would grow exceedingly perilous.
The West doesn't face the kind of constant threats we do, so there aren't as many strongholds here as in the North, right?
Basically. Though my uncle did say that started to change at least a tiny bit in the past couple of years.
In other words, the entire western region of the kingdom is likely to fall into enemy hands if we retreat from Aryan Road now.
Wow.
Indeed.
O sea que tienen que quedarse y pelear,
Take
comprendo.
the offensive and restrain this imperial snake before it can sink its fangs into us.
Hey, it'll be nice to strike first for once. It feels like we've been on the back foot for a while now.
Right you are. And remaining on perpetual defense would only lead to more meaningless, preventable deaths.
Offense is the best defense, I always say. We'll crush anyone who has the gall to stand against us.
There you go, getting carried away again. Look at them, all stunned into speechlessness.
Your Majesty, I bear terrible news.
Uy, ¿qué ha pasado? Uy, ¿qué ha pasado?
Calm yourself. What is it?
Algo ha pasado en la capital, ¿a que sí?
The convoy escorting Count Rowe to the capital has been attacked by an unknown assailant.
¿Ah?
They've sustained heavy losses, and it seems Count Rowe has gone missing amid the chaos.
¿Ah?
I see. And these assailants, we know nothing about them? Very little, Your Majesty. The survivors claim to have been attacked by numerous mages. Mages? No.
What's wrong? Do you know who it is?
¿Cornelia?
You saw the court mage Cornelia during our battle at Ferdia, yes? Well, she disappeared almost immediately after. It's likely she has been burrowed away in western Fargus ever since. Which leads me to wonder if this attack wasn't her handiwork somehow. It's merely a feeling, though. I'd like to look into it further, if possible. Something tells me the Imperial soldiers won't wait around patiently while we go off hunting for clues.
Ok, así que van a ir a por...
to investigate, while we attend to the Empire.
Uy, ok, es una buena idea dividir el ejército así.
We cannot afford to lower our guard for even a moment.
Ok, entonces ¿se van a dividir?
Me? You're sure?
If my reports are anything to go by, yes.
Oh.
And as this demon is the one who slew your old company, I would like you to handle the matter.
Nothing would make me happier, honest. But you shouldn't change your strategy for my sake. Just focus on winning the battle, that's it.
Yet I know this is what drives you. I want to do everything in my power to help you achieve it.
Well, I can't argue with that. But this little rivalry isn't worth losing a war over.
Is that all it is to you? A rivalry? I must admit, I've been meaning to ask. Do you not bear hatred for the person who murdered your friends?
Not really. Death kinda just comes with the territory when you're a merc. And your friends one day can just as easily become your targets the next. Now, not getting my money or having a client betray me, yeah, that'll get me upset. But I can't go around seeking vengeance for every last fallen ally. It would consume my whole life.
A ver cómo reacciona Dimitri a esa frase. Oh, esos ojos de... Oh.
There's only so much burden one person can carry. Or maybe you can't relate. If you'll forgive me for saying so, I think you've been letting things weigh on you too much.
Be that as it may, your words just now have given me an idea.
¿Sobre qué?
Please forget I ever mentioned this if you find it disagreeable, but... what do you think about inviting those mercenaries onto our side? Perhaps not in the immediate future, but once their allegiance is not so concrete.
Have them join us? I don't know.
Loyalty is an important concern in the mercenary business, I understand. But if we were to provide greater pay than the Empire...
Rodrigue wishes to see you, Your Majesty. He has questions about our formation.
Oh, qué interesante. O sea, Dimitri le sugiere la idea de reclutar a Baileth.
We can speak more later.
Interesante la propuesta.
Hand in hand with the very people you've been hunting. This king of ours sure has some funny ideas.
We shall repel the Imperial army here and put a halt to their invasion.
Muy bien, pero ahora yo voy a hacer un poco de skip. Hola, Bernadetta. Ah, Baileth. ¿Veo a Baileth?
Good about this, but that's just how it goes in war.
Persuadir a Bernadetta. Wait, what? Wait, what? ¿Se puede reclutar en el... ¿Qué? ¿Qué? ¿Qué?
I wish I was surrounded by walls, not enemies. Why did it have to come to this?
I don't feel...
Just give me a second to bring my dying words.
You can have all the time you want if you surrender.
Ay, Dios mío, Bernadetta. ¿Qué de qué? O sea, se puede reclutar.
To kill you, Bernadetta. Please.
Wait, what? No, I'm not ready to die.
Ok. ¿Así es como se recluta aquí? ¿Hablas de Bailiff? Espera, claro, es verdad. Pues supongo que fueron contratados. Vale, fueron contratados, supongo. Ok. A ver, ¿dónde está Bailiff? Ok.
Ready? Fire!
Call in reinforcements. And here
Ok. A ver, ¿qué pasa con Bailiff?
And here I thought the kid could handle it alone. Looks like I was wrong.
Ok.
Reinforcements.
This is all I've got,
Gerald se retira. Alois sigue con ellos. Dios mío, de verdad no me creo que Alois esté trabajando con ellos. A ver, tiene sentido. Supongo que es muy leal a Gerald, pero joder. Joder, esto me sigue haciéndome mucha gracia. Alois que está con Bailiff y con Gerald. Tiene sentido. Pero joder, me da risa. A ver, no me interesa Death Knight. Ok. Wait, what? ¿Otra vez derrota a Bailiff? ¿Dónde está Bailiff? Nothing personal. Joder, literalmente se han sacado la frase del nothing personal Kido. Nothing personal Kido. Simplemente negocios. Simplemente negocios. Simplemente negocios. ¡Oh! ¡Oh! ¡Oh!
Such vexing arrogance for one so small.
¿Esa es la voz de Sodis?
You are one of their descendants.
¡Ah, es la voz de Sodis! ¿Hola?
In any event, you labor to destroy my vessel, did you not? That is a deed most foul. One you will pay for with your life. You cannot hope to win so bound in flesh. Pitiful.
This isn't a fight you can win. Get out of there!
You can run all you like. Why do you fight me?
Why so this?
Interesante. Ok. Ok. O sea, Sodis existe, sigue dentro de Bailiff, pero no desaparece. O sea, esto es raro. Bailiff tiene como los poderes... No. Bailiff no usó los poderes de Sodis, sino más bien Sodis tomó control del cuerpo de Bailiff y se... Joder, esos poderes de... ¿Esos poderes? ¡Hostia! Eso ha sido un momento Dio Brando. ¿Qué cojones? ¿Qué cojones? ¿Qué puto miedo eso?
Who knew the Ashen Demon had that kind of strength?
¿Qué cojones?
Not that I'm making excuses. You gave me power of my own, and it still wasn't close to enough.
That's not true.
Of course it is. What am I even up against here? It's like I looked away for 1 second, and suddenly I was facing someone else entirely.
That would explain what was troubling me before. That is the unique danger I sensed. Still, you can win this fight. I know you can. And I'll do whatever I can to make it so. We'll claim victory over that monster together.
You know what? You're right.
Joder.
I'll be strong enough one day if I just keep at it. Still, one day could be years from now at this rate. We should probably think of a backup plan.
¿Rendirnos? ¿Eso es una opción?
Dimitri said they might even be working for the kingdom before long. We can't count on being rivals forever.
What a shocking turn of events! You'd seriously consider accepting that fiend as one of your allies?
You make it sound like the worst idea in the world. We have a war to win here, remember? Gotta keep an open mind.
Ah, I understand now. You've witnessed your adversary's true strength and convinced yourself you cannot win.
What? No. I just know a valuable resource when I see one. And we're far better off with them than we are against them.
JoJo 3 Bizarre Hopes.
If that's really how you feel, then so be it. But trust me, you don't need to worry. You'll get stronger soon, I promise. So maybe don't go relinquishing your prey just yet.
Sospechoso como Arval quiere insistir un poquito más en el tema de darle una paliza a Baeleth y a Sodis. Un poco sospechoso como sigue insistiendo Arval con eso. Oh. Ok. Ok.
So this is my name. Yet I am also called The Beginning.
Ah, espera, ¿esta es la primera vez que se conocen?
I am progenitor and mother to all who call Fodlan home.
Ah, espera, esta es la primera vez que...
Where am I?
¡Ah! ¡Ah! Espérate, que esta es la primera vez que se conocen ¡Oh! Pues esto sí que es otro gran choque. O sea, en Three Hopes, hasta después de 2 años, no se conocen Baeleth y Sodis. ¡Joder! ¿Qué coño? ¿Y Sodis, por qué coño eres tan...?
I will grant the one. You stand before my throne. If you so wish, then take a seat. But know then that your flesh is mine to wield. You lack the power to resist.
My flesh? What are you
¿Y
saying?
por qué de repente tiene está tan obsesionada con...?
You should not have interfered. I could have cut that wretch down with a stroke. Oh, that one vexes me so. When next we meet, I must step in and deal with them myself. It is quite clear that you cannot my power safely wield. Do I speak plain?
Not in the slightest. I have so many questions.
Hey, lazy bones. Get up already.
Joder.
Sure you're all right? You don't seem like yourself.
I'm fine.
Gerald, ¿no notas algo diferente? Gerald, ¿no notas algo diferente? En Baeleth a lo mejor... ¿Estás bien? No pareces la misma. No, nada, solo se me ha puesto el verde color así verde chillón. Nada del otro mundo, padre. Pero oye, ¿qué cojones con Sodis? ¿Cómo es que Sodis es tan agresiva aquí? En Three Houses, pues bueno, pues como que quería llevarse bien y tal con Baeleth. Pero aquí diciendo, no, 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 tú calladita. Tú me obedeces a mí. Ese cuerpo tuyo, yo lo controlo cuando me da la gana. ¿Qué cojones?
Just a strange dream.
¿Qué cojones? Oye, no vas a meter a... Oh.
Yes, but this time we talked.
Eso tiene que sonarle raro para Gerald. Oye, pero ¿no veis cinta de su pelo?
That was no dream.
What's wrong?
Sodis. ¿Eso no ha sido un sueño?
Wait, didn't you...
Do you lack wits? My voice is not for him. Whenever I speak, it is for you alone.
Joder, Sodis. Has comido tus vegetales. Te has comido tus vegetales.
I mean, my hair's still a different color, right?
Yes, and your eyes too. How that happened is beyond me.
¿No vas a actuar un poco más sorprendido, Gerald?
So probably best to wave this place goodbye and find somewhere to rest up.
Gerald, ¿en serio no vas a decir nada? Gerald, ¿no vas a decir nada en serio? ¡Ah! Mi hija ha cambiado de color de pelo y ojos. En fin, cosas de la vida. ¿Qué cojones, Gerald?
Actually, I think I'd feel more comfortable staying here on the battlefield a while longer.
¿Qué cojones, Gerald?
I just need to swing my sword around, get my head on straight. Don't worry, I'll be fine.
¿Qué cojones? ¿En serio no va a decir nada,
You
Gerald?
say so, but if it gets any worse, tell me.
¿Qué cojones? ¿En serio? No dice nada. Es como que, pues nada.
We're not at full strength. We're not just up against the kingdom here. They've got the church.
Estos mejores padres de Fire Emblem. Es que de verdad, míralo. O sea, de verdad, te has cambiado el color del pelo y ojos por alguna razón. En fin, cosas de la vida. ¿Qué cojones, Gerald? Al menos actúa, pretende al menos ser un poco más sorprendido, por favor. En verdad, esto es hermoso. Aún me hace mucha gracia ver a Lois junto a Gerald y a Bailet. Esto me hace mucha gracia.
I know it won't be easy, but the Empire's shoving a lot of gold in our pockets for this. Gotta deliver on our end of the deal.
O sea, literalmente están luchando por el imperio solo porque les están pagando. Comprensible, ¿eh?
You look troubled, Gerald. Is something wrong?
Bueno, me imagino.
Can't hide anything from you, can I? It's just I have history with someone from the church. And I'd rather keep it as history if I can. I don't want anything to do with them, not as enemy or ally.
Esa historieta en particular, Gerald, lo sabemos, lo
You're really going
sabemos.
back to Ferdiad? After all it took to get to this point?
I will only be gone for a short while. A month at most, perhaps.
I don't understand. What could possibly demand your presence in the capital so urgently? Is there something big going down in Ferdiad?
Esa persona de la iglesia es
I
Alois.
can't imagine things have gotten too
No,
out of
Alois
hand
está a
with
su
my
lado.
father there to hold
Que Alois
the
está
line.
al lado de Gerald. ¿No lo has visto, Cavi?
Explain to them, Boar. This is a threat only us Northerners understand.
Very well. A group of soldiers from the Srang region has broken through the defenses in Gautier territory and makes for the capital.
Srang? ¿De qué me suena eso?
According to reports, Duke Yvonne herself rode out to intercept them, but was overwhelmed and subsequently captured.
Oh.
All contact from Margrave Gautier has ceased as well, so we've no way of confirming any of this.
Oh.
What? This is horrible.
Esto parece muy serio,
You can
Dimitri.
say that again. There's no chance of mounting a war effort when your capital's been ransacked. To be honest, I can't imagine my old man going down that easy. It's still true that we've lost contact with him, though. Something's definitely happening here.
This is quite an alarming revelation indeed. Not only has the Church made the northern town of Camulus its new base of operations, but many of our members have been traveling to Ferdiad on a regular basis.
Srang. That's the peninsula north of Fargus, yes? Yeah, but as far as I can remember, they've always been peaceful.
Peaceful? Hardly. You show even the slightest hint of weakness, and they'll sink their teeth into you without so much as a second thought.
The Srang region borders the northeast side of our kingdom. It's a harsh land, blanketed in snow from the outset of the year to its dying days. I can only assume they seek fertile ground, and in doing so, the means for their survival.
Shame. We could have negotiated had they not been so intent on pillaging.
As it stands, I'll be returning to the north to lead a force meant to repel them.
With both the Margrave and Duke Yvonne missing in action, the matter is gravely serious. His Majesty has no choice but to get personally involved.
If it's really that bad, wouldn't it be better if we tagged along? You'll need backup if the fight's gonna be as tough as you're making it out to be.
You cannot deny that, Dimitri. This matter concerns us as well. We would be remiss not to offer our assistance.
I appreciate the offer, truly. But we need to maintain a robust force here as well. You're one of the key figures in this army now. Look after Aryan Road for me.
We have struck a blow to the Empire's forces, but it is only a matter of time until they hit back.
Dedu, Rodrigue, the two of you will ride with me. A few dozen knights will be joining us as well.
Yes, Your Majesty.
It's still entirely possible that the Margrave's envoy was somehow delayed. That nothing is in fact amiss. Sylvain, I'd like you to await them here in Aryan Road, just in case.
Got it. Stay safe out there, Your Majesty.
As for you, Duke Fraldarius, I leave command of the army to you in my stead. If the envoy does arrive, well, the appropriate course of action will be in your hands. Just remember, the soldiers stationed here are not mere soldiers. They're kingdom citizens. And as such, we have a duty to protect every last one of them. If they're lost, I will have nothing left, save hollow prayers for the dead.
Fine then.
Please, don't look at me like that. I know this burden is a heavy one, but I suspect you will lead them better than I. Now then, I expect you all to keep word of my leaving between ourselves. It would not do to have that information fall into the Empire's hands.
Ok, a ver cómo prosigue.
Azure Gleam.
El rey
awakens.
Uy, ¿qué significa eso? El rey despierta. ¿Seguimos hablando? No, ¿eso se refiere a Dimitri? Uy, ¿eso qué significa? Que sí que está retrocediendo. Pues esto es una misión con Dimitri, supongo. Ah, no.
Very. The Swing people did indeed attack, but they never broke through Gautier territory.
Oh?
Meaning the Margrave is unharmed. Why then was our contact cut off?
It's possible someone within the kingdom is interfering. The Margrave suspected as much when his initial envoy never returned. In response,
Dimitri Three Houses protect every last one of them. Y luego en Three Houses kill every last one of them. El character development, el cambiazo, la forma que madura.
It's good to know my father's safe, but it's starting to sound like we have a big problem on our hands.
La verdad que sí, eso suena muy problemático lo que está sucediendo.
Someone's ambushing these messengers as they pass through Blythed lands.
And this is bringing back bad memories. It's all too similar to when Count Rowe's convoy was attacked. Boar suspected Cornelia at the time, and I'm growing ever more inclined to agree with him. Have you any news from the north? What of the capital and the king?
Nothing at the time of my departure, I'm sorry to report.
Guess there's only one way to find out then. We should head up there ourselves, Felix.
The Margrave would surely send word if something were to happen at the capital. I imagine we'll have more clarity on the situation in a few days' time.
We don't have a few days. You need to act, Felix, and you need to do it now.
But if we move too rashly, the Imperial forces near the fortress will grow wise to our maneuvers.
As though any of that'll matter if the king winds up dead. Losing Aryan Road would be the least of our worries then. We'd be trapped in a massive war of succession and easy pickings for the Empire.
Even at a distance, that man has an uncanny talent for giving me headaches. Very well. Notify all troops stationed at the fortress, and round up a team of our most elite soldiers. We're heading north.
Ay, 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 ay. Pues van a tener que abandonar el fuerte para ver qué está pasando. ¿Qué está pasando? ¿Qué está pasando?
It seems there's an emergency at the capital.
Oh!
No. I hope His Majesty is safe.
Cornelia has arrived at the gates of Ferdiad, leading the combined forces of the Western Lords.
Ah!
And here I thought we were keeping an eye on those guys. It seems they outsmarted us, though.
Joder con la Cornelia.
If this message is anything to go by, they must have been hiding their tracks from us somehow.
Sounds like they're outfitted with strange new weapons as well, which they use to threaten the citizens of the capital.
Oh?
And so, our fearless leader surrendered to the enemy to protect the people of Ferdiad from harm. I'm not sure what's become of Dedu or my father.
And what about my father? He was guarding the city with Duke Ivan.
I haven't heard of any harm to Gustav, but we can't assume the same for the Duke.
I'm worried about Dedu and the others. I can only hope they're unharmed.
I agree, but they're not the sort who would abandon their duties to save their own skin.
We need to head north, Felix. There's no time to lose.
Right you are.
People. It seems somewhere along the way he's actually become the kind-hearted king you took him for.
Ah, habla de Dimitri.
Maybe. But if he does die, the people will be next.
As if there's any avoiding that. Let's say he'd turned his back on his citizens and sought to prolong his own life instead. He would be reviled as a warmonger, one who sought conflict to protect his people, only to abandon them to the wolves when it mattered most. Commoners and lords alike would cast off their allegiance to him, and the kingdom would plunge into chaos.
Either way, there's no point speculating. If Dimitri dies now, it's all over.
Ah, the struggles of being a leader. Your choices certainly carry more weight than those of a simple mercenary.
Merc life's a walk in the park in comparison. All you have to care about is you and your company. And if worst comes to worst, you can just drop everything and run for your life.
Not to say the profession doesn't have its own share of challenges. One's not necessarily harder than the other. But one thing is clear to me, at least. You'll never be cut out for the nobility.
I could do without the insults, thanks.
I trust you've been well, Your Majesty.
Hola, Cornelia.
Do I look it? I suggest you have your eyes examined, if so.
Joder, Dimitri.
I should sever your head clean from your shoulders for this.
My, wouldn't that be satisfying? But of course you can't do that now, can you?
A ver, te puede estrangularte con sus manos si hace falta, pero bueno.
The moment you struck me down. As for your loyal knight and the former Duke Fraldarius, they're certainly giving it all they have, but a paltry force that size will hardly buy them any time. And once we've wrung the life from them, you'll be next. How tragic it'll be, facing your beloved citizens for the final time with a noose around your neck.
You know, I almost appreciate seeing such bold-faced sadism. There's not a hint of nuance to it.
Okay.
Is that a compliment I hear? You'll make a lady blush if you're not careful. Ironic, isn't it? Both you and your father will have died alone, betrayed by lords from within the very kingdom you're meant to be ruling. From hasty reforms to insurrection and assassination, did you learn nothing from dear old Dad? It's only natural that those you refuse to help would hold a grudge.
Pero ¿por qué coño le tienen todos manía? Es lo que no me cuadra la cabeza. ¿Qué les ha hecho mal?
They're most likely returning from the assault on Aryan Road.
I've been a bit too careless, it seems. They've come far sooner than I had expected. Use the bandits to buy us some time. We'll form ranks and intercept these fools at the capital.
Understood.
Seems you get to cling to your pitiful little life a few moments longer, Your Majesty. What luck. Oh, but don't worry. When your end does come, it won't change your beloved Fodlan one bit. You see, these people are nothing more than simple-minded sheep. A ruler dies, and they all go flocking straight to whoever fills the void.
They would hold a grudge. Yes, that is the way of revenge. Perhaps it was inevitable it would turn its cold gaze back upon me.
Lo que no me queda claro es por qué le odian. ¿Por qué mucha gente, por qué muchos de los nobles son tan putos? Eso es lo único que no me queda claro. ¿Por qué?
The reports are true. There's some odd-looking weaponry mounted throughout the city. As far as I can tell, though, the townspeople themselves remain unharmed. I'm pleased to say Lord Roderick and Sir Gustav have been confirmed safe as well.
That's great. Where are they now?
After working to free Duke Ivan, they escaped the castle alongside some of the captured knights. Armed with what scant weaponry they could find, they brought the fight down to the city itself.
My old man never ceases to amaze. Shouldn't even be a surprise at this point.
I should add, the Western Lord's armies aren't the only forces occupying the capital. There is another, one we can't identify at present. I doubt even the great Lord Roderick and Sir Gustav will be able to hold out much longer.
Sounds like they're in a bad spot. We should focus on keeping them safe, right?
Don't be too hasty. Why do you think the two of them are causing this uproar in the first place?
To create a diversion, I know. But I don't think that means we should just abandon them either.
I agree, Felix. I won't leave my father to die.
¿De verdad?
Besides, I don't think His Majesty would want us saving him if it meant sacrificing two of his most loyal retainers.
Fine. We'll help them if we can. That better?
All that said, we won't be able to save the king while the townspeople are still in danger.
Sounds pretty straightforward then. We move on the castle and mop up in town as we go.
Annie and I know these streets better than the back of our hands.
We find along the way.
Ok, a ver, ¿a dónde nos aceleramos? Cutscene. ¿Por acá?
This lance is where it belongs.
Oh. Hola.
Dimitri, you okay?
Hola, Dimitri.
My friends, why have you come?
As if we would just leave you here to die. Time to get you out.
Ah, con que era la mano de Felix,
Stay. You saw what's happening out there. Should I try to leave, my people's lives are forfeit.
So they bind the boar not with chains, but with his utterly unreasonable sense of duty.
¿Cómo?
They're gonna kill you in here, Dimitri.
So be it then. If my death will keep my people safe,
I won't allow it.
Oh? Ah, Dedu. Ah, hola, Dedu.
Dedu.
Take it, Your Majesty. Whether it's duty towards the living, or the guilt for all those we have lost, such burdens are not yours to bear by yourself. We are here to fight by your side, Your Majesty, and so we shall, now and always.
Find them!
This way!
¡Hostia!
Typical boar. Can't help himself. Do try to keep up.
Back at ya.
Ok.
On me. Any who stand in our way will taste the pointed end of my...
¿Y ahora qué? Ah, vale, la paliza a Cornelia, supongo. Soldado misterioso junto con Cornelia. Skip.
Fate, witch.
My, how simply terrifying.
Matarla.
You really think you can afford to kill me?
Sí. Podemos perfectamente matarte, Cornelia.
The tragedy of Dusker will evaporate into the shadows forever.
I have no intention of slaying you. Not yet. But if you have something to say, I suggest you spit it out before I change my mind. Now, Cornelia. Earlier you said my father was betrayed. Murdered by lords from within Fargus.
Uh-huh.
But it was you who fueled the flame of that betrayal. You saw my uncle and Lord Arundel join hands, and you brought the Western Lords and the Imperial nobles together. All of it was you.
What a fascinating theory.
There are two things I need to know. First, your motivation. Who are you working for, and why? I know what spurred my uncle and the Western Lords to act. While the Empire has long smoldered, waiting for even the slightest spark to reignite their fury. There are 1,000 reasons why one might want to assassinate a king. But what's yours for this attempt on my life? And what of my father? Why murder him in a manner as roundabout as a staged raid? All you had to do was fail to end the plague 20 years ago, and the entire royal family would have been consumed by it.
Claro, claro, lo que no sabe es que la Cornelia que terminó, que arregló el problema de la plaga era la verdadera Cornelia. Luego fue suplantada.
You have a point, but I couldn't say. In a sense, that was another lifetime completely.
One more question, then. My stepmother's body was never recovered from the site of the tragedy. What happened to her? Tell me, Cornelia.
You'll find the answers you seek in the Imperial capital, though you'll have to extract them from your dearest stepsister. She must surely know something, wouldn't you think? After all, she is your stepmother's actual flesh and blood.
In Enbar.
Now, I've really enjoyed our little chat here, but I have so many places to be.
¿Cortarle la cabeza?
Why, you...
Don't be so sad. You'll be seeing me again before you even know it.
Pues esto sí que ha sido patético. Le han dejado escapar.
Cornelia would not have escaped were it not for my carelessness. She's likely fled west in search of refuge with Viscount Mateus. As such, I will march west at once. I will not allow the Western territories to go unpunished for this.
Stop. Just stop.
Oh? Stop! Just
Felix?
Stop! Stop!
I've got something to say, Boar. And this time, you're going to listen.
Uy, uy, Felix!
Time and time again, we've tried to get it through your thick skull. We might be your subjects, but we're your allies first. Yet you still insist on doing every little thing all by yourself. So what is it? Do you lack the ears to hear with? Or do you hear our words and just choose to ignore them?
Felix, that's enough. I know how you feel, but you need to contain yourself.
No, Ingrid, déjale que Felix hable.
I can't. 2 whole years I've bitten my tongue. The fool needs to hear this in the plainest terms possible.
It was I who chose war with the Empire. I who murdered my uncle in cold blood. I who oppressed the Western Lords. I failed to save the people of Dusker. Failed to save Glenn. And my father. The lives my actions stole from them are mine to atone for. which I will do by exacting revenge on all who were involved, and by seeing my people safe. As for that burden, yes, I believe it is mine to bear alone.
You truly are a solid gold fool. One could search the kingdom high and low and not find another as utterly asinine as you. And the rest of you, don't just stand there, speak up.
Well, I know Felix has a strange way of showing it at times. But this is all because he worries about you, Dimitri. And it's not just him either. We all do.
Entonces, ¿por qué no habláis?
Your Majesty, you know my feelings on this matter. 6 years ago, I too watched as nearly everything I cared about was taken from me. And Felix is no different. He lost his brother that day. This pain is not yours to shoulder alone.
He's right, Your Majesty. That is why it is so frustrating to see you act like this.
I can't say it's too surprising, though. You've always kept everything to yourself, even when you were a little kid. But what you're going through now, it's more than one person could possibly manage on their own.
Please, Your Majesty, we just want to help. You can trust us.
Like I said before, all you need to do is ask, and I'll be at the ready.
Thank you. All of
Lady Cornelia, what's happened to you?
Oh, hola?
I was too careless. I can hardly remember the last time I was this badly hurt. As for the capital, Viscount Mateus, we failed, and I doubt the king will soon forget our attempt to seize it.
What? But how?
Viscount, your son, the one who married a distant relative of House Gautier. They'll have his head. Same goes for the kin of all the other Western lords.
No.
This king is a fool, to be sure, but he's not foolish enough or kind enough to forgive those who serve his betrayers. I guarantee you that.
Ya,
His
otra vez
army will begin their
manipulando.
march to subdue Western Fargus any moment now. If you don't want your territory stolen from you or your life, then your only choice is to rise in revolt.
Yes. Yes, I understand. We will mobilize at once.
Tontos. Ay, qué tontos. La lanza cubierta de sangre, ¿por qué?
The instigator of the uprising flees west and forces, hoping to settle this matter before re-engaging with the Empire. The kingdom arm of the
Ay, mi madre, la mitad de la ruta y ni siquiera ha ocurrido nada tan interesante.
I'm afraid
Joder.
so. Among the rebels are houses Mateus and Gideon, and all the other Western lords from whom I've stripped power. They appear to have appointed
the crown. And so, the three regions of the Holy Kingdom, Fargus, Mach, and Leicester, were divided among the three royal princes. House Dominic chose to side with the prince ruling Mach, who was eventually defeated by the forces of Fargus, leaving the once vast Dominic territory to be whittled down, meted out to the neighboring lords.
I know they held a grudge about that in the past, but surely it's ancient history at this point.
Ya, me temo que estos son muy rencorosos,
Tons
al
of people from House
parecer.
Dominic, my father included, have devoted their lives to serving the royal family. It makes me wonder if my uncle's heart is really in this fight.
As they stand now, House Dominic lacks the influence and might necessary to defy their surrounding lords. So when pushed to join the uprising, they would have had little choice but to go along. But that lack of strength might just be the key to our victory. It would likely cause their military effort to collapse entirely.
Without first eliminating those.
We'll need to turn the tide of war in our favor if we ever hope to empower the Baron to defect. For now, we must... Are you sure Duskur can spare that many?
Oh.
For good or ill, this is what our chief has decided. Preparations will take some time, but we are sworn to aid you, and we will stake our pride as a people on doing so.
Oh.
Still, this is a far larger force than we ever asked for.
Please, you strove tirelessly to see our home return to us. The people of Duscur have not forgotten the kindness you showed. And though some may still think ill of you, we only offer as many soldiers as volunteered.
Joder, y esos son muchos soldados,
Duscur
según
remains a
Dimitri.
kingdom territory. As such, I can't claim our relationship is one on equal footing. Yet, I want to believe your gracious support here will point the way to a new future for both your home and ours. Give your men my thanks. And once this war reaches its conclusion, I'll be sure to visit Duscur anew.
Understood. I'll be taking my leave now.
Dudu, none of this would be happening if not for the unflagging efforts of you and Rodrigue.
No, Your Majesty. Neither I nor Rodrigue could have accomplished this. Your sincerity is what won their trust.
I hope you speak true.
Be a better future.
The secret continues to linger over the tragedy, shrouded by shadow. Shedding light on it is my... No. It is our duty.
Vale. Mucho conflicto interno. Mucho conflicto interno. ¿Ahora qué?
Has begun an assault on former Arendelle territory.
Mierda, se han enterado los del Imperio.
They've caught on to us.
Mierda.
And? How does Arendelle fare?
The force we sent to bolster their defenses still holds the castle, but they're under considerable pressure. They may not hold out much longer.
That bad, huh? Could they have planted spies in our midst at the fortress?
Even were that the case, this would be an odd turn of events. We left sizable reserves guarding both Aryan Road and Arendelle. Under those circumstances, Felix's unit alone would seem enough to keep the enemy at bay.
But this enemy marches under the flag of the Black Eagles. They appear to be the Emperor's personal battalion.
Oh!
Edelgard's trying to seize Aryan Road personally?
Hostia!
The Emperor has panache, I'll give her that.
Oh.
It takes some real guts to confront the Kingdom and Alliance simultaneously. If you ask me, it feels like quite a roll of the dice.
Y
for us to
Rea,
keep
que no recuerdo si
focusing
ya
on
la
the West,
mencionaron. Sí,
while
sí,
the
Rea
Imperial
está...
threat marches towards us
Rea está bajo protección del reino Fargus. Ahora mismo está en... como por ahí en el norte, protegida y tal. Porque tuvieron que escapar del monasterio porque los echó de ahí el Imperio por la fuerza. Pero Rea está, de momento, sana y a salva bajo protección del reino. Y Seth y Flynn se ofrecieron voluntarios para ayudarles ayudarles en las luchas.
Indeed. Considering the relative urgencies of both situations, the trouble in the West takes precedence. That said, the thought of Aryan Road falling into her hands is a difficult one to stomach.
Send forth the Knights of Seros, then. We may be few in number, but even a small force can be all the difference when defending a siege. And given the debt
Cyril y Catherine no han aparecido, pues... ¿No? Cyril, el niño, desapareció por arte de magia. Catherine de momento aún tiene que ser vista, pero Catherine me suena que sí es jugable, Me sorprendería que ella no aparezca, pero el niño sí que está 100% desaparecido. El niño está desaparecido.
If such an eventuality comes, they're to fall back to Aryan Road and hold the fortress with the others. Understood?
Yes, Your Majesty.
We don't have time to be sitting on our hands either.
Orchestrated by none other than you and your accomplices here, Viscount Mateus. What's more, you had the audacity to pin the blame for your crime onto the innocent people of Duscur.
We did what we believed to be right.
And we still believe it so. I bear neither shame nor regret for our actions.
Our hand was forced, Baron. We took no pleasure in the deed. But we could not lie down and allow Lambert to trample over us with his tyrannical policies.
Pero si no que Lambert era buena
His
persona.
beloved Eastern lords may have submitted with naught but a whimper, knowing full well that they would always have the favor of the king. But we in the West refuse to play his game. It's as simple as that.
I understand the situation you found yourself in, but I fail to see the righteousness or necessity in the measures you chose. Of course, aspects of Lambert's reign troubled me as well. Yet one can never predict what may lie on the other side of a violent, radical revolution. With that understanding in mind, I decided to obey the late king's wishes. If you took issue with his policy, you should have made a formal protest. Surely a dialogue is a more preferable outcome to cold-blooded murder.
Any protest we made would never have drowned out the chorus of his blind devotees.
Wrong. His Majesty would have listened had you only explained your troubles. I'm sure of it.
El único que es bueno de estos.
Instead, you cast aside your duties as his retainers, crawled into a fetid bed with the Empire, and ended his life like the base cowards you are.
Uy, el Barón Dominic.
The time has come to face judgment for your sins.
My. Do you really think yourself so different from them, dear Baron?
Cornelia, you scheming wretch.
Judgment for your sins? Do you think this is one of that decrepit church's tired old parables? Sorry, but you're part of this now, trapped here like the rest of us. So be a good little boy, and do your part in sowing chaos in Fargus and the rest of Fodlan while you're at it.
Y ese es el tío de Annette, así que pobrecito. Pobre.
Gustav, Annette, the success of this plan lies on your shoulders.
Make my uncle see the...
We shouldn't be saying this in front of the Baron's relatives, but the Western Lords could end up convincing Baron Dominic to lead them once more. Killing him now.
Vale, parece que el plan ha sido que se han dividido. Dimitri ahí y Sheza en el fuerte.
Even if the father falls, what's to stop the other lords from promoting his heir as their standard bearer?
That's exactly why I'd rather this end with Baron Dominic as an ally, not a corpse.
Por favor, que él es buena persona, por lo que he visto.
We'll need to whittle down the armies of the other Western lords. Only then can we seek an opportunity to reach him.
Ah, bueno, Seth está aquí.
Right you are.
Como veía que mucha gente faltaba, pues pensé que a lo mejor se dividieron.
Much of our army is off defending Aryan Road from the Empire. In other words, this fight shall not be an easy one. Be few Western lords. But first, opportunity will be we
go with version
Ay,
of
Dios mío.
Actually making friends. True purpose among all the... If you ever hope to reach the
¿Por qué eres tan pesado con el Ashen Demon, Arval? Cállate, por favor.
Don't you think you're getting a bit too obsessed with this little grudge match?
¡Gracias!
Maybe so. Though I don't believe that's all there is to it.
¿Por qué? Si eres tú el que insiste.
And my purpose. Why can't we just say it's fighting for Dimitri and call it a day? Right now, that's just as important to me as surpassing the Ashen Demon. Maybe even more so.
Arval, no seas puto.
Arval, out with it.
I suppose it just feels like our destiny. Like it's something we're meant to do.
Viscount Mateus, Viscount Elidor.
Cállate. Arval. A ver, ¿a dónde nos vamos? Skip hasta... Oh, Cornelia.
Lose? Curse this feeble flesh.
¡Ay! ¡Matarla!
Seize the witch.
Y aseguraos de que no escape esta vez, por favor. Y aseguraos de que esta vez no escape.
What a horrible way to treat a saint.
Una santa, dice.
Your mages
¡Puta!
have met their end, Cornelia. And soon, so will you. You cannot warp yourself out.
Esta vez no puedes transportarte. Nada de teletransporte aquí.
What became of my stepmother? Does she yet live?
No, long dead, I'm afraid.
Ah, pues maravilloso.
She killed the husband who kept her from the sweet little daughter she loved so dearly, only to lose her own life at that same daughter's hand.
Ah, espera, ¿qué? ¿Delgar Lab? ¿Cómo? ¿Ah? ¿Cómo que Edelgar la mató?
You can't mean...
¿Cómo?
Didn't I already tell you? Your stepsister has the answers.
Espera, ¿está diciendo la verdad o solo se lo está inventando? ¿Ah? ¿Ah?
So this body has reached its end. How pitifully frail you all are.
¿Cómo? ¿La vais a matar o...?
If I seek the truth, I'll have to retrieve it from the Emperor herself. Cornelia said as much before her spirit left this realm.
Ok, Cornelia se ha muerto. Ok, al menos dejará de incordiar por fin.
But I do believe there is truth to her claim. Edelgard knows something. The Empire was surely involved in my father's death. And perhaps she was as well.
A ver, era una niña. ¿Cómo vais a estar ella?
You owe us all an explanation here. The Emperor is your stepsister?
Ah, es verdad, ¿nunca se los contó?
My apologies. I suppose I never mentioned it.
So if I've got this straight, after you were born, your dad got remarried to her mom?
Correct. Though the truth of my stepmother's background was never revealed to the public, as you can imagine. Of course, all that is in the past now. There is no reason to keep hiding it from my closest allies.
Your Majesty, if I may, I can handle the explanation.
Joder, adelante, Rodri.
That will no doubt prove faster. You knew my father many years longer than I did.
It all started 20 years ago, when a dreadful plague ravaged Ferdiad. King Lambert's wife was among those claimed by its spread. In hopes of bringing an end to the epidemic, the king sought experts from across the land. Scholars, doctors, mages.
Y ahí vino Cornelia.
Among those, it was an imperial scholar by the name of Cornelia who finally turned the page on our suffering and put an end to the pestilence.
Oh yes, I've heard about that. She helped develop many of the districts in the capital as well, didn't she? It's a little weird to think she's the one who planned out the places we all lived.
They even used to call her a saint. What could have happened to her to
¿Qué
make
te
her
está
so
pareciendo la historia hasta ahora? Mi problema ahora mismo con la ruta de Dimitri es que, ay, ¿cómo lo alargan? Lo alargan mucho con innecesarios conflictos internos. Bueno, a ver, supongo que, a ver, digo innecesario, pero supongo que eso se supone que tiene que tratar el tema de lo que trata sobre Dimitri, los problemas de su reino y tal. Pero es que a mí me parece un puto coñazo. Yo estoy esperando a ver si llega el enfrentamiento con el Imperio, si va a haber algún salseo con los de la Alianza por lo que sea. Estoy esperando que se termine este arco con el rey. No sé, o sea, no me interesa. Mi problema con la ruta de Dimitri es que no me interesa. No me está interesándome nada de esto. Entiendo que esto es lo que trata el reino, que madre mía los problemas internos, que si no sé qué y tal. Pero cuando la premisa principal de esto trata de esta supuesta gran guerra entre estas tres naciones y tal, para mí esto es como el gran relleno que simplemente no me interesa una mierda. No me interesa, me aburre genuinamente. Me aburre genuinamente. Me aburre genuinamente. Esto lo único que está sirviendo es, no sé, Dimitri tratar de averiguar la verdad sobre sobre la tragedia de Dazkar. Que ahora parece que por fin tiene un incentivo más de pelear contra el Imperio por lo del tema de que Edelgar sabrá algo. Pero ¡buah! ¡Qué poco me importa todo lo que está ocurriendo en el tema del reino! Y además que el cast de los Leones Azules por lo general no me gusta. Ni siquiera eso lo hace mejor.
I don't get it. Why would she need saving?
I'm not sure of all the details myself, but I know she was banished from the court after becoming involved in some sort of political dispute. Lambert always did have a soft spot for those in need. And of course, in the thick of all that, the two developed feelings for each other. It's difficult to say for sure if it was love, but it was something. Anyway, that's all I have.
Looking back on the events now, it's hard to know just how much of it was part of Cornelia's plot.
¿Ya viste el de las águilas? No, no, este es el único que estoy viendo. Este es el único que he visto. Que a ver, apenas ha salido hoy. Y bueno, al parecer no era mucha exageración lo de cómo de largo es simplemente la pura escena. Y eso que ha habido un poquito de saltar por gameplay. Pero no era tanto gameplay lo que hemos saltado. Pero bueno, hoy con suerte terminamos con lo de... Bueno, hoy con suerte no. Hoy terminamos lo de la ruta de Dimitri. Y ya supongo que los otros 2 días a ver qué tal con los ciervos dorados y la ruta de Elgar. A ver si es un poco más interesante y emocionante que lo que he estado viendo hasta ahora con esta ruta. Pero de momento no me sé nada de las otras 2. ¿Qué ocurre con Edelgar y qué ocurre con Cloud? Esta es la primera que estoy viendo, pero bueno, eso ha sido por temas de encuesta. Yo hice encuesta y la gente votó por la ruta de Dimitri. Más que nada.
You want to get answers from the Emperor of the very region we're at war with? Is that even possible?
Buena pregunta, Ash.
I mean, Edelgard is our enemy. She and her like have stamped the life out of so many of our allies. And we've done the same to hers. I don't see how the two sides could just sit down for a chat after all that.
Perhaps not. Make no mistake, she is still our bitter enemy. But I've no other choice. We've extracted all the information we could from the Western Lords. There's the only one left we can turn to. You and the Baron. Indeed I do. Even the most impregnable fortress in all Fodlan cannot hold off an onslaught forever.
Vale, supongo que ahora por fin se van a reunirse con Edelgar. Sí, parece que sí. No me interesa. Espera, ¿qué está pasando por aquí? ¿Qué está pasando aquí con Cloud?
There we have it. The Empire and the Kingdom finally squaring off in broad daylight. What a fascinating development. And a troubling one.
¿Por?
I am well acquainted with that look of yours, Claude. What could you be scheming?
Veré las otras 3 horas que quedan. Yo creo que se puede. Con el poder de hacer mucho skip, que creo que lo voy a abusar un poco más que nunca con las escenas de... Que ya me estoy dándome cuenta de qué dirección está yendo la ruta de Dimitri. Creo que puedo terminar esto incluso en menos de 3 horas.
Afternoon, when we swept aside the Imperial army ourselves.
Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I'm just contemplating the fate of the Alliance the only way I know how.
Don't worry about him, Lawrence. He doesn't always look it, but Claude takes this stuff seriously. I promise.
She's right, you know. I'm constantly thinking about our next plan of action. Thankfully, the Empire's turned its beady little eyes away from us for now. It seems they're focusing all their attention on the West. And we owe that title shift to Duke Gloucester's feigned betrayal. The former Duke Gloucester, I mean. Thanks to him, we managed to run the Empire clean out of Leicester. But there's more to their strategy shift than that.
Do you speak of the unrest within the kingdom? Such internal struggles would certainly leave them rather defenseless in the wake of an attack. But the situation may change anew at any moment. We mustn't grow complacent. If they emerge victorious against the kingdom, it is difficult to imagine what course of action the Imperial army would take next.
Yeah. Whatever happens in this battle, it'll shape the future of Fodlan for years to come. I might be brilliant, but even I'm having trouble predicting who's gonna come out on top. But whoever it is, I'd bet anything we'll need to strike a deal to keep them at bay. I guess we should be ready for either outcome. Oh, and Lawrence, I'll be asking all sorts of little favors from you, so plan on being busy for a long while.
If needs must, I would do anything for the Alliance.
We can't stand in the crossfire between the Kingdom and the Empire forever. It's high time the Alliance grabbed the reins of history and started steering in our own direction.
¿Qué tienes planeado, Cloud? ¿Qué tienes tú planeado? ¿Qué tienes tú planeado?
Do you still doubt me, Your Majesty?
Oh!
Considerably.
Do you still doubt me, Your Majesty? After I was so kind to sell you that delicious little tip about the secret passage.
Oh, hola, Yuri.
Sneaky little whelp. I never uttered a word of that to you.
No, but the Count did. I won't be sharing under what circumstances, though.
I cannot overstate what a boon it is to have members of House Rowe aiding us during our siege of the Silver Maiden. Though it's truly a shame we could not stop the kingdom from reclaiming your territory.
The fault is mine. Such stumbles would never have occurred had I not faltered on the Leicester front. Count Rowe swore his allegiance to the Empire, yet our failure in battle...
Exactly why the kingdom leaves them nigh defenseless.
Indeed. Hubert would never let us hear the end of it, or we...
Match to Aryan Road. I suggest we settle this matter at once.
Ah, hola, el padre de Linhardt. Hola.
Arrives to further bolster.
That's why your actions will be so vitally important to our effort.
Yes, Your Majesty. I will escort you to the passage.
Effort your gold can buy.
I will not allow things to end like this. No.
Should count. I suppose House Rowe must want its territory back quite badly, considering the fortune they were willing to pay me.
I see you've not lost that insolent mouth of yours. You should have refused the offer if you found it distasteful.
I enjoyed dealing with that decrepit old fool as little as you did. But he still paved my path into the Academy. I've never liked the thought of owing him a favor, and this will finally settle our account. Now then, I should be off.
Yuri.
What is it, old man? Spit it out.
I pray for your safety.
Oh, interesante.
Do what you will. I only pray you find a suitable place to breathe your last.
Joder, Yuri.
The interior myself.
Ah, hola, Catherine.
Yes, Lady Catherine.
Hola, Catherine.
Been a while since I've had the pleasure of watching you work, Catherine. I could say the same of you. It's been, what, 2 years now since you left the Knights? You picked some time for a reunion. The Kingdom called and I answered. That's it. Besides...
What? If you got words from me, then...
Hola, mi clan, otra vez.
Words, huh? You know, I wasn't sure what to expect when I heard there was an ex-bandit playing general over here. But your orders are precise, and you have some serious tactical know-how. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were a trained leader. Sometimes even bandits have great commanders. Not often, but I've seen it happen.
Our lands were always under siege by Srang forces. Got defense strategies practically beaten into me when I was a little kid.
You really are the former heir to House Gautier, then. I heard a lot about you when I was a kid myself. I'd always hoped to spar with you one day. Never thought you'd end up disowned.
Cram it. I'm the one who cut ties with that rotten house of mine.
You've done well to stay alive since.
Yeah, because I've got a purpose now. I'm gonna show the world that if I act all proper, even a crestless loser like me can accomplish whatever he wants. Ugh, made me sick to my stomach hearing that drivel. Even sicker coming from some weak-willed king with a crest who's been spoon-fed his whole life.
Yet here you are, fighting in his army. And well, at that.
Yeah, turns out the king's not the only weak-willed one around here.
Hmm.
You know what they said to me? That I wasn't going to be held back by crests anymore. That the only thing tying me down now was my own past mistakes. Now look at me, square at the top of a squad full of crest bearers and none alike. But ridiculous as it sounds, part of me's actually come to like it.
Ay, mi clan.
Lady Catherine.
Ah, bueno, ¿ese has parecido así por arte de magia?
The gates were sealed.
This is Aryan Road we're talking about. There's probably more than a few hidden passageways we're not aware of in here. The former lord of this fortress, Count Rowe, fell in battle, but I doubt he was the only one familiar with the secrets of its construction. Then we'll have to fight them off until reinforcements.
Aquí, porque ya veo que es momento de la pelea.
All forces, move to intercept.
Oh.
Location is in great peril.
A ver, por aquí.
Let us finish.
Oh!
It seems you are the victor in this fight. I bid you farewell.
No escape!
Indeed, this moment will be the doom of you both.
Oh!
Tallest.
Dear Edelgard, it has been far too long.
Is it so? Have you really found an ally in Dimitri?
What lie is this?
So you are not allies? That makes more sense. I can't imagine you joining forces with the man who killed your father.
Oh, ok. Eso sí que es lo que necesitaba oír. Eso es exactamente lo que tenía que oír Dimitri. Eso es exactamente lo que tenía que oír Dimitri.
What you say is the truth. If this man murdered my father, then you and I have much to talk about. Till then, nobody lays a hand on you.
¡Hostia! ¿Qué es eso? ¿Edelgard? ¿Edelgard? ¡Hostia! ¿Qué ha pasado? ¿Qué ha pasado? ¿Qué ha pasado? ¿Qué ha pasado? ¿Y qué está? What the fuck?
What is that?
¡Oh! No pensé que volvería a ver esa forma horrenda. Y se lo ha forzado a ella. ¿Qué cojones?
No, you're not. And I'm not gonna let you die here, okay?
¿Qué coño? No me esperaba volver a ver esa forma horrible. ¡Ay, Dios mío! ¿Y se lo ha forzado a Edelgard? ¿Qué coño?
I promised you, didn't I?
¿Se lo ha forzado? ¿Qué cojones?
Always.
¿Qué cojones? ¡Ay, qué
The Imperial
cojones!
army makes to retreat. As for that monster, it's disappeared.
Understood.
¡Joder! ¿Qué ha hecho
What happened
Tales?
to Edelgard? I dare say they had little choice.
We must treat your wounds, Your Majesty. They will only worsen
¡Hostia!
without proper
¿Qué
rest.
de qué? Vale, esto ya es el salseo que interesa a mi cerebro. ¿Qué cojones?
This is our chance. Secure Aryan Road at once.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Joder. No pensé que iba a volver a ver esa forma horrenda de Edelgard. Pero curioso cómo esta vez ha sido forzado.
Glimpse of the guy, but something's not sitting right with me. His power was so familiar. He might be another one, like Tomas, and like me. How am I connected to them?
Just what is this power I have?
Vamos, Arval, cuenta. Arval, puto.
I understand your concern, but my thinking remains unchanged from 2 years ago. Whatever the truth of your abilities may be, I trust you, and I will continue to do so. I only wish I had more to say than that. My apologies. Still, if your power... My word at face value. Shadows of Fodlan, bending matters to their will. Schemes.
Need to face the reality. Father.
Adrestia, is you certain? Are you certain?
Oh, el padre de...
Most. Adrestia is yours to command in the Emperor's stead.
Ah, mierda. Eso no es bueno.
Who can stop your ascension.
Es el padre de Ferdinand. ¿Y qué cojones con Edelgard? Oh.
And what says Her Majesty? Nothing at present. A grave injury suffered during the siege of Aryan Road has left her unable to speak. Come now, Duke. Haven't you always dreamt of saving your dear empire in its time of greatest need?
Yes, you have a point. I will take up arms to solve this crisis. Under my rule, we shall crush the Kingdom and Alliance both, and unite all of Fodlan beneath the ever-majestic banner of Adrestia. The unfulfilled ambition of countless emperors past will be made manifest by none other than myself. Ludwig von Eyre, savior of the Empire.
Then we will lift you up from the darkness, until the day you inevitably stumble back down.
Pues el Imperio se ha ido a la mierda. El Imperio se ha ido a tomar por culo horriblemente.
While the indisposed Emperor retreats to her palace in Enbar. Capitalizing on Edelgard's condition, control of Adrestia is wrested away by the now regent, Ayr. However, the citizenry grows quickly resentful of his brutal manner of governance.
Ok. ¿Para qué? ¿Cómo que fin? ¿Cómo que fin? Ah, bueno, el fin de...
Fanaticism.
¿Qué coño está pasando? ¿Fin de la parte 1? Espera, ¿qué? ¿Qué?
The year is 1182. 5 moons have passed since the battle at Aryan Road.
Han pasado 5
While the war
meses.
itself has changed little in this time. Adrestia has undergone a striking
Ah,
transformation.
mierda. Como ahora Edelgard está indispuesta, van a volver al mismo imperio de mierda.
Its
Oh.
rivers run red with the blood of its citizens, who are beset by rampant pillage and slaughter. Dmitri resolves to kill the Emperor, dismantle Adrestia, and put an end to this grim reality.
Ay, pero esto no es lo que quería Edelgard. No, esto ya es trágico.
Is this true, Lady Rhea?
¿Esto es trágico?
It is. Edelgard told me as much before she left to deal with the upheaval in Enbar. Regent Volkard von Arundel was colluding with Tomas and his fellow knaves. For many years, Lord Arundel was a pious adherent to the Church and its teachings, until one day, his contributions abruptly ceased. Speaking of it now, I realize such a sudden change ought to have raised suspicion.
Just like Tomas, he became an entirely different person almost overnight. We had a similar occurrence in Fargus as well. Do you know of the court mage Cornelia?
The one who cured the plague, yes? So she too.
Indeed. I have reason to believe she conspired with Lord Arundel to murder my father. I had assumed them to be agents of the Empire, striving to sow discord within our lands. Yet, back at Aryan Road, the Emperor herself was assaulted by a dark mage who we can assume is in league with Tomas. Whoever these people are, they clearly have their own objectives in this conflict.
As for the man who appeared, Talus, was it? It seemed as though the Emperor recognized him.
Yes. She also claimed this Talus was the one responsible for my father's death. I find it difficult to take a bitter enemy's assertion as fact. But the pieces do fit.
Sorry, am I interrupting? It's been a while, Dimitri. Rhea?
Hola, Cloud?
That it has, Claude. I'm sorry you had to come all the way to Ferdiad for this.
That makes two of us. I can think of plenty of better places for a meeting than this chilly old capital of yours. Of course, I'm the one who asked to stop by in the first place. Thanks for seeing me, Dimitri.
Okay.
The Empire's sure been busy lately. An uprising over here, a siege over there. You'd think they'd get tired of causing so much chaos. But now they're looking to cross the Aramid and do the exact same in Alliance territory. I doubt it'll be long before we start getting hit with some serious losses. Which brings me to my point. What say we partner up and use our combined strength to bring the Empire down?
I am grateful to hear such a suggestion, Claude.
A ver, yo no veo por qué rechazarlo,
Hardened as
sinceramente.
our soldiers may be, even the combined force of the kingdom and the Knights of Seros pales in comparison to the staggering might of Adrestia.
If we ever hope to take their capital, we'll need to splinter their army between east and west. And, as Enbar lies in the southernmost reaches of the Empire, carving a path to it will not be an easy task.
I could get behind scattering their troops, but they've got a bear of a man in Count Burgley's defending their eastern flank. Passing through Hevring territory in the west won't be smooth sailing either. The Ogma Mountains aren't exactly what I'd call welcoming.
All right. Any attempt at head-on assault will leave our forces depleted and exhausted before we even reach the capital.
But hey, you're in luck. I have a plan.
Ah,
a way we
¿cómo
can
no?
target Enbar without so much hassle. All we have to do is claim one vital stronghold, and their sway in Fodlan will shrink dramatically. Any ideas what it is?
Garreg Mach.
Hey, you really know your stuff, Dimitri.
Garreg Mach is sacred to us. Reclaiming it would provide a significant boost to morale.
So ahora el plan es reconquistar Garreg
But
Mach,
how do you
¿eh?
propose we strike at such a well-fortified location?
We'll draw the Imperial Army out to our respective front lines, then launch a pincer attack on the old monastery from both the east and the west. It's not the fanciest plan in the world, but it's all we've got right now.
Vale, comprensible.
Then allow me to suggest an idea
Oh.
of my own. I believe we should approach by way of Layam. The valley is not closely guarded by the enemy, and its narrow paths negate any numerical advantage they may hold over us. If all three of us dispatch our best warriors, then I am certain we can retake Garreg Mach.
The Valley of Torment, huh? You're a better tactician than I gave you credit for, Rhea. How about this? First, we create a diversion by sending separate forces to the east and west and making it look like we aim for their capital. That'll split their focus. Then, when the time's right, we shift our attention to Garreg Mach, sending an army through the Valley of Torment to reclaim it.
Me gusta el plan.
The issue then becomes how to hold our ground on both the eastern and western fronts. The west does not concern me on its own, but we will have Count Burgley's to contend with in the east.
The trick is engaging the enemy as little as possible. And don't worry, I've got a few surprises up my sleeve if we need them.
The Knights of Seros may be few in number, but they are all the more agile for it. They will act separately, providing reinforcements wherever necessary.
Thank you, Lady Rhea. The support is much appreciated.
Tell me, Dimitri, are you gonna stay buddied up with the Central Church once this war is over?
Oh, ¿y a qué
My
viene
people
eso?
still seek their guidance. So long as that is the case, I will continue to offer them shelter.
Meaning what? You'd toss them out on the street if nobody needed them anymore?
I doubt such a day would ever dawn. Territories may change, but people's hearts will always be stubborn things. Even if we started our own church like the Empire has, there's no guarantee our citizens would accept it in any timely manner, or at all. Let me ask you, Claude. How long do you plan to maintain this partnership with the kingdom?
Eso también es
I hope we can
intrigante.
keep this beautiful thing going for many years, long beyond the trouncing we're about to hand the Empire.
That glint in your eye says otherwise. But I'm glad to accept you as an ally, for the time being at least.
Come on, you can't seriously be doubting me already. Learn to trust a little, Dimitri. And speaking of trust, I trust you'll be throwing a big feast tonight to celebrate the occasion. I can't wait to taste that old-fashioned Fargus hospitality.
Estamos en corto de presupuesto, Cloud. No creo que se puedan permitirse un banquete. ¿O sí?
Hard to believe it's already been 6 months since the siege back at Aryan Road.
Quite. It's no surprise we've been at a standstill, though. Both the Empire and Kingdom suffered heavy losses during the battle. But lucky for us, it seems the ice is finally thawing. Let's hope you've kept your wits as sharp as your blade all this time.
Ah, there you are.
¿Hola?
What are they doing here?
Were you not made aware? Our fine leaders have seen fit to integrate our armies, as we'll be fighting on the same side from here forward.
¿Tiene sentido? ¿Tiene
Claude was
sentido?
quite insistent on our joining you on the Western Front.
I just wish it wasn't so cold here. I can feel my muscles tightening up already.
Hey, Rafael.
Yes. I had hoped the cold would at least bring a picturesque snowscape with it, but alas.
I'm sorry to say we receive little snowfall in this part of the kingdom. I imagine our winters aren't all too dissimilar from those you experience in Leicester.
So, what would you like us to do?
Y Marianne sigue deprimida como siempre.
Well,
Ay,
I guess there are
Marianne.
2 options. Either you all can stay on the front lines with us, or join the rear guard and help in a more indirect way.
Either is more than acceptable for us, though I should say our preference would be to fight by your side. If we fail to distinguish ourselves here, there will be no end to Claude's sarcastic wit upon our return.
Interesante. Esta decisión te permitirá reclutar unidades específicas. Interesante esta propuesta.
Let's take them at the front with us. That's where we're gonna need
A ver,
the
no
most
veo
help.
por qué los rechazaría, supongo.
Agreed. We can discuss further with the others later, but it's safe to assume that is the direction we'll head.
Very well. Allow us to show you what Alliance soldiers are capable of.
Ay, Lorenzo. Ay, Lorenzo. No cambies. No
Indeed.
cambies.
It's hard to know what their motivations may be. It's merely that we all have our own reasons for taking part in this fight. Each side is watching the other like famished hawks for the slightest hint of foul play.
What? You mean there's more to this thing than just stopping the Empire?
Como por ejemplo.
Yes. For my part, I would like to uncover the true nature of this enemy hidden in the shadows of Fodlan.
Okay.
The Church likely wants little beyond the reclamation of Garreg Mach. As for Claude, who can say? Rodrigue should be joining us here in the coming month, as our numbers burgeon.
Last house in the village, reduced to ash. Our first push into enemy territory, and all we have to show for it is the charred remains of people's lives.
The neighboring village was plundered as well. There must have been Imperial soldiers in heavily. Setting it alight was no far step beyond that.
Looked like they raised the
Of such a world she hopes to create?
No es eso, Dimitri.
I suspect Edelgard is no more than a mere puppet now.
Gracias, Dedu.
That, or perhaps a victim of whatever befell Tomas.
Gracias, Dedu.
may just be right.
Gracias, Dedu. Gracias, Dedu.
Urgent news, Your Majesty.
Porque eso es
The
correcto.
Western Church has launched a surprise attack on our rear flank. I see. And what of our losses? Minimal as of yet, but the enemy makes to join up with the Imperial Army and strike again.
What's the call, Dimitri?
Interesante.
Church form an army now of all times. I know they've had many
Us? Cornelia? But what's that mean for me?
Perhaps you're related somehow. Though bearing similar abilities, good news is, some of them will be in this very battle. Perhaps you can seek out the truth yourself.
Oh?
I thought
Okay.
this was the Western Church's army. You wouldn't know it with all those outside forces.
Okay, ahora
Imperials.
donde...
Otherwise.
My son.
Was it?
¿Qué pasa con el my son? Oh, esto se va a poner interesante.
Why do you wield the power of Epimenides?
¿Qué? ¿Qué?
Epimenides?
¿Ah?
Tell me, where did you obtain it? Unless his core.
¿Qué? ¿Qué?
His what? What are you even talking about? The power I got from Arvel?
I'm not sensing his presence anymore. Myson has fled.
Okay.
Yeah, and left us with nothing but questions. I didn't get a word of what he was saying.
Afraid the same goes for me. That was all quite perplexing indeed.
Okay.
Either way, it's clear as day we're connected somehow. No point worrying about it now, though. Whatever their deal is, I'm still gonna keep being me.
That's the spirit of these past few years, and to start fearing it now. The strength I've given, good or evil, can
Sí.
defeat the Ashen Demon.
Y dale con la pesadez
Got something on
con...
your mind? You seemed...
A bit, yeah. It's kind of thinking of. He mentioned my power coming from some guy named Epimenides? Part of me wonders if that's not somehow referring to you, Arvel.
I can't say for sure. And I don't care to. This should be done in distract.
Don't tell me.
It's from there. Never just... Not to mention that ending that fiend is the best and only.
Yeah.
Presence.
A ver qué
The
pasa.
Western Church's assault does not appear to have meaningfully hampered the kingdom's progress.
Glad to hear it. We'd better make sure we can...
Progress.
It sounds like everyone's pulling their weight over there too. What a relief.
But Claude, what do you propose we actually do? Crossing the Great Bridge of Murden will only land us square in Burgley's territory, home to the Empire's Minister of Military Affairs himself.
I don't get how we can invade the Empire without losing a ton of people.
Simple. We don't really invade. All we have to do is make it look like we will. I told Dimitri the same thing. Remember, Garrick Mach is the actual prize here. If we get dragged into a mud fight deep in their territory, pulling out won't be an option. The most important thing is convincing them they need to keep a nice, big flock of troops stationed to defend the Eastern Front.
And how do we do that?
How else? We use the many-headed snake.
Hmm?
Ugh, gross. I don't like the sound of this.
¿A quién? ¿A qué?
Don't worry, that's just the name of the strategy. It's an old trick they used to pull east of Fodlan. Imagine our army's a many-headed snake, striking at a bunch of different targets all at once. Meaning not just the Great Bridge of Murden, but every other bridge that spans the Aramid too. The second the Empire starts trying to sever any one head in particular, we pull it back and redouble our efforts from the others.
A plan as arrogant and brazen as our leader himself, and yet an effective one to hear tell of it. At any rate, my opinion bears little weight in this chamber. I leave the decision to you.
We need to consider all our options here. If we really do reclaim Garreg Mach, Fodlan will undoubtedly change. And when it does, our army needs the strength to greet whatever horizon awaits.
Ok, ¿con qué ese es el plan de Cloud?
Eastern Church. Position.
Pero ahora por acá...
Replacing the head of...
¿Cuánto más tengo que saltarme? Que no me interesa. Vale, que van a atacar.
Who cleaved my own uncle's head now. To the
Our inquiry of Viscount Elidor. I have already examined its contents. The letter contains no new information of note. That said, I expect you'll find the subject matter quite disturbing.
I will read it.
Ok, leer una
From your
carta.
stepmom yet?
The then Viscount Elidor's cooperation in her conspiracy against my father. She claimed he would have much to gain from the king's elimination, all while shrewdly expressing sympathy with his objections to the reforms. I had it investigated for signs of forgery as a precaution, but such a search returned nothing. The letter is authentic.
Meaning your stepmom was a willing participant in the tragedy of Duscur. She sent so many to die, and would have done the same to her own stepson if all had gone according to plan.
All out of the desire to see her daughter again, or so Cornelius said. The wretch's words deserve little weight, but I believe she spoke true. In every memory I hold of my stepmother, she was always looking past me, as if the one she truly cared for was somewhere else entirely.
But I'm sure it wasn't easy for your stepmom either.
Indeed. I don't forgive her for how she treated me, but I suppose the blame doesn't lie solely with her. Still,
Can't stand not knowing the truth.
I will continue to...
I know which one I...
I can't believe we'll be facing them all.
There's...
A ver, ¿qué más tengo que hacer? Skip.
So many noble
¿Cuánta
imperial houses have
pelea?
assembled on the battlefield.
A no ser que haya algo
From the looks of it,
interesante.
they're desperate to defend the Empire.
As are we to fight for our home.
Manuela
We must make haste and take
y
the main
Hahnemann.
hall.
Interesante.
In the main hall, nobles will
Interesante.
battle to the bitter end to protect their homes. When we face from this point forward will strike at us with the same vigor.
I guess it's kill or be killed, huh? It's exhausting just thinking about the road ahead.
In every sense of the word.
Guess you two knew each other a long time then.
A
I heard
ver,
you went
¿qué
to the
más tengo que hacer?
academy together.
Skip.
Oh, you were born in Alliance territory, yes?
Yep, in a remote mountain town off in Ordelia land. From.
You're a you for who wisdom with me. And where in that position
A trick of the goddess, un truco de la diosa,
There's
¿qué?
defenses in both the east and west. Amidst all this, General Randolph enlists a certain mercenary company to Adrestia's cause. Their forces stand to defend Hevring territory, the Empire's final bastion in the west.
Oh, ok.
Let me
Bailiff
get
y
this straight.
Gerald otra
If
vez.
they break through Hevring land, there'll be nothing to stop the Kingdom's army from rolling straight to the capital.
That's right. The seat of Hevring's power, Mazgus, lies east of here, past the bottleneck in the Agma Mountains. It's essentially on Inbar's doorstep, the western gateway to the seat of power. Count Hevering and his men will make their last stand there. That is, if the Lions of Fargus can get through us first. And of course, we will make every possible effort.
Good sign when you're calling something your last stand.
Indeed. And we've lost far too many of our most formidable generals, including Marquis Vestra.
Huh?
I've not the slightest idea what's befallen our forces at the capital, nor in the east for that matter.
¿Qué le habrá pasado a Hubert? Es
the whole
verdad.
army's been feeling a little off lately. Thankfully, you and your squadron still have your heads on straight.
¿Qué habrá pasado a
It's a
Hubert? Es
sad
verdad.
state of affairs out there. Instead, we're left with those who take pride and sense to ash. Each and every one of them handpicked by His Excellency.
Secrets like that?
It's all right. I'd like you to have the full picture. Your company holds the key to victory. Oh, but keep all that under wraps, if you would.
Usually mercs are backup for an army, not full-on replacements. But it is what it is. In any case, we'll get
Terminated. You'll be free to stop supporting the Empire in its foul descent into depravity.
Interesante propuesta.
Randolph.
You feeling any better?
Sigue con el pelo verde, ¿eh?
I have to say, I'm still not used to this new look of yours.
Bueno, al menos ahora reacciona un
That
poquito más
makes two
normal
of
de eso.
us. But it will bother me less once I'm on the battlefield.
If you say so. With the war and the state it's in, the kingdom is throwing everything they've got at this thing. I don't know if it's that or something else, but I've got a bad feeling. So watch yourself out there.
I will. You do the same.
Oh, right. I've been meaning to give you this.
¿Qué le va a dar?
Never used to be without it. Cuts like a dream. I want you to have it.
Aww.
Swords like this are given to captains of the Knights of Saros, and mine was just collecting dust in the band's convoy.
That's right. Alois mentioned you used to serve there.
That was a lifetime ago. I don't plan on swinging this sword ever again.
But are you sure you want to give it away? It must be quite special to you.
I'd be happiest seeing you get some use out of it.
Aww.
Thank you. I'll do that.
Ay, qué gran padre. Toma, para mi niña bonita, la mejor, una espada mía, una vieja espada mía. Bueno, que nunca la he usado, pero bueno, toma, para ti. Ay, qué buen padre, dándole los mejores regalos a su hija. Padre del año. Que sí, que es vamos a enfrentarnos y todo eso. Uy, ¿qué pasa por acá?
Come on, Arval. Seriously?
¿Qué pasa con Arval?
You can't drag me off to sleep like this when the battle's about to start.
Sorry, but we need to talk.
¿Qué pasa?
Do you remember the warning I once gave you?
¿Cuál?
Well, I've been struck by a similar premonition now. Something feels...
The Ashen Demon showed up and nearly sent me to an early grave. You think the same thing's gonna happen today?
Hard to say. I'd say they're on the cusp of something terrible. An act far more dangerous than we previously imagined.
Okay.
Well, whatever's happening, I'm just gonna have to stop it.
So long as you don't put yourself in any...
Clear them away.
Ok, pues ahora a ver cuánto de mucho tengo que... ¡Oh! ¡Hostia, el brazo! ¡Le ha cortado el brazo! Ah, no, no le he cortado el brazo, no le he cortado el brazo. Joder, pensé que sí.
Looks like you finally beat me.
No lo mates, 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 no lo mates. Espera. No lo mates, dime que no se puede.
About time my luck ran out. Guess I'm overdue. The rest is up to you, kid.
I defeated the Blade Breaker. I can't believe it.
Han matado a Geralt. ¿Qué coño? ¿Qué coño? ¿Ah?
You should be more careful, Felix.
What do you know of caution? I guess this is it then.
So it would seem.
¿Qué pasa?
Your Majesty! It's good to see you safe.
Ah, and you, Rodrigue.
Well, Felix, I trust you've been keeping a watchful eye on him.
I'm afraid there's no watching out for my recklessness.
Now you admit it. We need you in one piece.
See that, Lambert? Just like when we were their age.
You were there every step of the way.
All right. The others are waiting. We wouldn't want them to worry about...
No me jodas. ¡Oh!
You'll pay for this!
The steadfast and the vigorous. You would offer them as tribute? Again. You resist me?
No! Not exactly the way I thought I'd meet my end, but I can only hope that I served you well.
Don't say that. We'll get you help.
¿Qué?
Protect them, Felix.
Dios mío.
His Majesty and the kingdom.
I swear that I will.
Lambert.
Joder, ¿qué dices? Sodis, no. Joder, ¿qué dices? Esto no está bien. Joder. Ay, Dios.
Gone? No. This is all my fault. I let them walk all over me. I left him unprotected. I'm sorry, Captain. I'm so sorry.
It is what it is. Mercenaries live short lives.
It did not have to be like this. Had you not scorned my strength, your father would yet live.
The captain was a true titan among men. I can't believe he's gone.
There is a way to solve this woe. Just grant to me your worldly flesh, and vengeance shall be yours. We must now send the whelp that killed your father to an early grave.
Do you mind taking command for a while, Alois? There's something I need to do.
Well, yes, of course, but surely I can aid you.
No. This task is mine alone.
Very well. But don't you dare get yourself killed.
This is the reality of war. We always knew days like today would come.
Ay, Dios.
More than anything, I'm worried about how Felix and Dimitri must be feeling right now.
Where's Dimitri and Felix?
They are still talking with the other lords about where we go from here. Rodrigue's death has left some massive shoes to fill.
Rodrigue devoted every second of his life to the kingdom, even after he stepped down as a duke. There are always plenty of pieces to pick up when you lose someone like that.
Listen, this is all my fault. If only I'd figured out what they were up to sooner.
I know you won't listen if I tell you you're wrong, so let me just say this. Nothing you do will bring back the dead. And that includes blaming yourself for what happened.
Yeah, you're right.
Come on, it's getting late. I think we could all use a nice dinner and a good night's rest right now.
I get that they're trying to make me feel better, but I still can't help but blame myself. I'm sorry, Arval. You were right. All this stuff about avoiding the Ashen Demon, you knew from the beginning it wasn't gonna happen.
What's done is done, and in the end, you've lost someone quite dear to you. A sad turn of events, yes, but you can't wallow in it. No matter how much it may hurt now, this pain will make you stronger. I'm sure of it.
I hope you're right. And I guess it's worth remembering there are people much more affected by this than I am. Not much choice now but to toughen up. And one of these days, defeat the Ashen Demon.
What are you doing up at this hour? You should head back to your tent. We have...
Well, I doubt they begrudge us a few tears tonight, at least.
No. I imagine not.
I pray for your safety in the coming battle, Your Majesty. And you can rest easy. We will cover the Western Front in...
You'll see for yourself soon enough, and I think you're gonna like how it's looking. Are you planning on heading south right away?
That was my intention, yes. Why? Does something trouble you?
A bit, yeah. We got a report just over a month ago that Count Bergley's had withdrawn from the Eastern Front. Which happens to line up exactly with when we pulled our own forces back. It's all a little too convenient, if you ask me. What I'm not sure of is whether he puzzled out our plan with Garrett Mock, or if he fell back to fortify Enbar instead. I guess the real question is how crafty the people calling the shots for the Imperials are.
They left quite the impression on us.
He's right. We had our hands full and more over in the west. Every time we claimed a territory, we'd look for spots to set up camp, only to find the army had razed all the towns and fields to the ground as they retreated.
If they're going that far, there's a good chance they've caught on to our plan. Though I doubt they're expecting all their enemies to come marching through the Valley of Torment hand in hand.
Couldn't we have picked an easier way, though? I'm practically swimming in sweat in this heat. Let's just hope we're almost out.
I see you have scarcely changed from your days at the academy.
Apenas has cambiado, Hilda, huh?
And Lady Rhea, are you joining the cause as well?
I refuse to spectate from afar while the fate of Fodlan hangs.
Oh, espera, que Rhea se vuelve jugable también.
Well, sure, but if something were to happen to you, it would be the end of the whole church.
Oh, no te preocupes, nada le va a pasarle a ella. Ok, pues esto sí que es interesante. Ok.
We know every inch this valley has to offer. Allow us to guide you.
If we can traverse it unnoticed, we should arrive at Garrett Mock.
Pues esto sí que es interesante. Rhea se une a la pelea también, a repartir hostias.
Yes.
Another chance to go toe-to-toe with those mages, hmm? This could be yet another opportunity to learn about our true nature.
You're right. We're not gonna let him get
aquí
away
parece que
this
es un
time.
enorme esquí. Joder, una
And
pelea
I'll
tan
do all I
larga.
can to help, whatever it takes.
Dosus Leader in the Dark, huh?
And the enemy's main force is straight ahead.
Okay.
As we can. Time to retreat.
Well, you can definitely handle yourself in a fight, Mr. Warrior King.
Good to see your humor is intact. Never mind the gravity of the moment.
I figured I'd skip the doom and gloom. I've got a plan up my sleeve I think you'll like.
I'm listening.
You head out after Edelgard, and I stay back here. Way I figure, I can keep the Empire off of you.
But Claude...
You'd rather she got away?
Of course not. Good luck.
Qué bro el Cloud. Qué gran bro.
See you later.
Qué bro Cloud. O sea, se va a quedar a retener a este ejército para que... ¡Ay, Dios mío!
Azure Gleam.
¿Qué bro?
The absent emperor.
¿Qué bro? ¿Qué absoluto bro el Cloud? ¿Qué absoluto bro el Cloud?
The combined might of the Kingdom, Alliance, and Church crush Adrestia's forces in the Valley of Torment, forcing the Emperor and Regent Ire to flee southward to Garreg Mach.
Okay.
The might of Fargus relentlessly pursues them in hopes of finally putting an end to the war. However, Count Berglis stands firm in the way, a stalwart defender of his Emperor.
Hold, you've come.
Not in good shape.
The Emperor's might to drive the Allied army away.
Did we now?
Besides, the decision was not mine to make. But now is not the time for this idle chatter.
Ah, claro, básicamente está diciendo no, no, es órdenes de la emperatriz, cuando en realidad solo son sus órdenes.
You shall stay behind, Majesty.
But fine.
Ya, la pobre Edelgard sigue muda.
Nor a claim to one otherwise. Another life is out there for you, should you want it.
I must agree. Such a plan could play straight into the Empire's hands. Attempting to traverse that route without the proper preparation.
Que sí, que van a ir por una ruta peligrosa.
Living in Fargus, having fled from the Empire.
So Cornelia may have been the one who arranged to have Lord Arundel replaced.
Mm-hmm.
They were both deeply involved in
no into his even our
finally avenged.
Honestly, I don't know.
¿Qué van a hacer estos?
Gerald wouldn't want this. He didn't believe in vengeance for vengeance's sake.
Indeed. You could not be more right. Revenge is not a thing you take for someone else. You seek revenge to slake your rage and heal your wounded heart. I know you are prepared to do whatever that you must. I could do this by force, you know. Be grateful then that I asked for your leave at all.
You're right. This has to come from me. And I accept your power. Help me win, no matter what it takes.
Ah, yes. You shall make a most worthy vessel after all. And now, behold all that I have discovered at the edge of time.
Y le otorga su poder al parecer, supongo. Y a ver qué pelea ocurre por acá. A ver qué ocurre por acá. Derrota más enemigos. Ah, pues ese se ha muerto. Oh. Oh. Pues oye, eso de puta madre. Eso de puta madre. Ok. Ok.
Butcher most vile. You killed the sire of this vessel and now you die for it.
Aha.
It's you the monster wants, so let's give the Ashen Demon a fitting end.
Oh. Interesante. Interesante.
Our foe intends to win. but just for you. I'll see the pest crushed in your foot myself.
Ok. Y a ver cómo... Bueno, lo de... ¡Oh! Ok. Entonces, déjame tener esto en cuenta. Esto es una línea... Esto no es simplemente un Three Houses alternativo. Porque si de verdad Baelez acaba de palmarla, entonces no hay ninguna fumada de línea temporal comparando con el... ¿Qué cojones es esto entonces? Esto es un fanfic entonces, oficialmente. Ok.
You've finally done it. The Ashen Demon is no more.
Mm-hmm.
You don't sound too pleased with yourself.
Yeah, I don't know. I know I should be. But now that it's over, I just feel kinda empty. What if all this was just some horrible mistake? What if there was another way we could have solved all this?
Oh, interesante.
Sorry, I shouldn't be dumping all this on you.
There's nothing to apologize for. You're processing a lot right now. I'm not sure what it means to feel happy and empty and regretful all at the same time. But I think I'm going through it myself, too. Though I wouldn't call it happy per se, more like free. Like I've finally finished a quest I thought would never end. The relief could practically move me to tears.
¿Está llorando?
Hey, are you crying?
I'm not sure, but I do know this. I'm beyond grateful for everything you've done for me. I couldn't have asked for a better partner in destiny.
Y dale con lo del compañero del destino.
Same here,
¿No sabes referirte a la pobre Seth de otra forma?
Not a trace of the Emperor in sight. She and Duke Ire must not be together.
In any case, she's certainly not here.
Bueno, parece que falta poco para terminarlo, ¿no?
Still, with all our greatest enemies gathered in one... The one grasping the reins of the Imperial Army now is no longer Edelgard, but Thomas.
Ok, o sea, ¿saben que él es el verdadero enemigo?
All our greatest our king,
Smash our
assuming not afford one.
Ok.
You and your unit to keep watch for us. And my uncle will help you. We can't let our enemy get inside these walls.
Ay, Dios mío, el lavado de cerebro.
For the Empire.
El lavado de cerebro sigue presente.
Your Majesty.
El lavado de cerebro sigue ahí.
Uncle.
Splendid work, Edelgard.
¿El lavado de cerebro? Bueno,
I
lavado de
did what
cerebro.
you asked me to do. Is that good enough?
Espera, ¿qué está pasando?
But of course, all you need do is follow my every
Ah,
command.
¿esto es un lavado de cerebro o qué ha hecho exactamente? Actúa demasiado rara.
Beasts that swarm and fester on the surface shall tear at each other's throats until none remain. Edelgard, you must join the fray as well.
Me?
After all, what good is an emperor who lets everyone else do the fighting for her?
Yes, Uncle.
Ay, la pobre Edelgard. Ay, la pobre Edelgard. Y todo porque Seth no se unió a su bando. Que si ahora será el discurso conmovedor, supongo. Pero bueno, van a portales, que saben que
It
les...
is only through your combined efforts that we find ourselves here, with a pointed blade thrust at the throat of our enemy. We lost so many lives in Dusker. Our king, his knights, and more innocents that I can bear to count. This war has claimed even more. But now, we can finally avenge all of those who have fallen. Today, we sever the threads of fate that bind us to our troubled past, and march forth into a bright tomorrow. We shall fight, we shall survive, and we shall win a glorious future for Fodlan. I trust each of you to see our task through. Now move out!
Ok.
This is it. It will take everything we have, but we
Esto es la
must
batalla
defeat
final, al
the
parecer.
still piece to my might.
Oh, joder, y con la música... Ah, con esa música bonita, además. Adiós, con The Barley. Nadie le va a echar de menos. Oh, la Cloud de refuerzo. ¡Hola!
Tallis is just ahead.
Stepping foot in this monastery now.
What do you mean?
Relatives of every noble.
Que sí, venganza, todo esto y tal.
Got your friends.
Bueno, a ver, aún queda Edelgard, supongo. Aunque lo van a transformar la otra vez. ¡Hostia! ¡Hostia! ¿Eso sí que es un pasillo? Ah, y ahora que es un mapa además que hay que proteger... Oh, ¿Cronia? ¿Cronia? ¿Hola? Ajá, interesante. Dolofonos, ¿quién coño es Dolofonos? Ni puta idea, será un random simplemente. ¿Por qué la cara larga? Porque quiero terminar con esto de una vez, sinceramente. Quiero poner fin ya a esto. Hola, Tales. Nah, vas a caer. Ah, y además Edelgard. Ah, pero claro, porque está siendo bajo control. No, enfocaos en Tales. Ah, bueno, Tales tendrá el típico escudo indestructible. Ok, ahora irá por Tales. Ah, bueno, aunque me sorprende que Edelgard no lo hayan transformado. ¿Dónde está Edelgard? ¿Dónde está la Edelgard? Ok, no, sigue ahí, sigue ahí, sigue ahí. Creía que Edelgard se había transformado. Ok. Venganza. Ah.
So this fragile flesh has run its course. No matter.
Edelgard sigue bajo control.
Dimitri, go.
Uncle, no.
You cursed beasts will never defeat us.
¡Pácoros! ¡Dios mío! ¡Dios mío! ¡Qué OP Dimitri! ¡Qué OP Dimitri! ¡Hostia! ¡Qué OP! ¡Qué OP! Bueno, por fin muerto. Pero joder, ¿cómo se tanqueaba esas bolas, esas esferas oscuras? ¡Hala! ¡Pa! 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 ¡Qué puto amo! Pero bueno, por fin muerto Tales.
Guess it's over.
Chat Dimitri. Todo un chat mamadísimo. Edelgard, ¿ya has espabilado? Dimitri 100 en res. ¿Tal cual? 100 en res. ¿Eh? Edelgar, ¿estás bien?
Let's go.
¿Se van? ¿No van a decirle nada a Edelgar? ¿No van a hacer nada? Bueno, misión cumplida, supongo.
It seems the dawn is nearly upon us.
About time, too. So, my friend, shall we?
Right. There's much to be done.
It is now 1183, Great Tree Moon. The Holy Kingdom of Fargus, beside the Leicester Alliance and the Church of Saros, emerged victorious against the forces of Adrestia.
Ok. Baileth, muerta.
With the loss of Regent Ire and many of its leading strategists, the Empire has been forced back on all fronts, radically transforming the power structure throughout Fodlan.
¿Y qué pasó con Edelgar? ¿Que aún se quedó
In
tonta o
pursuit
cómo?
of their ideals, the young leaders press ever southward to crush the Empire for good. None know what tomorrow this war may bring, nor what future awaits Fodlan.
Gerald y Alois. Alois no lo sé, la verdad, pero Gerald murió, lo cual es lo que llevó a Baileth muriéndose.
Ours was a long and grueling battle, and I doubt I'd have seen it through to the end alone. Mere words fail to express just how reassuring it feels to have you by my side. But perhaps it's best for me to postpone such sentiments, seeing as the rest of the war still remains to be fought. For now, let me simply say that I am thankful to have you, and hope with all my heart that you choose to stay in the kingdom.
Pues... ¿sí? Esto ha sido la ruta de Dimitri, al parecer. Ok, pues... ¿Cómo poner un fanfic en un juego de Fire Emblem? Tal cual, tal cual, tal cual. Pues... ¿qué te pareció? Pues a ver... yo espero que lo que sea que vaya a ofrecer la ruta de Edelgar y Cloud vaya a ser la mitad de interesante que todo esto. Porque literal, la primera mitad ha tratado todo de los conflictos internos de Fargus y tal. Que a ver, yo entiendo que es parte. Entiendo que es parte del conflicto todo esto y tal. Pero... qué puto aburrimiento. Luego fue cuando se acordaron de que hay una guerra con el Imperio, donde se puso un poco más interesante las cosas, pero... terminó de una forma tan abrupta. ¿Vale? Mataron a Tales, parece que terminó con las serpientes de las tinieblas. Pero no dijeron nada de Edelgar, se quedó aquí Edelgar como tonta todavía por aquí, por el lavado de cerebro. Como que dicen que aún no ha terminado la guerra, que ahora van a ir a proseguir a acabar con el Imperio. Mataron a Baileth. A ver, lo del mataron a Baileth un poco me llamó la atención una cosa. Que básicamente cuando mataron a Baileth y tal, Seth le dijo a Arval que... ¿y si esto ha sido un grave error? ¿Y si esto ha sido un grave error? ¿Y si esto podía haberse resuelto de una forma diferente? Así que... tengo una sospecha que a lo mejor de alguna forma se podía salvar a Gerald y a Baileth. El problema es esto. El problema es esto. Primero de todo, confirmamos que... una cosa. Este Fire Emblem es básicamente un... no, este Fodland. Este Fodland simplemente es un... es un alternativo. Es un Fodland alternativo. Pero ni siquiera... ¿es un Fodland alternativo? ¿No es canon en el Three Houses? O sea, lo más que será canon es un what if. Básicamente es un what if. Pero en cierta forma eso es decepcionante. Pero la razón por la que digo es un what if, porque me suena de cosas de que Baeleth y Geralt son reclutables, pero no creo que debería tener un impacto en la historia aún así. Así que resulta que va y no acerté mi teoría de que a lo mejor Baeleth es en plan, vio todos los futuros posibles y decidió retroceder el tiempo muy al pasado para tratar de obtener la ruta dorada. Pero a ver, no sé, a lo mejor existe una ruta dorada y no me estoy dándome cuenta por aquí todavía. No lo sé, la verdad, pero bueno, lo dudo y aún así. Pero la cuestión es esto. Pues eso, que esto es un what if. Esto simplemente es un what if. Baeleth no ha tenido un rol importante. Solo era antagonístico porque eran mercenarios que los pagó el Imperio. Lo cual asumo que si estuviéramos en la ruta de Edelgard, simplemente los habría contratado la Iglesia o Dimitri o Cloud. La ruta dorada en el DLC cuando salga. Hostia puta, como hagan eso. Hostia, como hagan eso. La ruta dorada en el DLC. Ay, me daría gracia cuando... Me haría gracia eso. Me haría gracia, la verdad. Pero sí, esto es un what if, que esto es lo que saco de aquí, porque está claro que va a ser como más o menos el mismo cuento con la ruta de Edelgard y la ruta de Dimitri. De Cloud, quiero decir. Pero a ver, la cuestión es esta. Ni que fuera Fates. Oye, quién sabe. Pero, a ver, también por otra parte no ha habido ruta dorada en el Three Houses. Así que a lo mejor no querían invalidar por completo el Three Houses y decir que aquí tampoco hay una ruta dorada. No lo sé, porque aún queda por ver por ahí si de repente hay una cuarta ruta o algo por el estilo. Y si dicha cuarta ruta va a ser más al estilo la ruta de la iglesia en Three Houses, que realmente no es una ruta dorada, simplemente es otra ruta más. Así que, pues a ver, mi opinión es esto. Pues esto es un fanfic, esto es un what if, porque menuda forma de terminar las cosas de una forma un poco abrupta. Este no dice Three Houses. Bueno, es un Fodland. Sigue siendo Fodland a pesar de todo. Pero bueno. Me alegro de no haber gastado 60 euros. Eso creo que lo puedo dejarlo claro, porque me da a mí que la historia va a ser mucho más decepcionante de lo que le di ganas. Supongo que es cierto que los trailers hacen un increíble trabajo en dar hype, pero luego mandarlo a tomar por culo. Me alegro mucho de haberme ahorrado esos 60 euros. Pero bueno, esto ha sido solo la ruta de Dimitri. Aún queda ver la ruta de Edelgard y Cloud, que el lado positivo es que nos podremos saltar un buen trozo del principio. Nos podremos saltar un buen trozo del principio del juego, porque eso va a ser un copy-pasta. Pero luego sé que va a haber alguna que otra línea de conversación de Sheth con Arval, que también lo podremos omitir completamente, porque lo puedo ver el copy-pasta también en eso. Así que... Hope versus Revelación, ¿cuál jugarías? Revelación, porque ya he jugado Revelación. Así que bueno, y gracias por traer la ruta para ver cómo no usar ese dinero. A ver, la cuestión es esta, Fernando. Lo que a mí me paró de comprar el juego... Me espero la película completa en español. ¿Algún día? Pero bueno, no lo sé. De mí no creo que vaya a poder sacar mucho más. Aunque bueno, aún toca ver la ruta de Edelgard y Dimitri, que eso lo haré mañana y pasado mañana. Pero joder, qué largo. Joder, qué largo. Yo pensaba que eran 7 horas, pero como que el tío que estaba grabando, pues... se grabó todo el gameplay. Y no, al parecer sí que puede ser tan largo en temas de cutscenes. Me cago en la puta. Pero a ver, volviendo antes. A ver. Si esto fuera un Fire Emblem... En plan Fire Emblem de verdad, ya sabes, estrategia por turnos, con los cuadraditos, como ver a personajes con flechita por turnos y tal. Fijo que me habrían estafado y habría gastado el dinero. No lo niego. Lo que me impidió es que esto era un Bosso, un Warriors, que yo no soy fan de este tipo de juegos. Pero bueno, que vamos, la historia parece que tiene toda la pinta de que va a ser decepcionante. O sea, lo más que veo que ha hecho la historia es expandir el lore. Lo más que veo esto es que están expandiendo el lore. Aquí, por ejemplo, que están metiendo mucho más enfoque, por ejemplo, en cómo es Fargus con todos los problemas internos comparando con en Three Houses, que es en plan... En Three Houses, por ejemplo, decía Fargus, hay problemas internos, pero esto como que nunca se habla mucho de ello, como que se resuelven muy mágicamente las cosas. Pero aquí como que sí que le dan ese enfoque. Así que parece que el único propósito de Warriors es más que nada expandir el lore. Quedaría Cronia. No, Cronia estuvo en la pelea por aquí también. Aquí está Cronia, que simplemente su función es morir. Literalmente creo que Cronia, en la ruta de Dimitri, después de que la viéramos en el rescate de Mónica, creo que no ha vuelto a aparecer hasta este punto. No ha vuelto a aparecer hasta este punto Cronia. Así que... ¿qué hace Warriors? Pues creo que el único propósito que hace es expandir el lore. Porque, por ejemplo, en la ruta de Cloud, por lo que se mostró en la demo, sí que parece que hubo un buen enfoque, mostrando con la gente de Almaira y también lo del tema de Cloud y su herencia, por así decirlo. Con Edelgard tampoco sabría decir en qué más podrían expandir, sinceramente. Aunque algo que sí me ha hecho mucha gracia es... Algo que me ha hecho mucha gracia. Algo que me ha hecho mucha gracia es... A ver si lo veo por acá. O sea, los muy hijos de puta han tenido los putos huevos de... a ver, ¿dónde está? ¿Dónde está? No, por acá a lo mejor. ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está? ¿Por acá? ¿Dónde está? Que quiero ver el desastre. Quiero ver el desastre. No, esto es... Ay, ¿dónde está? Me cago en la puta. A ver. Necesito ver... ¿Por acá? Sí, por acá, por acá. Creo que por acá. Más o menos por el final. No, no es aquí. No es aquí al parecer. ¿Será por aquí? No, me cago en la puta. Pues, a ver. Three Houses, ruta de Dimitri. ¿Os acordáis de la forma monstruosa de Edelgard? ¿Os suena la forma muy monstruosa de Edelgard? Pues como que decidieron traerlo de vuelta, pero solo para un cutscene. Solo para un cutscene. Lo trajeron de vuelta solo para una escena. Ah, quedaría Cronia. Ah, lo de la cara del emote de payaso. Ah, vale, entiendo, vale. Sí, eso sí que sería muy acertado. El Transformer, pero a ver. Pero eso, o sea, trajeron la Edelgard monstruosa para una escena. Para una escena lo trajeron. Espera, es más, creo que lo podemos ver. Ah, sí, era aquí, soy tonto, aquí. Mira. Lo trajeron de vuelta solo para esto. Porque yo pensé, ok, esto ha pasado. Esto ha pasado. Esto ha pasado. Y ok, yo asumí que mínimo, no lo sé, ya que Edelgard veo que estaba muy bajo control de Tales, que a lo mejor lo traerían de vuelta para la batalla final, que veo que está aquí Edelgard luchando contra Tales. No lo usa. No lo usa. Se transforma en Satanás. Esa forma que literalmente acojonó a todo Cristo que jugó la ruta de Dimitri en la batalla final. Y no lo usan de vuelta. Solo lo utilizaron para un puto cutscene. Y no lo usan de vuelta. Interesante táctica ahorrarse el hacer el modelo 3D. Es que no lo entiendo. Sí, el modelo ya lo tienen. Porque el modelo 3D literal ya lo tienen. Lo tienen ya, pero del Three Houses. Porque no vamos a pretender que todo esto son modelos completamente todo 100% nuevos. Aquí fijo que habrá muchísima cosa reutilizada del Three Houses. Pero vamos, que el resumen es que mirando la ruta de Dimitri, ya veo que la historia va a ser cuanto menos decepcionante. El único valor que veo que va a tener esto es solo expandir el lore, por si a alguien le interesa, en plan, más detalles de Almaira, más detalles de Fargus, no sé qué más pueden ofrecer la ruta de Edelgard, sinceramente. Que no sepamos ya, a lo mejor un poco más del tema de liarnos a hostias con la serpiente. Pero aún así hay cosas que no se ha resuelto por aquí. A lo mejor es algo que lo resuelven en otras rutas, como por ejemplo el tema de Shed con Alvar, que está claro que obviamente está relacionado con las serpientes de las tinieblas, pero esto es algo que no lo han dicho aquí, pero sospecho que a lo mejor explican cosas en las otras dos rutas que no me sorprendería. No me sorprendería que harían la misma jugada que en Three Houses de, ok, en la ruta de Dimitri vas a aprender este par de cositas, en la ruta de Edelgard aprendes estas otras cosas, en la ruta de Cloud y en estas otras cosas. Así que a lo mejor hay cosas que no nos explican nada aquí todavía, pero a lo mejor es intencional porque querrán que juegues las otras dos rutas. Pero a ver, de momento la historia lo veo decepcionante, pero a lo mejor empecé mal, a lo mejor resulta que tuve mala suerte y la ruta de Dimitri simplemente es la peor de las tres. No lo sé, pero ya mañana continuaremos para ver, supongo que la ruta de Cloud, que veo que es la segunda más votada de la encuesta, y ya finalizar con Edelgard. Y no sé, a ver si con suerte sacamos un par de respuestas más, pero vamos, de momento mi opinión es que aquí de primeras, decepcionante. Muy decepcionante, la verdad. Muy, pero que muy decepcionante en mi opinión. Ahí lo dejo, de momento como mi reacción y mi opinión inicial. Y bueno, pero sí, también que se confirma que esto simplemente es un what if. No hay fumadas de viajes en el tiempo ni nada por el estilo. Esto es un fanfic. Esto es un fanfic, tal cual. Alguien vio el Three Houses, le gustó el Three Houses, quería insertar su OC en forma de Shed y salió un puto fanfic. Ahí tal cual, ahí tal cual. Así que nada. Esto es todo por este directo. Y a sufrir más mañana, probablemente. Así que nada, muchas gracias a todos por haber logrado aguantar conmigo toda esta maratón de ver puro cutscene de la ruta de Dimitri. Espero que para mañana haya un formato también lo mismo con la ruta de Edelgard y Cloud, que no he encontrado nada de eso. Pero bueno, ya nos vemos mañana para más sufrimiento y más decepciones. Y este es mi guía de cómo básicamente ahorraos 60 euros por este juego. ¡Chao a todos, chat! ¡Chao a todos! Ya nos vemos mañana.